Here, Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji joining us in the 16th edition of FICCI HEAL. Thanking Honorable Vice President Sir for gracing the occasion. With deep regard and gratitude to the Honorable Vice President, I invite him here on the dais. Also inviting Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, the past President FICCI and the Joint Managing Director Apollo Hospitals Enterprises Limited. Mr. Gautam Khanna, the Chair FICCI Health Services Committee and the CEO of PD Hinduja Hospital and MRC. Dr. Harsh Mahajan, the Co-Chair of FICCI Health Services Committee and the Founder and Chief Radiologist, Mahajan Imaging. Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, the Chair FICCI Swasth Bharat Task Force and the Executive Chairman of Dr. Lal Path Labs and the Managing Director, Trustee of ALVL Foundation, and Mr. Arun Chawla, the Director General, FICCI. Honorable Vice President Sir and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and a delight to be greeting you all and welcoming all of you in the inaugural session of FICCI HEAL 2022. This is the flagship annual premier event of FICCI in the healthcare sector, a platform for health, enterprise and learning. In fact, we started FICCI HEAL in the year 2007. And over the years, it has grown in size and stature, and in fact, today is an important landmark interface event for the government as well as the industry bodies coming together to share knowledge, experience, expertise, technologies, innovations, best practices, and also discussing on the policies, the programs, the schemes of the Government of India, and also discussing on some of the very pervading issues of the healthcare sector, the new age topics. And as we begin this 16th edition, the topic which we have, the theme we have is healthcare transformation driving India's economic growth. A topic, a theme which stands extremely relevant and pertinent as in this Amrit Kal, we are hoping to make India a 21st century India, a more inclusive, equitable growth for India and a $5 trillion economy. And that's a huge, huge contribution which comes towards driving the economic growth of the country from the healthcare sector. So thanking all of you also for your contribution and your achievements contributing towards the FICCI HEAL 2022. And it stands as an absolute honor and a privilege for us that we have the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, inaugurating the 16th edition. On behalf of everyone present here, we would like to express our gratitude, appreciation, thank you to the Honorable Vice President, Sir, and I would like to request Mr. Gautam Khanna, the Chair of FICCI Health Services Committee, to kindly present the Green Certificate to the Honorable Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, this comes with our commitment of planting 20 trees at the Trees for Tigers Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. And would like to request Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Ma'am, may I request you to kindly present the plant, our good, green, healthy wishes to the Honorable Vice President. Thank you. And now I request and invite Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, the past President of FICCI and the Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospital Group, for her welcome remarks.
morning and namaste. Vice President, Chairman Rajya Sabha, and on behalf of the Executive Committee, the Presidium, the entire audience and the country, we offer you our congratulations and a very, very warm welcome to your first time to FICCI as our Vice President. So let's please give our Honorable Vice President a big hand. So your presence here has invigorated the conference. This is our 14th session of HEAL, and your presence in one of my sessions when I was the chair of FICCI, we had the honor of having the President, Shri Pramod Mukherjee ji, excuse me, and he said at that program, which I think is something we will all remember, that the day we give the utmost importance to health is the day that we step on the journey of accelerated progress of our country. And so we look forward to your words of wisdom, sir. Once again, a very, very warm welcome on behalf of FICCI. Mr. Gautam Khanna, co-chair of the FICCI Health Services Committee and CEO of Hinduja. Dr. Harsh Mahajan, co-chair of FICCI Health Services, and Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, Chair FICCI Swasth Bharat Task Force and Executive Chairman and Founder Dr. Lal Path Labs, Dr. Narottam Puri, our fantastic participants of this program, the audience, members of the press. A wonderful good morning to all of you as we come together for the 14th HEAL at such a time in the history of the world and our country, especially in terms of healthcare. The world has been through 2.5 years, almost 3 years of the most tumultuous period ever in terms of healthcare. Something that we could not have foreseen, never expected, were barely prepared for, occurred at a pace and with an acceleration that we have never seen in our lifetimes in a generation, and we'd hope that none of our future generations will ever see this again. But what that did, besides the pain, the suffering, the sorrow, the death, what that did was also call humanity to rise up to this occasion. It made healthcare center stage. It brought healthcare providers together. It brought the government and private providers together. It brought technology enablers to say this is a place we want to work, manufacturers to move in and say let us focus on healthcare. Whether it was logistics, transport, care and service industry, every single sector said that healthcare serves humanity, how can we partner? And besides that, I think our country has been a shining example. So with the permission of our Honorable Vice President, may I first ask upon this audience to give yourselves and every other healthcare provider across the world a very big hand for the great work that happened during COVID. Thank you so much, sir, for that, because it is impossible for us to tell every story of human sacrifice. Every nurse who left their family for days, every doctor who sacrificed, who stood there and irrespective of the risk or the danger to themselves or their family, they stood there and said, we must serve. Every provider who said it's not about our own hospital, but about the health of the country and the world. Every innovator who brought forth their innovation and said, maybe if you can split one ventilator pipe and serve 2 patients, you will double the impact. Hundreds of stories like this are stories that we must retell and celebrate, not because of the story itself, but because of the power of the spirit behind healthcare, because of the power of the spirit of working together, and most importantly, to continue to throw light on the fact that life is priceless. Life is precious, and we must continue to plan and persevere and do whatever we can to enhance and improve healthcare. So thank you all very much. And once again, a warm welcome to FICCI HEAL, I think the 14th session, and a congratulations to all those who have done the program before this, and especially to the organizers of this year. I believe you started off yesterday with an outstanding masterclass. Dr. Mahajan, the word has gone around that AI is now embedded into everybody's DNA. But like that, there is so much more for us to do. But I would like to take a minute first to talk about the tremendous achievements of what we have. And you know, for years the FICCI Healthcare Committee has gone to Nirman Bhavan with various requests. Can we talk about health IT? We presented standard treatment guidelines. We spoke about the format of the electronic health record. We looked at insurance. We did so many of these things. In the last 5 to 7 years, we have seen transformation and scaling of health access, and truly the enablement or the glimmer of hope that universal healthcare will become a reality in our country. And the data and the numbers are mind-boggling. And actually, in these days, every time any of us go to a healthcare conference, they're asking us, how did India do it? And I think there is cause for us to celebrate. Whether it is eSanjeevani and 6 crore teleconsults, now the world's largest telemedicine platform, Ayushman Bharat, I believe it's 17.7 crore beneficiaries or cards given out. And then the pace of innovation, the CoWIN platform, what was that? 219 crore doses given, and given at, most of it, 80-90% of it given in the public sector. And distributed. It was not just urban India, it went across rural India. And then the pace of focus on enhancement of healthcare continues. All of us were called physically or virtually to a program on TV Mukt. And before we recovered from our commitments on TV Mukt, once again we saw something on telemental health, and what are we going to do there? So the pace of inclusion, involvement, and the push towards universal healthcare in our country is here to stay, and this is yet another time that we look inward as well as outward to say what more can we do. And I'm proud and happy to say that the FICCI Healthcare Committee has been active. I'm not going to speak about their great things because I'm sure Gautam and Dr. Lal and Dr. Mahajan are going to share those. But I will say that as a country, the private healthcare system has matched up with the developments of the rest of the private sector or even of the world. Whether it is the fact that we do the latest treatments at 1/10 of global prices, that we reach out, that we participate in government schemes, that we have grown despite the problems that we have in the sector, and that we continue to persevere to ask for those benefits or those support systems because we know that there are so many more patients to serve. And on the other side, I think that the work that we're doing with the Ayushman Bharat PMJ scheme, Dr. Lal and the work that he is doing as he heads the development of the smart healthcare HWCs, looking at the health and the wellness centers, looking at each one of these initiatives, I'm happy to say that the FICCI Healthcare Committee has always been at the cutting edge of what's next in the future of development of healthcare. I'm going to name just 3 things that I think are critical for us and we must call them out. Number 1 is we must continue to request for health to receive the national priority status. This will enable greater funding, enhancement of infrastructure, and the ability for us to grow. We must continue to seek once again the support for hospitals which are put up in tier 3 and tier 4 cities or in rural India. And the third very important aspect is the anomaly around GST for healthcare. Continues to be a problem. Healthcare, with the best of intentions, was put on the zero list, yet that has not served us well because most of the service providers to healthcare, whether they are food or security or others, are unable to avail the credit of the input tax, and hence therefore this cost is being charged at a higher rate, sometimes 18 to 22%, and being passed on to our patients. And therefore, healthcare must be able to avail the input tax credit through a zero rating or even a low rating of 3 to 5%. The committee has continued to reach out to ministry and government, but while that happens, on the other hand, I would call your attention as my last point for this morning's welcome to the fact that we must welcome in the new era of India's economic growth and development, our thoughts and our processes of a $5 trillion economy. Healthcare has a significant role to play. And while today we may contribute only 2% of the GDP from the government and overall from the private sector and out-of-pocket spending about 5% of GDP, the vision and the capability of the healthcare which is happening in India is far beyond that. So whether it is medical value travel, and the government is also focusing on HEAL in India, many private providers have for the last 20 years or 30 years been receiving patients from over 140 countries into India. The pace of this, the scale of this can grow, and this will create a soft diplomacy, a positive impact across the globe for what Indian healthcare can do. But besides the HEAL in India, there is a tremendous opportunity to heal from India. So whether it is skilling, medical outsourcing, using the power of AI to build models and using these models, so tech-enabled care born out of India but serving as a model for the world is yet one more. Beyond that, whether it's manufacturing in our country so that we can serve our country with a lower input cost and then export those medical products, the entire range and realm of healthcare and its contribution to the economic growth is indeed significant. I will end on just one very important note, and that is healthcare is about health. Healthcare is about happiness. It is about keeping a family together. Because when we lose a young man, 50 years, that loss is not just a loss to the life or the economy, it's the loss to that family, those young children. So health is about health, and health is about happiness. And as we're learning, health is also about the wealth of the nation. So let's put all these three together with the ideology that together we are stronger. And let me just once again warmly welcome all of you to this deliberation. Please deliberate from your own minds, but also from the hearts of every Indian to enable universal health access for our country and therefore for the world. Thank you all very much, and once again a very warm welcome to our speakers.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very warm and thought-provoking message. And as you said, we need to celebrate health. Incidentally, I got a message in the morning which read, being healthy is a success that many people forget to celebrate. And it stands so very true. Ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Reddy mentioned, FICCI has been working in the healthcare sector since 2006 and addressing various issues of the healthcare on inclusivity, on patient centricity, accessibility, affordability, digital health, universal health coverage. It has been working very closely with the ministry on these various issues. And even during the COVID times, as you heard, FICCI rose to the occasion and actually worked with the very spirit of healthcare for humanity, facilitating various engagements, interactions between the government and the industry, rising to the occasion on how do we combat the challenge, how do we combat this crisis and an unprecedented situation in which all of us were. So to take you through this and to share with you the work of FICCI and also his own expert views on the theme, I would now like to call upon Mr. Gautam Khanna, Chair FICCI Health Services Committee and the CEO of PD Hinduja Hospital and MRC for his theme address.
Good morning to all. Chairman Raj. Distinguished speakers, delegates, partners, I am extremely grateful to Honorable Vice President for joining us today despite his schedule. Friends, we've always heard that healthier citizens build a healthier nation. However, it has taken the pandemic to make us deeply realize the importance of this statement. FICCI has been advocating that a robust healthcare system drive GDP growth in the presence of adequate investment and a conducive environment by not only acting as a productivity and employment generator, but also as a magnet to attract foreign exchange earnings and provide opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship. Over the past few years, healthcare has become one of the largest sectors of the Indian economy in terms of both revenue and employment. The sector has been growing at a CAGR of over 22% since 2016, employing more than 4.7 million people directly and has the potential to generate more than 500,000 jobs per year. Apart from this, the sector has a multiplier effect and indirect impact on employment generation in the country with additional advantage of employment for women. Hence, the FICCI Health Services Committee prudently crafted this year's conference theme as Healthcare Transformation Driving India's Economic Growth. This 16th edition of FICCI HEAL is being supported by Niti Aayog, Government of India, and we are thankful to them for their endorsement to FICCI HEAL as always. I am also happy to share that FICCI has been working on all the key theme areas or 6 pillars that the government has envisions for the healthcare sector: preventive healthcare, offering services beyond large cities, augmenting medical colleges, increasing the number of doctors and paramedics, supporting and innovating new technologies, and ensuring availability of affordable medicines. Over the past few years, all these themes have been regularly addressed. Additionally, the crisis due to COVID pandemic has further opened the floodgates for innovation, entrepreneurship in healthcare sector, with accelerated development of low-cost, scalable, and quick products and solutions, whether in the pharma space, medtech, or services. And FICCI has always played a key role in supporting innovation as well as R&D for the healthcare sector. The pandemic has also provided an impetus to expansion of telemedicine, digital tools, and home healthcare market in the country, apart from catalyzing reforms in healthcare infrastructure, capacity building, as well as operations and supply chains. Hence, we believe it is now crucial to view healthcare as the contributor to our overall economic growth of the country and lay a greater emphasis on healthcare spending, as well as favorable policies for increased investment and research in the sector to help it grow further. The FICCI HEAL conference today and tomorrow intends to bring to the forefront those future strategies. The conference sessions over the past 3 days will not only provide a forum for sharing of learnings and experiences, but also deliberate on the opportunity of transforming our healthcare system while underscoring its significance for economic growth. These discussions will also help us create a definitive roadmap for transformation of future healthcare systems beyond the pandemic. Some of the examples of the various sessions which have deliberations have themes like yesterday, which we had master classes on design thinking in hospitals and AI in healthcare, which both sessions were very, very well attended and very well appreciated by the audience. After the inaugural session today, we have a theme session on role of healthcare industry in driving India's economic growth, followed by a session on Heal in India, Heal by India. Then we have the plenary sessions on 2 of them, one on cost quality conundrum and the evolving landscape of diagnostics, a glance. Then we have various panel discussions: smart HWC, collaboration, cooperate and transform, strengthening the healthcare workforce, making cancer affordable and accessible in India, digital health changing landscape, opportunities and challenges. As you have noticed, it is a wide variety of subjects and covers the entire gamut of the healthcare sector. The conference also features the display of XI Experience Center just outside the FICCI Federation House. The aim of this Experience Center is to familiarize and bring awareness about robotic assisted surgery among the surgical fraternity in the country. It will be open for delegates to visit after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We will also release our 2 knowledge papers that have been developed over the past few months with the support of our members and very, very active deliberation and discussions amongst the various stakeholders of the industry and task forces. So these are FICCI Task Force on Healthcare Workforce Strengthening, and FICCI Task Force of Cancer Care Infrastructure. Both are the need of the hour as we see today. The intent of both the papers is to highlight the current scenario and challenges in the two segments and recommend strategies and solutions for overcoming these challenges, as well as augmenting the healthcare workforce and cancer care infrastructure while making healthcare accessible and affordable to the citizens. I would like to acknowledge our knowledge partners, ENY and KPMG, for their wholehearted support in developing these papers and multiple consultations, interviews, and surveys which they have administered for these reports across the country. The 14th FICCI Healthcare Excellence Awards that will be held tonight have emerged as the definitive recognition for contribution to healthcare in the country over the years based on innovation, impact and sustainability and scalability, which form the key criteria of evaluation. This year, the jury has been chaired by Shri C.K. Mishra, former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, FCC and Ministry of Health and Family Affairs, Government of India. The chief guest for the awards ceremony is Srimati Smriti Irani, Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Women and Child Development and Ministry of Minority Affairs, Government of India. I am happy to share with you that FICCI has also been working very closely with the government as well as the industry for the response to COVID-19, and many of you have seen the deliberations and the steps which were taken, whether it was through recommendations on workable strategies and support for policy making, reports, papers, as well as models, or through facilitation of logistics and partnership between central and state governments within the industry. Apart from facilitating COVID vaccination, we have organized events and talks on numerous issues related to tackling the pandemic. I assure you all, and the government and the industry, that we will keep striving for fruitful collaboration and partnerships amongst all the stakeholders with the aim to building a transformed healthcare ecosystem for our country. Thank you everybody. Thank you again. Thank you sir for your gracious presence, and all the best for today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us the overall conference agenda and the other features. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the leadership here on the dais, we would also like to acknowledge the presence of, and in fact thank them for the huge support they have given to the committee. And I would like to request you all to please join us in thanking them. Mr. C.K. Mishra, I believe he's not here, but Mr. C.K. Mishra, the mentor of FICCI Swasth Bharat Task Force, thank you to him. Dr. Narottam Puri, the advisor, if you can put our hands together, thanking Dr. Narottam Puri. Mr. Karthik Rajagopal, Dr. Arun Agarwal, Dr. Y.P. Bhatia, Dr. Ravi Gaur, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, Dr. Om Manchanda, Mr. Ashok Kakkar, Mr. Raj Gaur, Dr. Anupam Sibbal is present with us. Thank you, sir. Dr. Vidur Mahajan and Dr. Harsha Rajaram, and in fact many others for their constant support to the committee's initiative. As was mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, FICCI today is going to be releasing two knowledge papers which have been prepared after extensive study and research along with our knowledge partners EY and KPMG. As we thank them, these two reports, ladies and gentlemen, stands extremely crucial for the healthcare sector. So the first report is Call for Action, Making Quality Cancer Care More Accessible and Affordable in India. This has been prepared in collaboration with ENY. The task force was led by Mr. Ashok Kakkar, the Managing Director, Variant Medical Systems International India, and Mr. Raj Gaur, the CEO of Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited. As we have the release of the report, I would like to call upon here on stage Mr. Vineet Gupta from Variant to please join us, and also inviting Ms. Srimayi Chakrabarti, the Partner Healthcare EY Business Consulting India, who has led the development of the report. Please join us, and I would like to request the Honourable Vice President, sir, to kindly release the report. Ladies and gentlemen, the FICCI EY report is a genuine attempt to comprehend the existing cancer management scenario in India and it highlights that it is imperative that we focus on effective prevention, targeted screening, and large-scale awareness as a primary response apart from delving into the treatment options. Thank you, sir. And now we have the release of the second report, and I would like to call upon on the dais the chair of the healthcare, he's already present with us, the chair of the healthcare workforce task force, Mr. Gautam Khanna, and inviting our knowledge partners, KPMG, Mr. Lalit Mistry, the partner and co-head healthcare sector, KPMG India, to please join us. And requesting now the Honourable Vice President, sir, once again to kindly release the second report. This is the FICCI KPMG report on strategic roadmap for strengthening healthcare workforce in India, the 2047 agenda. The report highlights the recent reforms in governance structure and regulations in medical, nursing and allied healthcare workforce, and takes a deep dive into the various strategies to strengthen the same and provide a fillip to our medical education system. We thank the entire team for their support and efforts over the past few months in preparing this report, both the reports. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are eagerly waiting to be led and guided by our Honourable Vice President, sir. So I request Honourable Vice President, sir, for his inaugural address, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji.
Very good morning to all of you. Namaste. And difficult to forget my 3 years in West Bengal, therefore Namaskar. I hope it's correctly pronounced in Bangla. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy ji, past President FICCI. Her discourse has indicated she would have made an excellent lawyer also. While in COVID, she was facing a very challenging situation like all of you. But as an advocate, by virtual appearances, she would have had geometrical fiscal gain, something which I missed because I was governor and she is to be a senior advocate. I was envious of my tribe. They were great gainers, unimaginable gainers, because by virtual mechanism, a senior advocate could appear in a day in 3 high courts and a Supreme Court. Her discourse has indicated all the challenges we faced during COVID, hand-holding that took place, and his spinal strength that was reflected by our health workers. My salutations to the entire sector. Gautam Khanna ji, Chair FICCI Health Services Committee, has rendered a thought-provoking address to all of us. And I have no doubt the coming deliberations will be extremely useful and motivating. Dr. Harsh Mahajan, Co-Chair FICCI Health Services Committee, I have to make a very special mention of him. One, I know of him through a very dear friend of mine, and my wife happened to be his latest consumer. I myself have had the occasion to be consumer of his organization and Lal's lab also, and trust me, I never remembered the Consumer Protection Act. Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, Chair FICCI Swasth Bharat Task Force. Well, to him I can only say, I am from Sani School, Chittorgarh, roll number 166. The connect is very different. Mr. Arun Chawla, Director General FICCI, I remember wherever I go, these permanent fixtures very differently. Others come and go, they are always there to stay. And we have to be on the right side. Distinguished audience, I am indeed privileged and honored for my maiden visit to FICCI, with which I have had a very long association. Thanks to FICCI leadership, I was there in Paris as member International Court of Arbitration. I was part of some committees also. And every time I found on the platform people with knowledge, dedication, and commitment working for the nation. So this FICCI's Healthcare Conference, FICCI HEAL 2022, in the August Company of Leaders and Contributors for National Welfare, is a cherished moment for me for all times to come. The theme, Healthcare Transformation, Driving India's Economic Growth, it could not have been more apt or more timely. Our contemporary needs require real focus on this aspect. This platform, I am sure, will offer a deliberative mechanism where there will be exchange of ideas, where innovation will be spelled out, and transformation will take place. I have no doubt it's going to be memorable for all the participants and again for the public at large. Healthcare undoubtedly is one of the pillars of nation building. It impacts not only economy, but productivity, well-being and happiness of citizens. Imagine a very happy, satisfied family suffering a health jolt and everything goes wrong. So this is one factor more predominant than any other factor, financial or otherwise, that is important to happiness of the family. Healthcare mechanism is also a very robust indicator of health of the nation. I have been saying quite often, health and education are twins that need to be well looked after, nurtured and pondered for our present and future being. Their obvious springs are innovation, entrepreneurship, and these twins are well groomed and they will take care of what has been handed over to us for thousands of years. Pehla sukh, nirogi kaya, duja sukh, ghar mein ho maya. If we don't have the first one, everything is irrelevant. If we have the first one, the second one follows. It is so heartening to note series of governance affirmative steps have generated an ecosystem that now affords ample opportunity to one and all to exploit one's talent and potential. The positive results are a ground reality. As Governor of West Bengal, I had the privilege and honor to head a group of 10 governors to give a report on ease of governance. We had in our team people, all of them more meritorious and experienced than myself. And that was the basis of a very good report. I can appreciate that those who are engaged in helping the nation must not suffer systemic hiccups. They must not suffer roadblocks. They must be allowed to fast-track their ideas meaningfully, seamlessly, without systemic handicap. I'm happy to tell you, I share it. The present government for the last few years has been massively engaged in curtailing and combating all these hiccups. And the results are for us all to see. More will happen. Affordable and quality health care are inalienable facets of any vibrant society. I recollect the day when I was an upcoming lawyer. My father was required to be treated for heart ailment. I was lawyer of some repute at young age. I wanted to provide him the best of treatment. The country didn't have. I got in touch with a doctor here in Delhi, and they said one angiogram, if it is there in Mumbai, then Bombay, is acceptable in the UK. We could take our father to the UK. I still recollect Dr. John Wright. It was Princess Grace Hospital, and he had bypass surgery. Something that happens virtually everywhere in the country now through expert hands at affordable price. But Dr. John Wright looked at me. Is he on insurance? And I wondered to myself, what's that? And now we have in the country what the Honorable Prime Minister's vision has given us, Ayushman Bharat. That's a big change. The mega health program Ayushman Bharat, trust me, is a great stabilizing force. Otherwise, an ailment of some nature can ruin the economy of a family, which means children can't get good education. And therefore, the impact is being felt. I feel sometimes very sad that in some parts of our country, this very wholesome good scheme is yet to be adopted. I am sure it's a matter of time. Sometimes realization takes long. This has bridged the gap between the rich and the poor in terms of accessibility of healthcare services in the country. And I can tell you, COVID has taught a lesson to us. COVID has made us health conscious. COVID has been a great leveler. COVID was non-discriminatory. It did not recognize religion, caste, creed, nation, region, nothing. The pandemic imperiled us all, but it taught a lesson also. Before COVID, we were in the rat race. We were running after objectives which we cannot easily rationalize given our sound constitutional mechanism and civilizational ethos. We never had time for our own people. We never had time for near and dear ones. COVID made us realize that. A small positive fallout of COVID is that we could spare time with those with whom we needed to spend more time. And then we came to realize the greatest therapy is imparted by whom? By the time we give to our elders, the time we give to our near and dear ones. Making available material resources is the poorest substitute of such kind of emotive proximity till virtually end. That was realized. COVID has taught us many lessons and given us an image in the world that while the robust health infrastructure was collapsing in the most developed part, be in the US or UK, we here succeeded. To vaccinate 1.36 billion people is not easy twice, and with a booster also. I wonder quite often, and I need to put it to you also, why a small category of people can't share glory of the nation, rise of the nation, achievements of the nation, accomplishments of the nation that are recognized globally. We had during COVID not only challenge of pandemic COVID, we had challenge also from some islands. The vaccination can't work, system has collapsed, we don't have oxygen, people are dying. What are you doing? Not realizing in the process they were inflicting a much more severe pain than COVID. And now they need to reflect It is one country that not only had such astounding progress in COVID, it also helped several other countries. Smaller nations that look up to us because we as a nation believe in our ethos, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and that's what we have done. I will leave a thought with all of you. Look at history. Our country has never thought in geographical expansion. It has always thought of expansion in terms of knowledge. I was being indicated by Sangeeta ji the world scenario about how much GDP goes into health and education. It's a valid point. Our ground reality allows us to march it in a calibrated manner. But it is taking place. It is taking place in a tangible manner. And the latest budgetary allocations indicate we are heading towards a good goal. We have a basket because of the challenges in the health sector, both of opportunities and innovation. If we look at the world scenario, there is hardly a global giant that does not have imprint and footfall of an Indian genius. Our health system is most affordable in the world and very qualitative now at every stage. I have been to some of the primary health centers. I was amazed the kind of facilities they offer. I recollect my days when I was elected to Parliament in 1989 and was a union minister. I came here, and at that point of time, we were really facing a situation of infant mortality. Before coming here, I checked up. Sir, then it was 88 per 1,000. Now we are 1/3 of it. All thanks to the people sitting here. Thanks to the people who are in connect in virtual mode. It is the great dedication, commitment of the health workers, health warriors, that we have been able to attain this. They deal with people who may not be that educated in several segments. And these figures, according to me, are massive testimony and contribution. And these will be on incremental trajectory, I have no doubt. Our country of late, you must have seen, and something is happening which we never dreamt of. I can tell you for an instance. As a member of Parliament 34 years ago, I had the privilege of having 50 gas connections in a year. That was a big power in my hand. Imagine the Honorable Prime Minister has given 180 million free gas connections, and they directly contribute to improvement of health of those families. We have become recently, last month, 5th largest economy in the world, taking over our colonial rulers. I have no doubt by turn of the century, by turn of the decade, we will be the 3rd largest. It has been rightly indicated by Gautamji that if we have to attain the object of 5 trillion economy in the time frame indicated, health sector has to play a crucial role. Health sector, according to me, is more intimately intertwined not only with health but also economic growth. Two are interconnected and two cannot be separated. That's why I indicated, Pehla sukh nirogi kaya, duja ghar mein maya. One is health, the second is economy. I have now seen our hospitals, been to the hospital of Sangeeta ji in Kolkata because that hospital was especially reserved if I ever were to have a problem. Never had the occasion to go to a hospital. I wish all of you that you also never have the occasion to avail the services of those who are in black uniform, which I wore for more than 4 decades. In terms of employment, and skill development. This sector is way ahead of others. People in this sector are very fast learners. And I am so glad that in 2014 the Prime Minister had a vision and created for the first time in the country a skill development ministry. You directly or indirectly employ about 5 million people already. According to me, this is empirical, the figure is all the more. And I have seen in the villages a yearning in everyone who may not be a qualified health worker, but trying to imbibe the latest technique and mechanism. And that means we are on way to making Bharat Vishwaguru a position destined for us and a position which we held. And I am more particular about this for the reason that the demographic composition of the audience here is very enlivening to me. I see lot many young boys and girls, they are professionals. They are the ones who can create what is in their mind today. I can reflect on you, but for a scholarship, I would not have had good education. Since I got full scholarship, I availed education. If the bank manager had not given me 6,000 rupee loan in 1979, I would not have had the library and would not have had the distinction of being designated a senior advocate within 11 years of my practice, perhaps unrivaled so far. All this on one account, an opportunity and facilitation being afforded by the state apparatus. Now, there are no constraints. The number of unicorns we have, the number of startups we have, the kind of mind-boggling investment there is, it is from those minds who do not have a succession lineage, who do not have a background of financial spinal strength, but they are those who have in their mind an idea and innovation and are lucky to be living in a country that is mother of democracy and the largest democracy on earth. And never ever please let a thought cross your mind that we are next to anyone. Step out of the country and you will know what is the strength of this country now. Look at the statements that emanate from our diplomats, our top people in world affairs. We have a mind of our own. We are neither guided nor dictated by anyone else, and this argument need not be made because it is known to all of us across the board. A situation which we never imagined we are facing today. The kind of infrastructural changes we have seen here in terms of roads and connectivity could not have been dreamt at any point of time. I am the one who studied in a village in a primary school. There was no electricity, no road, no tap water. There was no shauchalaya, nothing. Sunset was darkness. And look at now, electrification has taken place, not in terms of villages, but in terms of households. We have in our country a situation where earlier things were left to the government. No longer now, thanks to your efforts, thanks to the people here, thanks to the people in front of me and in Virtual Connect. You have generated an ecosystem which is very, very accomplished public-private partnership. There are several segments and sectors in which private enterprise has overtaken in quality and quantity the governmental efforts. And that is a very soothing scenario. The demands in health sector are now getting diversified, and all stakeholders need to converge so that the ordinary man manages to have it, as is the trend at the moment, in a most affordable, seamless manner. I can tell you, given our culture, heritage, and human genius in healthcare, we are prime destination of medical tourism. Being in Kolkata, I had the occasion to address institutions that were more than 100-year-old in healthcare, like dentistry. Now, what a soothing idea to any rich person also, anywhere in the world, to come to a place like Kolkata or any other place in this country, enjoy the culture and heritage, and also get the best treatment in this particular line at affordable, competitive, and real value for money. FICCI, through its HEAL program and platform, which has been visualized very well, HEAL, I'm sure, will go a long way. I will make an appeal, particularly to the people here. We have number of chambers. They are very prestigious institutions. In every chamber, you will find talent of experience, exposure, wealth, and everything, knowledge. When it comes to a particular sector, I would appeal, let the chambers synergize. Let them have a common pool of think tank, and let that think tank come out with a formulation that these are the challenges and the government can redress those challenges or help perform better to contain those challenges in this manner. I can assure you that if we have such a mechanism where all get on the same platform, scratch their brains, come out with a formulation, you will find in the vice president your foot soldier who will take up your command to the highest to ensure there are real fructifying results. I will appeal, let us work together, public and private, central and state, citizen and government, for our collective dream of universal healthcare, affordable, accessible, advanced, and quality healthcare for all our people. Let's work to make Bharat a choice destination for healthcare. And it has everything we need, including the spiritual part of it, that will give solace to the soul and healthcare to the body. Thank you so much. I am grateful. Thank you.
Extremely thankful to you, Honorable Vice President, sir, for your very warm and insightful and extremely delightful address, your words of wisdom and guidance to us, your own experiential insights and views, your words of appreciation for the work which is being done, the dedication, the service which the healthcare sector has been doing to the nation, truly encouraging and motivating for everyone and bringing that happiness quotient here for all, and once again making us realize that health is the true wealth, the most precious asset we have, and we need to take really care of that. Thank you, Honorable Vice President. And now I would like to invite Dr. Harsh Mahajan, the co-chair of FICCI Health Services Committee, the founder and chief radiologist, Mahajan Imaging, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
Good morning, Namaskar. Honorable Vice President of India and Chairman Rajya Sabha, Sri Jagdeep Dhankarji, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Mr. Gautam Khanna, Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, Mr. Arun Chawla, foreign dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's a really pleasant duty that I've been given to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of FICCI to all those present here and all those who made this event possible. Especially our Honorable Vice President, who has spoken just now so eloquently and frankly with deep understanding not only of the ethos of this country, but specifically of healthcare delivery systems the healthcare ecosystem and about how India should go about providing healthcare to its citizens, while at the same time not forgetting the rest of the world. Sir, like you yourself said, over 40 years of wearing the black coat, being one of the finest senior advocates that this country has produced, and becoming senior after just 11 years of practice, a record that has still to be broken and probably never will. Also becoming a young parliamentarian and a minister in 1989, so many years ago, the wealth of experience that you bring to your post, I think, augurs well for this country, for each and every individual that lives here. Someone who's fearless, and we've seen that in the last 3 years, sir, that you've served as the governor of West Bengal. You've spoken about the good points, but also about the inadequacies. And very frankly, very clearly, to bring about change. On our behalf, sir, addressing some of the points that you made, may I tell you that FICCI has been working very closely with the government and also with the other chambers. We've tried to create synergy between chambers so that we speak in one voice when we go to the government. The government always had this complaint that, everyone will come separately and say different things about the same topic. At FICCI, we've tried to bridge that gap and speak in one voice. You spoke of the ethos of India, Vasudev Kutumbakam, and there again, FICCI has been very active. In the last 7 years, the FICCI MVT program, in partnership with the government, has helped to showcase the best of India in over 45 countries. And that, I'm sure, has helped bring more patients to this country. A reversal. You had to take your father to England to get his treatment. The whole scenario is reversed now, and we will continue to work in this direction. You spoke of Ayushman Bharat, and there again, FICCI has been very active, and with the FICCI Swasth Bharat Task Force, we are trying to work in tandem with the government to make this program successful. Already over 220 million are enrolled in this program, and I'm sure the 500 million target that has been set by the government would be met in the coming months and years very soon. What I would request from you, sir, is that you continue to remain a friend of FICCI. You continue to mentor us. You continue to give us your time, your advice, your leadership, so that we may continue on our journey to provide universal health care in India and also outreach to countries outside India, whether it be heal in India or heal by India, a phrase that the Prime Minister has given us. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us this opportunity to host you, hear you, and learn from you. A special thanks to Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. I know how busy you remain, but you, the healthcare industry, the ecosystem, both public and private, has been proud of the fact that somewhere from the healthcare sector, someone from the healthcare sector rose to be president of FICCI, a much coveted position, and that also brought focus on healthcare, both delivery and MVT and medtech, other facets of healthcare, because of your presence in this high chair. continue to lead us, continue to inspire us. And while we were sitting on the stage, she's coined a new term. She says FICCI should recommend to the government that India should be the first country to track and announce not only the GDP every year, but also the GHI, which she calls the Gross Health Index, which will give more focus, more importance to healthcare, and also show us the progress that we continually make. A pleasant duty to acknowledge the FICCI Health Services Committee, Mr. Gautam Khanna, who has led in the past year as the chair of the FICCI Healthcare Committee, completely committed, always willing to come from Mumbai to Delhi, despite the fact that it may be a hybrid meeting. Thank you very much, Gautam. Professor Narottam Puri, my teacher, an eminent ENT surgeon, an eminent commentator of cricket known around the world, but for FICCI, its most important advisor, providing guidance, support, even taking out a whip at times to have us go straight. Thank you very much, sir, for always being there for us, especially for me. The Swasth Bharat Task Force, being led by my dear friend, elder brother, Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, who has taken on the onus of bringing primary health care to focus, taking it to the villages, doing it whether using telemedicine, teleradiology, pathology. He has done it all over the years, but still remains equally passionate. Thank you very much, sir. Along with Dr. Arun Agarwal and so many others who I see here, part of that Swasth Bharat Task Force. Because preventive and primary care, if done well, will ease the burden and will actually lead India to becoming that 5 trillion economy and then much more in the years to come. The mentor of this task force, Mr. C.K. Mishra, former Secretary Health and Family Welfare of India, and also having the distinction of being part of the climate change and trying to control it through the Environment Ministry. He's a friend, a mentor of the FICCI Health Services Committee. Thank you very much, sir, for always being there for us. The organizing committee of HEAL and the awards and sessions winners who are going to make this all possible, who made this all possible, who actually burnt the midnight oil and were always away from their own day-to-day work to spend time here to make this FICCI HEAL, 15th FICCI HEAL possible. The conveners, Mr. Gautam Khanna, Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, Dr. Narottam Puri, Dr. Alok Roy, former chair of this committee, Mr. Ashok Kakkar, Mr. Raj Gore, Dr. Atul Kochar of NABH, Dr. Harsha Rajaram, Ms. Tulika Puri Katyal, and Dr. Vidur Mahajan. The awards organizing committee, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, FICCI Healthcare Awards are not only the preeminent awards because it is FICCI that is giving these awards, but because of the diligence with which the final winners are selected. It takes a lot of doing, and we have to thank Dr. Y.P. Bhatia, chair of the awards organizing committee, and Dr. Ravi Gaur, co-chair, present here, for the hours and hours, days literally, that you've spent in going through the hundreds of people who apply and then bringing it down to the few who are going to be awardees. Thank you very much. I need to acknowledge the knowledge partners, Ms. Srimai Chakrabarti, Partner Healthcare, EY Business Consulting, Mr. Lalit Mistry, Partner and Co-Head, Healthcare Sector, KPMG Advisory Services, and your teams for these knowledge papers that you've brought out and which I'm sure will help many in the sector set their goals for the future, make them understand of the opportunities and the limitations that exist and the direction that we need to take going forward. This would not be possible without the sponsors, and I must thank them from the bottom of my heart. The platinum sponsor, Intuitive, the gold sponsor, HCG, silver sponsors, Dr. Lal Pathlabs, Manipal Hospitals, Siemens Healthineers, Wiproji Healthcare, associate sponsors, Paras Healthcare, PD Hinduja Hospital, session sponsors, Medica Super Speciality Hospital, Zyla Health, registration desk sponsors, these badges that we all wear, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospital, knowledge partners, EY, KPMG, Bain and Company, quality partners, and that's so important. Quality at affordable price. That is what this country is known for. That is what we strive for. That is what we aspire to be. And that is what we will continue to be. NABH and QCI, the badge sponsors, Asta, corporate sponsors, Apollo Hospital, BPL Medical Technologies, Kokilaben, Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, Medtronic, and Pristine Care. And finally, the speakers, you, the delegates, who've taken time out, who will interact and probably set the agenda for the future, for the direction that this country is to take. We will learn from each other in the next 2 days and hopefully be able to do a better job of providing healthcare in this country and around the world. It would not be possible without the gentleman sitting there, Praveen Mittal, who leads the healthcare committees, multiple committees, and I must say, he's brought so much energy to these committees. He's continually making us run. He won't even at times tell us what it's for. And only when we come here do we realize that, there's much more that he demands from us than what we presumed when we started. Thank you, Praveen, and keep driving us. His team of Shilpa and Sarita and those who work with them, thank you very much. And last but not the least, Arun Chawla, the Director General of FICCI, for providing us this platform, for always being there, hear us and support us in whatever endeavor that we may choose to embark on. Thank you very much, Arun. And so we are set now for the deliberations. Please enjoy, please contribute, and make friends, make partnerships. All the very best. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very comprehensive, inclusive and energetic vote of thanks. Once again, our deep regards to our Honourable Vice President, sir, for being a friend, philosopher, guide of FICCI. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you to all our diplomats and excellencies joining us today. Thank you to each one of you, and we wish you wonderful deliberations as we take on in a short while with our technical sessions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
चाय तो आपने पी
Once again, thanks to Honorable Vice President, sir, for being so cordial, so warm, so appreciative of everyone. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to remain seated, for we are going to be starting with the keynote address. Requesting you to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I just once again request you to kindly be seated. We have the keynote address. The break will be later, but right now we are just awaiting your presence on your respective seats so that we can begin with the keynote address. Thank you again. Can we just request people who are standing closer to the gate to kindly open it so that the voice can travel and people know that we are starting the session here? Thank you. And if someone can please usher in the people. When we are starting with our session, just waiting for all of you. Just once again a request to people if you can be seated at the earliest possible so that we can start with our session now. So I hand over to Mr. Gautam Khanna. मैं बाहर जाके अनाउंसमेंट करती हूँ नहीं तो
So after a good morning, please settle down. So after a wonderful inaugural session, so we have another excellent session now on technology in healthcare, achieving quality care at scale. So we're very happy to have our keynote speaker, who is right now awake in the middle of night in US. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Sunil Kumar. Dr. Sunil Kumar is the Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs in Johns Hopkins University. He is the second ranking member of the Senior Administration and is in promoting and coordinating Johns Hopkins University's teaching and research mission. Prior to his current role, he served as the Dean of the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business, George Pratt Schultz Professor of Operations Management. He has spent 14 years on the faculty of Stanford University Graduate School of Business, where he was the Professor of Operations, Information and Technology. He has also served as the Senior Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, overseeing the school's MBA program and groups in marketing and organization behavior. His research includes performance evaluation and control of manufacturing systems, service operations networks. Dr. Sunil Kumar received a Master's of Engineering degree in Computer Science and Automation from the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore and a Bachelor of Engineering degree from Bangalore University in Surathkal. He's done his, I can't see, but must be PhD in Electrical Engineering from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. So it's welcome, Dr. Kumar, and we've got a little delayed, and so we know it's middle of the night, but I can assure you the audience here is keenly waiting to hear from you. We were looking forward to your presence here, but we understand that you are not able to make it. So thank you again, and over to you, Dr. Kumar.
I'm not an MD. I'm not a doctor in that sense. My PhD is in engineering and operations research. And I taught operations management at Stanford for many years. And so my keynote is from that operations perspective. The primary theme of my talk is on scale. To do anything meaningful in India, you have to do it for a lot of people. And it's very easy to be daunted by scale. And this, of course, is particularly true in healthcare. In particular, indulge me while I walk through some basic principles. For healthcare operations, two principles are worth. Cost and quality session, you have technology sessions later on. So I'm hoping that my keynote will help tee up the key technical themes for your conference. So I want to get to my punchline right away before I fall asleep in my own talk. So, I'd like to, but my punchline is straightforward. A key shift in the mindset of people who run healthcare operations helps a great deal. And what is this key shift in mindset? Think of scale as an asset and not a liability. That is, identify key areas where having more patients, even significantly more patients, makes the problems easier, not harder. Now, this might sound like some kind of, idealistic talk that an academic is going to give, one who has not had to worry about budgets of hospitals. Well, unfortunately, I do have to worry about budgets since we run a fairly substantial health system at Johns Hopkins. So I do want to talk about real stuff here. And one such area where this mindset change is actually extremely valuable is in the application of data science to healthcare. And that's the technological kind of angle that I want to take in this talk, which is on how can data science in general and machine learning in particular help achieve our three principles: quality, scale, and efficiency. And so a little bit about what do I mean by data science and machine learning here. The way I bring this up is in using data to build predictive models and using these models in order to efficiently and effectively deliver care. And I will walk through a very specific example as I go through this. But this is one way in which you can get scale with efficiency and quality. So for me, an analogy to judo is particularly helpful. I don't know much about judo myself, but I do know that judo is a sport in which you use the size of your opponent against him. In particular, what could be a liability for you, namely the size of your opponent, becomes an asset. And that is precisely what I mean by the shift in mindset when it comes to scale. So let me make these kind of abstract concepts a little more concrete by walking through a very specific case study. This is work done at Johns Hopkins, and it was work led by one of my brilliant, relatively younger colleague, Suchi Saria. And this was the original basic work was done in the School of Engineering, and then it was deployed at 5 of our hospitals. And I like I said earlier, I don't want to have a PowerPoint here, but if people are in the conference are interested, you can ask Ms. Shilpa Sharma to reach out to me, and I can send Suchi Saria's papers. One of them appeared in Science, Translational Science, and the other one appeared in Nature Healthcare. So they're very high quality papers, and I can send them on to you if you're interested. So the case study concerns itself with sepsis. Sepsis is a leading cause of death in the US. 10% of all ICU admissions in the US are sepsis, 750,000 cases estimated, and estimated healthcare costs of $15 billion. That's billion with a B for sepsis in the US. Statistics for India are harder to come by, but the estimate is around 11 million cases, so 1.1 crore cases. And worldwide, 50 million cases, with about 20% of all deaths in the world being due to sepsis. So I hope I made the case that this is a condition worth tackling to get all our three principles in place: quality, scale, and efficiency. And how do we do this? Well, the hypothesis is early detection and treatment will improve the outcomes,
and will allow us to achieve quality in an efficient manner at scale. And so for early detection, what Suchi and team did was they built a predictive model that identifies those people who will eventually develop organ dysfunction and septic shock. And and it turns out there are two other things, two constraints they put on their model, which make it a real thing. First, they didn't want some esoteric tests that could not be deployed at scale. They wanted to look at very simple, straightforward, routine tests as the kind of predictors of when somebody would go into septic shock or have organ dysfunction. And the second reason their problem was hard is, of course, as the data is being collected, the doctors will intervene, as they should, to try and improve the condition, and that makes the statistical problem significantly harder. But Suchi and her team solved this problem, and they came up through a machine learning algorithm. So they let loose an algorithm on data collected. This is a retrospective study, data collected on patients in ICUs at Beth Israel Hospital. And on the basis of it, came up with a scoring system based on fairly routine tests that predicts when a patient will develop organ dysfunction or septic shock. And for those of you who are interested in numbers, it has an 85% sensitivity at the specificity of 2/3, which means if you're willing to live with 1/3 false positives, then it misses less than 15% of the cases. So that's a pretty good predictor, early warning system, if you will. And it makes this warning early enough, about 28 hours on average, before the condition sets in. Why is this important? Because the earlier you treat, the better the outcomes will be. The shorter the time the patient will be in the ICU or in the hospital, and therefore you improve their outcomes, mortality, morbidity, but you also improve the economics of the hospital because the patient is discharged quicker. So you get efficiency with quality. And why does scale matter here? More patients you learn from, the better the scoring system becomes, and therefore the better the predictor becomes. And so starting with this kind of theoretical exercise, Suchi then rolled this out. This is now an operational system within the Hopkins hospitals. It's rolled out over 5 Hopkins hospitals. And in a recent paper, they reported on 600,000 patient encounters in the emergency department as well as inpatient, monitored using this machine learning-based early warning system. And basically, they looked at all the patients for which the early warning system went off and therefore alerted the physician that treatment was necessary. And then they used as their treatment group those who had received antibiotics within 3 hours of the early warning system going off versus those people for whom antibiotics were not administered within 3 hours. And the results are striking. There is significantly lower mortality. There's significantly better progression for when the early warning system is used. And treatment is given immediately. And more importantly, again, going back to the quality and efficiency dimensions, on the efficiency dimension, there's significantly lower median duration of stay. So therefore, the patient stays in the hospital much shorter period of time and has much better outcomes. And in fact, Suchi's study has a limitation. I'm an academic. I can't find a silver lining without looking for the dark cloud behind it. And the limitation here is that this scoring system is based on the original research sample. It didn't learn from our 600,000 patient encounters. And in fact, if they'd built it in a way where it would learn from these 600,000 encounters, it would be even better. So scale would make it even better. And so this is an example, a concrete example on a very important condition, which has been actually rolled out within our hospitals, where using technology, we build a relatively simple intervention which is an early warning system that has allowed us to significantly improve outcomes and improve efficiency on a very difficult condition. Pulling back from this example itself, one example where technology can allow us to achieve all three of our principles, quality, scale, and efficiency, is early warning systems. And as you think through the rest of this conference and think through your own operations in your hospital, I would urge you to think more carefully about where you don't wait for a condition to develop, but try to predict it. And India, with its patient volumes, incredible amount of data that is yet to be fully collected and analyzed, and with its incredible IT talent and data science talent, seems particularly ripe for interventions like the one that I just described. And so I'd like to conclude my talk, and perhaps I can take one or two questions, with essentially putting out a couple of caveats, a couple of warnings. I think the key here, and Suchi's study points this out, is not to emulate the usual way in which the West has approached healthcare, which is to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the problem after it's been identified, without building in prevention, early warning, etc., which can be significantly more effective and efficient. And so if I had to leave you with a thought beyond the fact that scale is your friend, an asset rather than a liability, it would be, please don't try to imitate the systems of the West in any way. I don't think we are a good example of being able to produce quality care in an efficient manner, at least not at the scale that India needs. And so I hope this talk gives you one way in which technology can be intermediate. There are many others we could talk about, including automated readings of in the radiology, telemedicine, etc. But in the interest of time, I've already used up my 20 minutes. I would like to stop here and perhaps take a question or two, if it's okay with Mr. Khanna, before we conclude the session. So thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity. And for those of you interested, I'm happy to send the Science and Nature papers that showcase Suchi Saria's work.
Thank you. I have a question for you. I'm Dr. Puri, and I work with FICCI as well as with the Quality Council of India. You talked about the use of scale from the point of view of the quantity that we are in India. You also mentioned one of the important points of addressing through scale the issue of attrition, if I heard you right. So is, in your mind, scale the answer to the problem that we have, by having a situation where we can get more data and therefore early detection at an early stage? Or do you think the cost of doing this will be prohibitive for a country like this? Ultimately, they say high quality costs less. But in this case, the investment in quality in India is usually very little. We tend to believe more in numbers, that is in quantity rather than quality. You having this binary vision of both the American health system as well as the Indian educational background, what is your prescription for how to manage this conflict that exists between the quantity that we have and the quality that we desire?
It's hard to convince people of that. But the case I'm trying to make is when you have scale, you can build quality. It's just that you need to be far more innovative than simply repeating what you would do for one patient for a million patients. The way you have to approach a million patients is going to be different. And an example of this is the early detection thing, where you do invest upfront because you will reap the benefits at scale. And the investment doesn't have to be high, because in the US, the investment is high. And one of the hidden things in my talk was the reason we were able to deploy it in our hospitals is, of course, we have very expensive electronic health record systems in these hospitals where it's possible for us to put these early warning things in there. But I don't think you need that. If you look at the list of tests that are there in FICCI's paper, they are done in practically every clinical setting. And a smartphone-based system may be sufficient to alert a physician about potential septic shock for a patient. And so one doesn't need the same level of kind of rigid infrastructure that the West has used in order to get these kinds of early warning systems or other telemedicine and things like that, which will provide quality at scale. And so the key here is to let go of the approach that the West has taken, which is monolithic and expensive, and be nimble. The Indian word jugaad is, I think, an important thing here. Innovative solutions that do not rely on a kind of rigid approach, I think, will allow us to do both. So I don't see this as a trade-off.
Well, thank you very much. You use the word jugaad, but many people believe jugaad is actually like a band-aid to a large wound. So from the perspective of a short-term solution, maybe it's the answer. But from a longevity point of view, do you think that's the way to go?
So I'll give you another specific example. You're right. You do need to think of the long term, and early warning is a classic example of a long-term investment, because the majority of the patients you will catch would not develop. It's 1 in 6, I think, develop septic shock. So 5 out of 6 of these patients will not develop septic shock, but you're still catching them and treating them. So it is a long-term investment. But I'll give you an example of that, which we are doing in Baltimore through our School of Nursing. Senior citizens, one major concern for them falls. When they fall down and hurt themselves, break a bone or something, that can be very serious when older. And there are many ways to do this, treat this, but the simple solution we have found is if you invest a little bit of money upfront to do home repairs, where we clean up the staircase, the shower, etc., it feels like a Band-Aid that you've just done a little bit inside the home. It has long-term benefits for the citizens. We have a study here that's documented this. And so what appears to be a short-term actually has long-term implications. That is what I appreciate your pushback. What I want you to think about is just because something is cheap and works in the short term doesn't mean it won't be valuable for you. And a classic example of that is giving up on landline telephone infrastructure in India. Initially, just having mobile phones might have felt like a short-term solution for a few people, but it's transformed the country. And so what may feel when it begins may feel like short term may actually be beneficial.
Thank you very much, Professor Kumar. Anyone who has a question for him? Yes, please. Would you use your mic? Thank you. Professor Kumar, there's a question for you.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. I'm Sapna. I work at the hospital here. I head. So I have heard about it in dynamic price modeling in airlines in terms of solving the prediction with respect to the number of manufacturing of spare parts is where the quantitative research and operations research is being widely used. Have rarely heard it in hospital. So if there is any example that helps us to optimize high value resources like we have clinicians who are very skilled, and their OPDs are generally flooded with lots of patient, and we know that 10 to 20% need not even had come this far to meet the doctor. And is there anything that is available under this umbrella to triage the patient even before they come to predictive analysis in this
So
case?
thank you for that. It is true that some of these techniques like prediction, etc., started out in industries very far away from healthcare, but they are applicable with the appropriate, modifications and caveats, etc., to these settings. So I'll give you an example of an operations thing that we've done at Hopkins, which is done by, again, engineering faculty, which is to figure out when should post-operative patients be discharged, because post-operative beds are a very scarce resource in most hospitals. And you don't want to discharge them too quickly because there may be a chance of readmission, etc. And you don't want to affect outcomes. But on the other hand, you don't want to keep them longer than you need to, given that other people have use for those beds. This is a very traditional operations problem. It's an inventory management problem. And if you think about how when I say we, it's always more talented colleagues of mine. I personally am not involved in any of these papers. I'm merely reciting other people's work. They basically observe using essentially their cell phones or RFID tags on which we put on our patients, the mobility of the patient. If the patient can walk a couple of 100 meters, the chance of readmission if you discharge them is very low. And by just monitoring mobility, we are able to manage our inventory of post-operative beds very well. And so that's an example. So there are lots of examples, and it's still nascent. I think healthcare is still resistant to some extent because people believe that things that came from the for-profit world are not to be entirely trusted. And there's some truth to that. This is a very different setting where people are at their most vulnerable and we need to take care of them. But that said, there's a lot to be learned from other sectors here as well. Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Yeah, there is one last question for you. We value your sleep, so so this will be the last question to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that talk. It is more of a curiosity than a question, actually, that electronic medical records are being like a primary source of data and a good amount of record of each and every patient. And in the US, because of the HIPAA Act, it is possible, which is not that at the scale in India. So I wanted to know, it's more of a curiosity that how can we as management students and healthcare professionals do our bit to achieve that level of electronic medical records or digital records for Indians?
So if you look at our primary medical record systems like Epic, which is a very ubiquitous provider in the US, they were designed for care, but they were also designed primarily for billing. So one reason they're so extensive is because of the very convoluted way in which we pay for our healthcare in the US. And because of this extremely convoluted way in which we do this, our systems are way more complicated than they need to be. So if you were only interested in, for example, managing the inventory of your post-op beds, you don't need a full EMR system. You could make do with a lot less. And so I think the key here is a EMR system that's designed to take care of very complicated billing may not be the answer if what you're interested in is just better operations within your hospital and your billing systems are a lot simpler. And so the key for smart people like you is to stop saying, what have other people done, and ask the question, what do I need to get done and how do I get there in the simplest possible way?
Professor Kumar, it's been a pleasure to have you. We are on behalf of FICCI, it's my pleasant duty to thank you for keeping you awake. We are really indebted to you for your insight and bringing to the fore a thought which many of us perhaps instinctively knew. The two models that you pursue is either a niche marketing for a private healthcare provider or a large scale as the country needs. Thank you for focusing our attention and bringing to the fore the point that we need not be afraid of scale, which was your fundamental point that you raised. We are extremely obliged and extremely grateful to you for being so accommodative at this unearthly hour and speak to this August gathering. Professor Kumar, thank you very much. Have a good night's sleep for the rest of the night and hope to see you in FICCI in Delhi in the near future. All the best.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, and I wish you all a very successful conference.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Puri. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for putting up with us for the time as well. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a very short tea break, please. Only 5 minutes. We are running a little late, and we'll start our next session at 12:10. Thank you. Requesting everyone from outside to please come inside the commission room. We're about to start the next session, the theme session. Requesting all the delegates, speakers, and participants to please come inside the commission hall. Request you to please be seated. Inviting the speakers on the dais, please. Dr. Paul has joined us. Please be seated. Our next session is theme session, Role of Healthcare Industry in Driving India's Economic Growth. Requesting Mr. Gautam Khanna, the chair of FICCI Health Services Committee, to kindly introduce Dr. V.K. Paul and initiate the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So happy to welcome all of you to the theme session, Role of Healthcare Industry in Driving India's Economic Growth. So we have a panel of very esteemed people, knowledgeable people, and I will let Ekta introduce a little later. But I'm honored to have Dr. V.K. Paul, member Niti Aayog, Government of India, with us today, and we will request him later. So we will have the panel discussion, and then we will ask Dr. Paul for his views. So Dr. Paul is a globally recognized medical scientist and a public health exponent, served on the faculty of Department of Pediatrics, AIIMS, and was the head of department. And he was appointed as a member of Niti Aayog in August 2017. He's led nutrition and HRD verticals and many more. So you can see this. And all I have to say is that Dr. Paul has been championing the cause of healthcare, has been supporting FICCI for many years in all the endeavors. So thank you, Dr. Paul, for making the time. And before we ask the panel and hand it over to Ekta, just wanted to introduce the topic to all of you. As some of you have heard in the inaugural session about the economic impact of healthcare. So as all of you know, that healthcare is one of the fastest growing sectors in the country, and we saw in the previous session CAGR of more than 22% for the last few years, and close to $400 billion is the size now. Now, we also talked of the employment, and you remember we spoke a figure of 4.7 million, but just to round it off, like the Vice President said, 5 million people are directly employed, and option of generating 5 lakh jobs a year, and mostly women. And there is an opportunity to create 1 million more jobs in the sector. It's and it is the sector is growing because all of you know is because of the incidence of lifestyle diseases. It's not a good thing, but the sector is growing. There is a demand for affordable healthcare, telemedicine, digital health is emerging, insurance has increased, and how does this help the economy? So I'm going to share a couple of statistics to all of you. So as per an HBR report, it says that if we focus $1 on vaccines and preventive medicines, we deliver an incremental economic benefit of $2 to $4 for each dollar spent. So that's a straight help to the economy. Second thing is that for every dollar which is spent in the health sector results in an additional $0.77 contribution to economic growth. So there's 2 direct benefits. The third, so this is the positive side. Now, if you don't focus on the health, India loses approximately 1% of the GDP to diseases and early deaths because of tobacco use, as per a WHO study. Then there was an NIH study which said that if for every 1 year improvement in the life expectancy, you can have economic growth increase by 4%. So now this is a direct correlation to economy, which many of us know it instinctively but not able to articulate it. But today we are able to talk about it. And why is this sector growing? This sector is growing because of the emergence of technologies, and we've talked about new healthcare delivery models, remote telemedicines, wireless technologies, medical tourism. We talk about and everything now mobile. The only challenge today, not the only, there are few challenges. One, of course, is that we have lack of adequate number of personnel, and Dr. Paul has been very passionate about championing the cause of increasing the postgraduate seats in India. So industry is working with them. And there is an important need for new skills, especially digital. And currently the issue is people, although in COVID we heard about it, but the focus on preventive healthcare is not so much, because people think it's a waste of money, because anyway I'm healthy, but they don't. So it's a little bit of mindset change, and people are still spending money out of pocket on healthcare. A couple of regulatory challenges also. And what we will see in this session, and I will hand over to Ekta now, is that what we need now is coming together of all the stakeholders to come together, have partnership and alliances to develop and deliver affordable healthcare for the citizens of the country. So I understand that this is an important session, and we are anyway delayed on time. But I'm hoping that with the esteemed panel here, we will get a lot more insight on how investing in health can improve the economy of the country and benefit all of us. So thank you, everybody. And Ekta, over to you.
Those statistics. Thank you for giving us all of those statistics. Just want to point out a couple of more statistics before we start to give you a background in terms of what we will be discussing. Healthcare delivery industry for India has grown by between 12 to 14% over FY16 to FY20. It currently employs around 4.7 million people. It has the potential to create 500,000 new jobs every year. And today, hospitals have indicated that they have seen an improvement in their occupancy levels. They've reached around 65 to 70% versus around 55 to 60%, say, maybe during the COVID period. Elective surgeries have risen due to pent-up demand as well as more awareness. Medical tourism is expected to consistently be around 10 to 15% of sales going forward for most hospitals. So there's a lot of growth aspects which we are talking about today when it comes to healthcare. There's ancillary services such as, say, wellness. There was a company that just bought a stake in an Ayurveda company. So there is a lot of ancillary growth also which is taking place in healthcare. To discuss more about this and where this could probably lead the economy in the next couple of years, whether or not we could become a destination for healthcare for globally, we have a lot of more questions lined up. We have Mr. C.K. Mishra, who's the former Secretary, MOEFCC and MOHFW, Government of India. Mr. Gautam Khanna, who just shared his thoughts. Dr. Alok Roy of Medica Group of Hospitals, Dr. Nachiket Moore, who is joining in virtually, and we have Dr. Nagar of Paras Healthcare as well. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to start by getting your thoughts in terms of where healthcare stands currently and how it has grown, especially post-COVID, and what is the potential that you see now from healthcare delivery as an industry. Mr. Mishra, we'll start with you. Yours is fine.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ekta, and very good afternoon to everyone present here. Dr. Paul, Gautam, Dharmender, Ekta, Alok, everybody on the dais. Extremely knowledgeable people who know the business, who run the business. I'm the one who neither knows it nor runs it, but tries to tell everybody how to do it. So, it was very natural for me to be coming here. When I heard Gautam followed by Ekta reeling out statistics on the growth path that the Indian health industry is taken, my only worry is I hope these statements do not convey a sense of satisfaction from the industry. For the simple reason that the industry is not near the greatness that it needs to go to. Is doing superb job. But we need to aspire to be far bigger player in the overall economic scenario of the country. So we need to continue that momentum which has been started by everyone. The talk, when we talk about, healthcare, mostly focuses on industry. And today on the economic growth side, I hope Nachiket has more to say on this. But one issue that we always forget, that even with a weak industry, if it were, you would still be a huge contributor to the economic growth of the country, for the simple reason that you need to look at it from the other lens, that if there is a healthy population, the economic growth will naturally come. So I am not even talking about investments, I am not talking about industry at current, but the fact that a healthy society will contribute far more to economic growth than anything else is a very, very critical issue. Investments have kept coming in health, and it's been a long story, and particularly COVID, and Dr. Paul would recall, just when we were struggling and thought the industry will not be able to take over testing, etc., everything fell in place. Investments came, growth happened, and we really got on top. So the industry has the potential to rise to the occasion whenever required. Now, what is that fillip for economic growth which has not happened is something that we need to discuss in the panel today. Many a times people mistake a flourishing healthcare industry in any country with a corresponding sickness in the society. That is a misnomer, particularly so in India, and as I'll mention later. Capacities currently are not adequate, and even if we keep adding capacities which is much more than what is required for the country, we still have a scope outside the nation. And all this will spur growth. One aspect where I particularly feel that there are indications of huge economic growth if the private sector really steps in a big way are primary health care and preventive promotive health. It's been totally dependent on public funding. And if you look at the 2017 health policy, which I had the good fortune of finalizing, the intention was, and a clearly stated intention was, that if you want to get 2.5% of the GDP as the expenditure, public and private both. But whenever we talk about health spend, we talk about public health spend, we don't talk about the private health spend. And consequently, what we also don't talk about is, what is it that the public sector, which is the government, needs to do to spur investment in health sector? We get stuck on various other things, but we are not able to see the industry point of view when we are finalizing everything. See, what should really be the role of government in spurring the industry? Maybe enabler, maybe a consistent policy maker, the most difficult thing to do. But more importantly, a very understanding guardian which can figure out what the problems of the industry are. The moment we acknowledge that there are issues, we will really be able to make the sector very attractive for the private players to come in. And I'm not even talking about incentivizing right now. That is something which is separate, should happen, must happen, doesn't happen too often, is a matter of worry. It's not just about wealth creator. We need to look at a health creator in it. And that is the kind of industry that we need to envisage if we really want to take this forward. And if you look at the industry basket, it's not just about hospitals. We have hospital representatives here. Healthcare is not just about hospitals, pharma, devices. So many arms to it. You call, Dr. Lal rightly, immediately pointed out, diagnostics is something you're forgetting. But the issue is the cumulative presence of all this in the Indian economy is actually going to determine to a great extent the growth rate of the. We claim to be the pharmacy of the world. But we still need policies and programs which can incentivize that further to expand markets abroad. We still import more than 80% of our devices. That ability in India to manufacture and actually generate income and employment in India and provide that spur to growth needs to come in. So we need to work together, the public and the private sector, to really get this going. There's one more aspect which I'll just touch and then stop so that there are questions I'll take, is attention to medical tourism in it. That potential of growth we have not tapped completely. There are many private sector hospitals. Government, there is not much of them except for very renowned institutions in the country. Particularly in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, there is nothing. So, if there is an advantage to a hospital in medical tourism, that is a sector which will provide immediate funding as well as immediate growth to India. Be very clear about this. Ultimately, what is it that we are looking at? We are looking at creating accessibility of healthcare. What is accessibility all about? It's about creating technology, it's all equipment, it's about telemedicine, it's about all those things, it's about infrastructure. We are looking at affordability. So what is it you're looking at when you say affordability? We are looking at manufacturing, we are looking at equipment. Then you say we are looking at quality. So these are three legs on which the healthcare industry stands, and all three have specific financial outputs which would really add to the growth of the economy of India. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mishra, those points are well taken, medical tourism as well as accessibility. And I'm going to just touch upon the accessibility part and try and get our panelists to comment on that, because you did say that a healthy society is one of the key contributors to the economy. We need to focus on preventive health. We will probably lose 1% of GDP because of healthcare issues. And if in case we do have 1 year of improvement in terms of lifespan, the economic contribution would be far greater. But the problem today is that in India, physicians, as per statistics that we have, there are only 9 physicians as per 10,000 people in India, which is much lower than the global average. Similarly, nurses, we have around 17 in India. The global average is 38 when compared to 10,000 people. And primary level healthcare, according to the 15th Finance Commission, if in case there is strengthening of the primary level of healthcare, that's exactly where most of our problems will be solved. These are all statistics which we are still struggling with. So yes, we have great plans in terms of improving healthcare, but accessibility is a key issue, especially in areas which are beyond metros, beyond maybe tier 2 cities now. Dr. Nagar, maybe I can get your thoughts on this. You all run hospitals in metros, but let's focus beyond it and talk about accessibility to all.
I think accessibility is the greatest challenge for India. And accessibility has 2-3 dimensions, I suppose. One is the financial dimension, ability of people to pay for it. Second is of course, the infrastructure part of it. And Third is the service provision, i.e. the doctors and the staff and the nurses. We took on the challenge of going to tier 2, tier 3 cities early in our growth journey. Effectively, we started from Gurgaon and then straight away switched to Bihar. And there wasn't a large corporate hospital there. I was surprised by the hunger and the need and the demand of people for great quality healthcare services. Nobody in tier 3 cities wants a compromised healthcare services. You know, everybody in the metros and even the policymakers used to say, go to small cities, wahan sab kuch sasta hoega, land will be cheap, people will be cheap, and therefore healthcare has to be cheaper. Unfortunately not. Land is more expensive in Patna than Gurgaon. Darbhanga, it's even more expensive. A doctor that I pay 1 lakh rupees here wants 2 lakh rupees hardship allowance to be working in Patna or other Darbhanga. Ability of people to pay 90% out of pocket expenses. It's a huge burden on society and people. It's a huge challenge. And I think there was a question that Gautam was kind enough to send to us. What has healthcare contributed to Indian economy? And I have a very specific view on it. For 60, 70 years of our lives, it had a negative impact. Absolute negative impact. Out of pocket, गरीब तर बनता चला गया. अगर tertiary healthcare और quality healthcare अगर उसको access करना है. Government infrastructure, buildings are beautiful, infrastructure is beautiful, but software गायब है. i.e. the doctors were not there. The very few who were working at PHCs and CHCs were actually not working there. They were living in the tier 1 cities. Their names were registered in those small places. But I must look at the brighter side now. The brighter side in last 10 years has been the government has focused. Here हम healthcare delivery hospital बनाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं बनाएंगे, but let's solve for 2 things. Availability of doctors, and that has tremendously come up. And I think the statistics of even today now we have 50,000 odd postgraduate seats. And I think all of us know that 8,000 seats थी अभी कुछ few years ago. We were producing 5 cardiologists or 10 cardiologists, DM cardiologists in this country 10, 15 years ago. It's still minuscule. Thousands of students going abroad to study. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Hame, as private healthcare, we are only a minuscule. If the ecosystem doesn't exist, we won't exist. And the ecosystem is insurance. Everybody in this country deserves healthcare insurance. Chahe wo public ho ya private ho, but everybody deserves healthcare insurance. So if that healthcare insurance ecosystem arrives, let's not fight about cost. Main mehenga hu, tum saste ho. We'll all survive. We'll all flourish. But give the power to common man to wield an insurance card. Whether public or private, I don't care. And healthcare is also not public or private. Healthcare is healthcare. Healthcare delivery is healthcare delivery. Why do we, human being private में जाए, public में जाए, उसको healthcare access करनी है. जब उसको heart attack हो रहा है, ये नहीं सोच रहा है कि यार मैं public में जा रहा हूँ, private. वो अपनी जान बचाने जा रहा है. तो healthcare में things have improved. Now we are becoming net contributors. I believe in the next decade and decades, if the environment remains soft and the environment doesn't focus on यार 40% डिस्काउंट कर दो, स्लैश कर दो, 5 रुपए में टेस्ट करा लो. That should not be the focus of the governments. The focus of the governments is an enabler. Enabler कैसे बनेंगे भाई? सप्लाई साइड कंस्ट्रेंट को रिमूव करो. डिमांड साइड का तो हिंदुस्तान में कोई इशू नहीं है ना. You have unlimited demand. और फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ का रिजॉल्व करो. दोनों काम इजीली होते हैं. हेल्थ केयर एजुकेशन, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस, डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेज, supply side solve karo. On the demand side, provide insurance to each and every individual in this country. Rest, people like us, we'll go to the village level. We'll go to the town level. We work in Darbangas and Ranchis and bosses sitting here. We all want to go and serve those people. ये नहीं है कि we only want to work in tier 1 cities. We are forced to work in tier 1 cities.
But do you have enough people to work in tier 1 cities? Because the attrition in healthcare is taking place much more rapidly post COVID. For example, I was just reading statistics, and I'll probably try and get Dr. Roy in this. Is that Kerala used to supply 40 nurses abroad every month. This rose 6x post COVID to 253. Now, salary offers from Dubai have more than doubled to around 80,000 to 1 lakh rupees, from 80 to 1 lakh rupees to 2.5 lakh rupees. So there is actually a lot of attrition taking place within good healthcare personnel, not only doctors, but also nurses today, which India is known for. For this, we need to pay them higher. For this, at the end of the day, we need to charge the patient higher as well. Dr. Roy, do you see this to be a big problem for us?
See, the biggest stealers are not abroad. Biggest stealer is the government. All the nurses working with us, they go to government job because they get paid more and no work. Or less work, much less work as compared to us. And we are used to it. The nurses moving out of it, the attrition is mainly in the nurses and technicians. The doctors and other level staff, attrition is far, far lower. So, and we are used to it, and we have been getting them. Everybody, every individual group has developed a mechanism to overcome that. So attrition is a right thing to say, but it doesn't affect us as much because they are in a sector which can be managed. So that's not really a big problem for healthcare economy. As we all know that healthcare contributes hugely to the economy. I was just sharing with somebody in the morning that 50 years back there was a civil surgeon and there were two nurses. They didn't even have a billing department. They didn't even have a reception. And the hospital was running, 100-bed hospital was running, delivering, operating, everything was running. Today, same 100-bed, where earlier there were 40 people. Today, if you apply the minimal standard of 7, there are 700 people working in the hospital. So from journey from 30 to 700, and not just increase in manpower, it also increased into facilities, into the doctors. Earlier there was 2 doctors and 25 nurses or 1 or 2 technicians. Now there are 20 doctors and 200 nurses, and there are 500 support staff. The support staff has gone up. And with that number of people going up, the training and all that, so contribution has been a huge as far as we are concerned. And attrition is not much of a worry at this point of time. It's a concern, but not much of a worry for us.
All right, so it's probably a passing phase, hopefully, when it comes to attrition. But if we have Dr. Moore, I wanted to get his thoughts on one aspect of healthcare delivery, which now seems to be taking a lot of notice, which is digitization. We have the National Digital Health Mission. If you look at statistics post COVID-19, when it comes to telemedicine, we saw 3x to 4x rise of telemedicine. Might have not sustained at those levels, but it's probably a segment which is now grown and has come up significantly. Digital consultations, e-pharmacies, etc. Dr. Moore, I wanted your thoughts in terms of whether that is a sustainable piece and whether this is actually going to tangibly contribute to healthcare in terms of growth and eventually to the economy.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this discussion. Respected Dr. Paul, Mr. Mishra, I haven't seen him in a long time, so wonderful to hear from him. Dr. Paul, I have not met for a long time. Very distinguished group of people that you have assembled here. And thank you for that question. One of the challenges that we are facing in India, I think was hinted at a little bit, but your question kind of, I think, prompts discussion of that, is that the share of the organized sector, whether it is government or private, is actually quite small. If you take the overall size of the pie, which is somewhere near 7 lakh, 8 lakh crore, depending on how exactly you count it, the sum total of all corporate hospitals, I would imagine, doesn't cross 50,000 crore. The government overall, if you add state government, central government, all the schemes put together, doesn't cross 20%. So really, 75% of the market is entirely a free-for-all market, where individuals are shopping around for healthcare services from all kinds of. The question is, what are we going to do about it? One direction to go is, of course, for the government to do more, which I'm sure, with people like Dr. Paul in charge, every effort is being made to fulfill the 2.5% promise and to not just, at the central level, but at the state level. My sense, though, is that is going to proceed somewhat slowly. Unfortunately, what we have seen is somewhat reversals in these numbers. State level numbers have actually fallen. You see the 18-19 national health accounts that came out. What was deeply worrying is that instead of seeing an increase, we're seeing a reduction in the richer states. This is an older pattern, not a new pattern, but I'd hoped that at least you would start to see some reversal. That's not what we are seeing. Corporate sector, is remaining small. It's very hospital centric. 98% of disease incidence and revenue is in primary care. Hospitals themselves are very poorly organized. You go to any hospital today, most hospitals, I'm not saying there are no exceptions, they're more like shared working space than really healthcare providers. The individual doctor is a consultant there. They occupy some space and they see their own patients. They do their own surgery. The hospital rarely has any information about any. I would say thinking about a technological backbone in these places is going to be a very important beginning of where technology can. I personally worry greatly about telemedicine, e-pharmacy as standalone innovation. Because if you look at principles of primary care that Barbara Startfield put out, which is empaneled populations, birth to death consultations, and India is in fact, unfortunately, the exception where this kind of primary care is not available. Countries like Rwanda, much poorer, have done a better job of it. Countries like Thailand did it 20 years ago. We are still in the same model where much of what is going on hospital centric, and it's not driven by digitization, not driven by anything else. The telemedicine is making that worse because now it is fragmenting care even further. I got a sore throat, I call a specialist. The diagnostic company is sending me an email saying Diwali sale on complete blood count. What its indication to me is that there is a deeper malaise in the health system or disorganization, and electronic players, investors are jumping into that. My suspicion is they will all remain tiny relative to the size of the market. This is not the way you will make serious money in this market. In fact, one of my pet peeves is that I see a lack of ambition on the part of the private players in really building out 1 lakh crore, 2 lakh crore enterprises. I come from a banking project finance background. It's been unusual for me from that background to see so little aspiration in a whole sector. Largest players are 10, 15,000 crores in terms of top line after 25 years of operating in the market. And the smaller players are 500 crores, 1,500 crores, 5,000. Now, there are lots of reasons for it. All I'm saying is technology can play a big role in those areas. We have a project that I'm somewhat involved in the Northeast, in which government district hospitals in remote cities, in remote locations, are being supported by tele-ICU service, where the tele-ICU hub is in the medical college, government medical college, in the capitals. That kind of technology is what gets me very excited, because what that now does is that it transfers value to a frontline hospital and offers much improved care, which from a growth perspective gives you much better input-output ratios, much less waste in the system, and therefore much more growth possible. Thank you.
Those points are well taken, and I think a large enterprise is always constrained by the cost and quality conundrum as well. But Mr. Mishra, I wanted your thoughts before we can open this up to the audience in terms of questions. What would you suggest would be the top 3 recommendations in order to propel healthcare infrastructure? or healthcare delivery. The entire industry is estimated at around $372 billion as of the end of this year. If we have to propel it to say around a $500 billion or $600 billion or double it, what do you think would be the 3 top recommendations?
Well, I mean, just thinking aloud about the 3 recommendations that I would like. The first one is investment. And my feeling is, and that Nachiket was just pointing out, that there's not enough investment in the private sector. To spur that, I think we need to rapidly increase public investment. That has a direct correlation with the investment that will come in the private sector. Second, see healthcare industry from a lens which is not just focused on hospitals. It's not just about treatment. There are many other aspects to it which we need to put together. And 3, which I said earlier also, in terms of policy formulation, before you decide how the healthcare industry will move, we need to have a good understanding of the problems that the healthcare industry faces. Only when you know the problem, find the solution. Let's not have a solution coming from somewhere else which we think will spur growth in the private healthcare sector. Thank you.
Well, I'll just get some questions, some final points from Dr. Nagar as well as Dr. Roy. Dr. Nagar, let's start with you. What do you think is probably one of the biggest problems that we face at this point in time? And do you think that there is some kind of constraint when it comes to super specialty hospitals as well?
I think the constraints are evident to everyone. Constraints on, as we mentioned before, availability of doctors, availability of quality doctors, and concentration of healthcare delivery in few centers and few hospitals. I mean, AIIMS is a great example. Doing primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, and tertiary healthcare. Why should it be doing the same? Primary healthcare, even at government level, forget about the private healthcare sector. We are all accused of only doing the creamy people and a certain segment of society. Even the government top institutions are doing the same thing. Democratizing healthcare access down to the primary healthcare centers, and then only our delivery of healthcare will improve. Constraints are all financial. There is nothing beyond that. Be it government side or private sector side. Baki sab gyan everybody has. The finance is what needs to happen, and finance priority comes from the government if the public demands. So public abhi sadak bijli demand kar rahi thi. Now post COVID, at least everybody is demanding healthcare. So I think the healthcare is coming into top mindset of everyone. And I think government's attitude will also change because of that. They will have to put more money into healthcare if they have to win elections. And I think it's a good cycle. We are on the positive track. And I believe if we do that, we are in good stead.
Dr. Roy?
Thanks. So Dr. Paul is here, my teacher. C.K. Mishra is here, who has been interacting with us. And we are very fortunate that last 4 or 5 years after Dr. Paul and Dr. Mishra, they have really given a new dimension. We at the private healthcare feel far more comfortable in dealing with government, and they have been listening. And they have been the great proponent of pushing things forward on various fronts. So that's a huge comfort. All my colleagues here sitting here in FICCI will agree with that. Now, of course, sector is growing economically, but sector is also groaning. We are under tremendous difficulties. And the major reason of this difficulty that for us, as Mr. Mishra has said, that probably, and Mr. Moore has said, that probably the private sector is not really interested in growing that big, $100,000 growth type. The primary problem of us is that in 3 sectors. When you want to grow, because we are growing because scale is a huge issue for us. The quality is second huge issue. And third is expectation of people and public, the government, their expectation. So these three are such a huge factor, and who can resolve it? Nobody can resolve it in this country other than government. As Dharmendra has said very clearly that if the government can help us. Now our biggest worry is center and state disconnect. Health is a state subject. Center has a lot of good intentions. State doesn't implement it. Or state has its own duffly, own rag. So how do we find a different, when we go around and talk to the people in different areas, they have their own set of problems with their own state government. So health is not truly looked at in a federal way. It looks at a broken way. We can't help it. Such is our constitution. But the very fact that if we can do at a federal level, probably it will trickle down. So where the problems are? Problems are that government is the biggest owner of the properties. If we can work on public-private partnership a little bit more, I know for sure that Dr. Paul is really pushing education, and the results are seen. The DNB seats have gone up, PG seats have gone up. In fact, he told me, if you have a 100-bed hospital, you start DNB and tell me what roadblocks you are facing, I'll remove everything. Huge statement. I go back and beat my doctors that start doing DNB. They say, no, I don't want to teach. I'm very happy taking money home. So it's a huge mindset which we need to work on that. But it's being pushed, but a little bit support from the government, who's the only enabler whom we can look up to. If the government is more sympathetic and towards our problems and our removal of our problems, then groaning will truly convert into growing. Thank you.
Now open it up for audience Q&A, and then we'll have Dr. Paul make a statement as well.
The biggest challenge today what we face is inequality, because 52% of the allopathic doctors are practicing in 5 states. I mean, because if you go to tier 3, tier 4, there's a lot of bigger ratio. Now, I think what do we do to enable them so that they are there? It's not like if you have, say, 1,500, the population, one doctor in big cities. But if you can enable this 1,500, maybe one doctor at the 1,800 population, probably little distribution of the issue. But I think that will cover both stage 3, stage 4. I think something like that should be done. That will help us out probably to at least address the issue. Number 2, the technology can help. Something we're talking about. Telemedicine has come into play. But I think in the early 70s, I was a school child. When we used to talk about, there was no television channels, everything. We should have Akashvani, and the radio used to be the post and everything. But as we were interested about it, voice kahan se raha hai? We would like to visit the radio station and say, this is the guy speaker. We physically also need to have a doctor sitting there. Telemedicine will help. Probably structures need to be created. I don't know, that's something we'd like to hear from you.
Would you like to comment?
Okay, sure. It's an interesting point, Dr. Gaur, about inequity. And I've held this view for long. We can live with shortage of doctors. What we are unable to live with is the inequity. See, look at the states which have far fewer medical colleges producing far fewer doctors. Look at the states which are producing more. And look at the health indices on both sides. And you'll get the answer. Expecting somebody who's become an MBBS from, let's say, Tanjavur or Madurai to go and work in Balia, I mean, we are backing the wrong. It will not happen. So therefore, when you look at the health indicators of the country, they come from, the worst of them come from states where medical colleges are very few and local doctors produced are very few. So this inequity is something that we really, really need to handle. Now this whole question of increasing the number of seats, I have a very basic question and I'll leave it at that. The push is not resulting in more institutions, let's say in the northern and eastern part of the country. If that doesn't happen, we will only add further to the inequality. Now let's look at it holistically. The second issue, I would not like to comment on digitization technology, very critical to healthcare. Particularly if shortages are there, that's the gap filling. I have only one point that I want to make. Let us not move towards a situation where we get into a mindset that a good digital technology is automatically going to result in good healthcare delivery. These are two distinct things, let's remember that.
We have a question from the lady.
Yeah.
Yes, but go ahead. We'll come to her after that.
Number two is that last week I was in a program with Amitabh Bachchan, Banega Swasth India. One of the deputy chief ministers, he pointed out that there is deficiency of 700 doctors. I think it's we are going to look into that and why they are not there. More of the micro questions, what does make the doctor not stay over there or the paramedical there? Somewhere, the return of investment is not how much you quality of the time we are going on adding last month. We have added years to it. NM was the last focal point, was having record of all the 10,000 population. So we need to look critically as to how we are going, whether we have telemedicine, we have this, but physical presence is also very, very important. Thank you so much.
Okay. We have a lady in red behind.
Thank you. The discussion was very informative. I'm Shuchita Gupta from Care for Parents. We have statistics, and I think we all agree that we need to probably concentrate on preventive health to have a healthy workforce, to also be able to contribute to the economy. My question is that somehow we've all seen that treatment is more lucrative than preventive health care. So my question to the panel is, how can we bring about that change through policy change from the government side, and maybe if public-private participation is required, how do we bring about that shift from treatment to preventive?
It's a very difficult question, but the answer lies in the way compensation is paid to the hospitals and to the doctors. If you pay somebody more because you are treating them, then the tendency will be to have more treatments. But if you flip it and say, like what Dr. Mishra said, Mr. Mishra said a while ago, that if we focus on the preventive health, suppose there was a model that I will, for 10,000 rupees, I will maintain the health of this individual for 1 year, or 1 lakh rupees, or whatever. That then more and more hospitals will become the center of healthcare centers. Right now, nobody wants to pay 1 lakh rupees for maintaining health. They will pay 2 lakh rupees when they are not well. So obviously the hospitals tend to do more treatment. So I think it is the issue of more information and focus and understanding on preventive healthcare, promoting wellness, and letting people understand that health is more important. It is like people say, why should I take insurance? I don't use it, so it's my money wasted. But you have to flip it around and you have to say, if you have not used it, it is good for you, you have been healthy. At least if you need it, you have an insurance. So I think this mindset in Indians is paisa vasool. Maine paisa diya, I need to get something in return. I think we have to say the only thing you are getting in return is good health, which is intangible, but it's a little more philosophical question.
No, I would just add one thing to that. Perhaps the beginning should be that in all our discourses, whether it is government, whether it is the healthcare providers, or whether it is the healthcare seekers, the discussion point from health needs to shift to public health. And that will be the defining moment.
I think we have just 2 points more, and then Dr. Paul.
From for that, I was just mentioning that how the occupancy is increasing to 60-70%. So we need capacity. My humble request is that we need to see that we are able, the corporate sector are able to get land, able to build the hospitals quickly. So like we have the PLI, in the industry has come up. So some sort of a scheme to help them scale up quickly, get it operationalized. Because there's a huge time which takes for taking land, getting the approvals. There's a multiple approvals. So build a hospital is not that easy. So if anyone who's built a hospital and started it, they know it. So that's number one. So Alok's point is on public-private partnership. I think so. We have not sort of encashed on that. And speaking of personal experience, 2 years I was in Bhubaneswar in a private organization, and during the COVID time, 1,050 beds were created, 500 in Bhubaneswar and 200, 150 in tribal districts headquarters. And it was a public-private partnership in the government of Orissa. Orissa Mining Corporation gave this from the CSR funds, and it was the Kalinga Institute of Medical Sciences. And within 7 days, in Bhubaneswar was established, and within 15 days, in all the 3 district hospitals, including pipe gases. What I'm saying is that there is an opportunity which we are not encashing. That is something that we need to look at, and I think so that's another request I want to put on the table. Third part is that public health. 1946, the Boer Committee report. It's a fantastic document which creates from the primary health center to the district headquarters. And public health was a very important part of it. Anyone who has, after his MBBS, has gone into has got a job in the government sector, you don't have a place to stay. I'm speaking from personal experience. The primary health center I was assigned to, there was just a house, a room there. I had to go there. I had to walk for about 10 kilometers to play. So where do I stay? So you are driving out young doctors. So I ran away and came to Calcutta for my house job, and then came to Delhi for my PG. So this is the true reality. Things have changed obviously over the last 40 years, but that is where I think at the ground level we need to sort of scale up.
Okay. Well, now we'll open the floor for Dr. Paul.
I would like to second what Mr. C.K. Mishra says, that we have to shift. We are talking on preventive health, on public health, which is very important. And for that, we need to have the cadre of public health in all the states, which is still missing. And we need to develop public health specialists. Although initiatives have been taken in institutes of public health in Gandhinagar and some of the states have been, but if we have to develop cadre and we are talking on the preventive health, we need to have a well-organized public health cadre in our country. Thank you.
Don't know too much about health, but there is something which we keep saying, that the healthcare budget suddenly shot up from 1.4 or 1.5% of GDP to 2.1%. But sir, this included, water, sanitation, nutrition, etc., which are basically not covered under the garb of healthcare. So according to us, and I think Dr. Nachiket Mode also pointed out the same thing, as far as there is a strong suspicion that our health budget remains the same. Thank you.
I just would like to add one point, because we talked about breadth and length in terms of preventive versus treatment. So just want to add one point where we are currently working with government of Jharkhand in terms of health and wellness center. So government has come up with a very good model at the central level in terms of health and wellness center, which talks about prevention. So that is something, it is happening, it has changed. Second thing, we are coming up with a, you can say, new model, which is health and wellness center on wheels. So covering those villages which are not covered under HWC. So again, we are doing in partnership with the government, in partnership with the BCG and USAID and all, where we are doing screening for more than 20 disease conditions, which includes non-communicable disease, communicable disease, and antenatal care. So what I'm trying to say is that shift has changed. Government has started putting efforts. That is the reason we are working with the government, and this is in pipeline. Thanks.
Okay. Panel now.
Respected Mishra sir, Naji, when get more remote location, Nagarji, and the leadership, the captains of industry in the room, captains of healthcare industry in the room, friends. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here. FICCI HEAL has become an institution by itself. It's a good churning point, churning platform to think, to ideate, and to curate ideas. Very pleased to be here, and I think after a gap of 3 years, perhaps we are meeting again in real physical terms. So thank you very much, and very enriching inputs from all of you. We value very much, and also from the floor. In the interest of time, and also to essentially move in the direction of finding solutions together, I like to focus on some areas and leave some others for another day. Let me begin by first one quick answer. Public health cadre is being operationalized. The framework for this was announced, I think, in April, being systematically taken up with state after state. We have reached out to the health ministers from even Niti to see that this happens. So very happy to announce this, that this was one of the very major recommendations of the public health community, and of course stakeholders at large, that needed efficient delivery of public health through professionals, balanced way, and that has been the work started by Sir has now reached fruition. It has endorsement of all the health ministers of the country. That happened in 2019, and ultimately it's being implemented right time. Let me first take up this issue of infrastructure and financing. Come to HR, which is my favorite, a little later. I think I heard the word groaning, I heard the word stress, I heard the word, some despondency of sort in this room. And it must be true. And that should concern us all. Mishra ji indicated a few, points, high principles that would try to address this. But I think what I did not gather on top of my existing knowledge is what those underpinnings are. You said finance is a problem. What is the problem? Doctors, I've understood. I have really like to understand better, as a follow-up of this, what is it that we are calling stress?
I'm also concerned in our team, I have discussed that we are not finding as exponential growth in the state health infrastructure as it should happen. That's no news. We also see, coalescing of hospital chains getting phased out. Don't know whether it's good or bad. I'm not expert in that area. But I do see that the penetration of healthcare infrastructure, to 2 and 3 is really minimal. I don't know in tier 1 cities how we are doing, but I think I'm getting a sense that this is a challenge, expected in a way, but I think it looks like a real challenge. What I've not heard today is what is new in this. Is it post-COVID? Is it something else? Yes, you made a point that states may not be well. Come to that point in a minute. States are not equally excited about some of these priorities, which is fine. I understand that. But that's not new. So when we say the supply side, there are issues that we like to, can we sit down with all, with you people, all of you, at some point to see what is it that we missing. But let me come from the part of the response from what the government has done. You are aware that in the public sector space, there are two major big investments in the medium term, 5 years. One of them comes from the 15th Finance Commission, 77,000 total grant to be dispersed over 5 years for primary healthcare infrastructure and diagnostics being rolled out. It's out there. In addition, this is in addition to the NHM, Ayushman Bharat driven grants for the health and wellness sector. And I'll come back briefly if there's time on to health and wellness center. So that's 77,000. We also have Ayushman Bharat Infrastructure Mission, PMAB mission, which has 64,000 crore to be disbursed over 5 years. It is in different boxes, but it is an overall investment in infrastructure, diagnostic infrastructure, hardcore bed infrastructure, critical care units, and so on and so forth. So these are the two initiatives which must be stated. These have happened in the space of last year or so. If you add this up and you divide by the number of districts, if that was a good way of doing it, each district has a potential of getting almost 200 crore investment in 5 years. So just keep this in mind that there are public sector investment in infrastructure is happening in its own way. And add to this the new IPHS standards for public health institutions should be guiding us in the right direction. So this is just for letting us know that side of the story, and the state governments may be doing even more in their own way. A mention has been made with regard to how to work together and the bridge being public-private partnership. What is of concern to me, and that's where further conversation must happen, is that some of the schemes that probably were developed, and at least one was developed in partnership with yourselves directly, we are not talking about them. You asked for them, we gave them. For example, priority lending. In this very forum, I think way back in my early course in Niti Aayog, I heard that something needs to be done. Priority sector lending, right? It was, I think Niti worked in systematically, and we were able to raise the priority lending from 5 crores to 10 crores, some effort. It's meant to be social infrastructure. It is not meant to be supporting corporate support tier 3 maybe, but it happened. What is the result? Nothing. You said it was a great idea. We did it. We are not talking about it. We didn't work together to see how to leverage that. And this is already, I think, 3 years almost since this upgradation of sort has happened. You may say it's not enough. Let's talk about what is enough then. But एक बात हुई थी कि हमें प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर की लैंडिंग होना चाहिए. I don't know why. So we like to understand when such decisions are taken with effort, suggestions coming from the ground in partnership, nothing happened. We have a scheme of viability gap funding. It was refined, it was improved, its scope was increased. A scheme which provides 60% of the capital cost. And another sub-scheme provides 80% of the capital cost, potentially huge budget kept. I don't know why this is never talked about it. If it is good, why have we not picked up? If it is not good, please tell us why it is not good. I like specific answer to this because there's a lot of effort of generations of people in the government. I'm sure, sir, you must have been instrumental in getting this around in good faith, not for the sake of having a scheme, but to have a scheme which would work. Then there is a scheme of private sector help, creating medical colleges with district hospitals being embraced by them. 3 examples, 2 previous ones, 2 more. Why? You asked for it. You thought it was a good idea. I don't know. Then there was a scheme which the Honorable Finance Minister announced in the wake of COVID. And this was a loan guarantee scheme for COVID stress, loan guarantee scheme for COVID affected sectors, which included, you're not telling us whether it worked. Why did we not use it? So I think specifics is something that will help us all, particularly NEET. So we are here to craft a new scheme. किसी ने कहा कि PLI स्कीम बनाए ना, PLI बनाते हैं बैठ के, ऐसे यहाँ ख़त्म नहीं करो. और ये मेरा एक कंसर्न है आपका. जब मैं हेल्थ केयर वर्कफोर्स की बात करूँगा तो कुछ बातें यहाँ रह जाती हैं. तो ये 4 तो मैंने ही कह दी जो स्कीम्स हैं, स्टेट अपनी तरह से लाते हैं. प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी, उन्होंने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई स्पीचेस में कहा कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर बढ़ना चाहिए. So I think we are at a point where we should go back to the table. Look at what we have done and what is it that we can do more. Just don't leave it at a superficial level. ये मेरे एक आपसे प्रयास हो गया तो करें क्या? इकट्ठे चलते हैं, फाइनेंस के पास चलते हैं, कुछ काम करते हैं इकट्ठे. तो यही एक गुजारिश होगी, क्योंकि कुछ बनाते हैं फिर उसकी बात ही नहीं होती, उसका नाम ही नहीं लेते. इतनी खराब बनी थी क्या वो? अब PLI भी बन जाएगा फिर नहीं आएंगे. तो मेरे को ये हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है और ये मेरा डिलेमा है अपनी टीम के साथ. एंड हाउ वी मस्ट इंक्रीज द प्राइवेट health infrastructure. There is simply no way. And through PMJ, we are connected. We are one health system. It has to happen. We only have 2 beds per 1,000. Sorry, 1 bed per 1,000. And we need, as per the policy, sir, made 2 beds per 1,000 by 2025. Very little progress. Whatever has happened, it seems it's in the public sector through the schemes that I am referring to. I don't think the private sector numbers have increased. And please come out with that. These statements from PWG and McKinsey's, ये सब हो जाएगा 1 साल से, वो ठीक है अपनी जगह, लेकिन ये इसकी बात करें क्या? I invite you to join hands with. I invite you to come, but systematic. कर क्या सकते हैं कि नई स्कीम बनाते हैं? We are there to make new schemes. Niti is meant to let this panel also join there. Let's think about what other schemes can be done, but give us a thoda sa idea why some of these schemes, no traction, no talk, no embracement, no acceptance of the effort. There must be obviously something wrong with them, or is it awareness? Please tell us how to move forward, and I'll plead with you, don't lose time, high priority, because alone we cannot reach that kind of level of 2 beds per 1,000, let's say. Only public sector cannot. Public sector, as you know, is pushing so much of 157 medical colleges and some more. Another 100 probably will come. It's a commitment of the government. Those are also beds, by the way, 500 beds into 157 and then additional another 100 being created. District पे capacities बढ़ी. अब इस साइड में अगर आना होगा तो हमें कोई रास्ता ही नहीं है. But then let's be specific. क्या कर सकते हैं? Given the whatever fiscal envelopes are, constraints are, उसी में से ही रास्ता निकालना पड़ेगा. I think I would urge that we go into a serious discourse on that, and that's my takeaway and my request on this part of the discussion. I like to state clearly that medical value tourist travel is a very high priority for the Ministry of Health and for all of us. You will hear more about this. I will not go into the details today, but there is a very major engagement, major facilitators, enablers would come up in a short span of time. I would like to add there that there is a clear presence of Ayush in our medical value tourism, medical value travel in particular. So we'll come back to you on this. You may already be engaged in these discussions being led by the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and his team, but there is significant new dimension being given to medical value travel. I like to also, let me first take up insurance. On insurance, again, I think we are not making progress. It's easier said than done. Insurance कर दो. $500 million की तो कर दी insurance model में. आप आगे तो आए, PMJ में जुड़ नहीं रहे. 12,000 हॉस्पिटल्स हैं सुनो. कहा करो कर दिया. Why? एक सिस्टम बना है. We can talk about how to improve, but then please talk about PMJ. That's a vehicle that connects the public and the private sector and the people of India, the most needy, the two lowest quintiles. They are assured. And then if you add the assurance cover provided by different states, the number is close to 70 crore, not 50 crore. That was intended only through the PMJ system. But some states are doing more. They are doing what you may like to call universal coverage. So there is that side. And that's insurance. But for those who are not covered through this, we are again making little progress. Only 6.8% individuals have private insurance that I pay. You're aware of it. This has really not increased in size. Insurance challenge today, and I'm sure all of you would be aware of it very well. Who else would be more knowledgeable than you all? The insurance companies want healthy people, typically 35 years of age, who have no disease, will never get disease, have genetics which is perfect. Anything more than that, exclusions. And beyond an age of a certain kind, there is no way. We have not created a middle class tailored insurance product. Niti has been talking about this missing middle of 40 crore who need insurance, 30 to 40. We haven't crafted who has to decide? This is industry. Why there is no such product? Will you please introspect on this? वो बनता ही नहीं है product. Exclusions होंगे तभी viable है. ये किस तरह से चलेगा ये? Elderly के लिए कोई care का insurance का model देना भी चाहे तो पोस्ट फिर लाख रुपए वाली. I want us to think about it. I think this meeting for us should be a new start post. And the building blocks of this, we are covering them. My esteemed colleagues have talked about each one of them. But I am giving you where we seem to be now stuck, logjam of sort, in terms of conceptualization, not in terms of participation, not in terms of dialogue, no way. But in terms of conceptualizing new solutions. Why insurance? There's no affordable insurance for the lower middle class and the middle. Can we talk about it? Why those products are not there? It's amazing. They created a product, there were no takers because we are so thin. And then at least from PMJ, if you go to scale with a 3% in hospitalization rate, the math that we did for PMJ, the original math was done by yourself, 1,052 per capita, per family, per individual. It's still holding true. We are okay with this. The point I'm making is, thoda sochna. Why there is no resilience in the insurance sector to be able to craft an insurance product which the middle class is, which is sensible. Let's say a payment for a household of 6,000 rupees, 7,000, 8,000. इसको सोचना पड़ेगा. ये भी तो चाहिए, देश को चाहिए. So request है कि ऐसा insurance product बने. Let's pick up threads from where we have been. Let's connect. And FICCI, you have the responsibility to do. You must take some of these discussions that happen to logical. It's not enough to just take stock and to express a deep commitment. But let's pick up threads and try to work this way out. Let's have other partners. Niti's forum is meant for these discussions. Let's all join hands. I'd like to now return to the HR issue, which has been stated more than once. कहा गया डॉक्टर नहीं है, नर्सेस चले जाते हैं, हम सब जानते हैं. You are also aware, and thank you for appreciating the efforts of the government in pushing and enlarging and accelerating this pipeline. Just for record, from 53,000 seats in 2014, 97,000 seats for MBBS. From the doubling of PG seats, you are aware, somewhere around 55,000 seats between the DNB and the NMC system. But again, let me remind you that for both the undergrad and postgrad, there is a role that private hospitals should play. A call was given by the Prime Minister. Can private large hospitals get transformed into medical colleges? No response. No response. क्या कर सकते हैं इसको? क्या उसको अदर वे राउंड कर सकते हैं? आप मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाएं, हम हॉस्पिटल देते हैं, जैसे वो प्राइवेट स्कीम था. आप हॉस्पिटल बनाओ, मेडिकल कॉलेज, उसका पीपीपी बन सकता है कि नहीं बनता? इनकी चर्चा भी होनी चाहिए. क्यों बड़े हॉस्पिटल हमारे मेडिकल कॉलेज नहीं बन सकते? इन्हें ट्रांसफॉर्म कर दिए. बीओजी के टाइम पे 52 regulations were made. One regulation perhaps every 4th day. इतना रिफॉर्म का एफर्ट किया गया, और भी हो जाएगा, इसको सोचिए. लेकिन beyond that, I think I come back to the fact that you have a great role to contribute toward PG training through the DNB route. Again, no progress on your part, I'm sorry to say. FICCI, CI, Net Health, each one of you. There is only a secular increase in the PG seats in this space in the private sector. No increase that I can attribute to a collective effort on part of any of you. Sad answer. Let me give you statistics, how static this is. In 2016, private sector has 3,256 seats, became 6,121 in 19, and between 19 to 22, only 1,500 seats have been added. This is secular. Can you say, because of this collective effort and discourse, a secular trend of 500 or 600 or 800 seat increase becomes 1,800? We can't. You have not offered any strategy to do so collectively. जो हो रहा अपने आप हो रहा. Because if you don't contribute, how will we accelerate PG program? 6 lakh beds are with the private sector. The other 7 lakh, 8 lakhs are in the public sector. Public sector, including the medical colleges, private sector, उसी तरफ 1 मिनट के लिए डाल लेते हैं. You have about 48,000, 47,000 PG. From the 6 lakh beds in the private sector, we have total of 7,550 seats till about 3 months ago. Why? Why are they not 47,000 if not more? Each one of your beds, each one of your departments is a teaching institution, because PG learning is immersive. PG doesn't need lecture theatres. That's a model that DNB offers. And you are also aware of many, many, many reforms that DNB team, thanks to the very progressive team out there, led by Dr. Sheth, have been done. Again, no report card from your side. यहाँ 3 बारी तो मैं कह चुका. Sorry. ये किसने create करना है? We are a national building. You have the potential. Why would your consultants not teach? You punish them for many things, not meeting targets. Why don't you punish them for? Why should they not do it? Why don't you celebrate those who do PG teaching? Why? It has to change. Otherwise, typically for several of the key specialties, it will be 30 years till you get the median of the world average, or let's say LMIC, or in country will take even longer. 30 years. 2047 में हमें अगर डेवलप नेशन बनना है, तो हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम तो डेवलप नेशन वाला 2035 तक तो बनना चाहिए. तभी तो वो 1% एक लॉन्गेविटी होगी तो लेके आएगा. Health being enabler of growth. It cannot happen then. It has to happen earlier than that. That means tomorrow to start working. So it's a concern that we are making relatively low progress in this, and I think the paradigm should change. Your large hospitals must, leadership must, you say so many things to the medical fraternity as the leaders. Also tell them that great private hospitals and government hospitals at the secondary, tertiary level, tertiary in particular, secondary also, are the ones where there is a residency program. Why this paradigm is not being embraced? अब जिन देशों की बात करते हैं वहाँ तो रेजिडेंसी सिस्टम ही चलाता है, वही बेडरॉक होती है, वही स्टील फ्रेम होता है हॉस्पिटल का, और आपके रेजिडेंसी में अगर हम डीएनबी लेके आते हैं, इट्स अ विन विन सिचुएशन. बट दैट mindset also should change. It is told that it is a drain for us because you have to pay stipend, but they serve you, they do night duties, they augment your work. हम वहाँ क्यों कंजूस हो जाते हैं? कंसल्टेंट को आप 4 करोड़ देते हो, वो आपको 50,000 जब देना पड़ता है, तो थोड़ा सा देखिए, ये भी करना है क्योंकि वी आर इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ नेशन बिल्डिंग. वाई दिस शुड नॉट परवेड एज अ फिलॉसफी? वाई? इसके लिए सरकार और क्या कर सकती है? And also let me say here in this closed room, your care after 7 o'clock when your consultants have gone home is abysmally weak. You may admit, you may not admit. The critical areas are manned by half-baked teams. You know it. वही strong होगा, quality बढ़ेगी. लेकिन थोड़ा सा ये collectively mindset थोड़ा change होना चाहिए. It is not a drain. I know you have to pay because the person is serving you. वो आपके रेवेन्यू में ऐड कर रहा है, वहाँ कंजूसी कर रहे हो आप. सो मेरा प्ली होगा कि प्लीज़ डीएनबी की मदद करिए. अगर हम बढ़ रहे हैं, प्राइवेट में दिख रहा हूँ मैं कितने बढ़े हैं, 600, 800, 500 बढ़ रहे हैं, क्या 3 गुना कर सकते हैं अगले साल? आप कोई स्कीम ऐसा लेके नहीं आए मेरे पास, ना नेट हेल्थ लेके आया, ना फिक्की, ना CII, सब बैठे हुए हैं. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. हाँ, ये ठीक कर दो, ये कर दो, ये कर दो, उनमें से आधे तो कर दिए, अपनी तरफ से भी करके दिखाइए. आप अपना हिसाब करिए सर, आज हिसाब करिए, गिवन योर कंसल्टेंट्स एंड योर बेड्स एंड स्पेशलिटीज, हाउ मेनी DNB सीट्स योर सिस्टम कैन डू? द आंसर मे बी 300 सीट. व्हाई आर यू डूइंग 30? ऐसे कैसे चलेगा ना? ये फ्रैंक बात होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि और कोई तरीका ही नहीं है. 157 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस, another few more for every district practically of a certain size to have medical college. डिस्ट्रिक्ट तो उतने हैं, उनको 700 वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल बड़े कर दिए, क्रिटिकल केयर बना. पब्लिक हेल्थ साइड में अगर इतना कुछ हो रहा है तो आप आइए ना. अब आगे आप फिर कहेंगे बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रहा है, सीटें बड़ी जल्दी से बढ़े जा रही हैं, PG बढ़ाए जा रहे हैं. इस स्पेस में तो पड़ा हुआ है. प्लीज़ हेल्प चेंज द माइंडसेट ऑफ योर कंसल्टेंट्स एंड योर लीडरशिप. दैट training is a very important part. Say it with force. May issue a statement. कुछ नहीं हुआ इसमें. और ये I mean it's a missed opportunity. 6 लाख बेड हैं जिनके ऊपर, every bed is a teaching bed. स्पेशल फ्री स्टैंडिंग हॉस्पिटल डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर को भी बनना चाहिए. वील सेट दैट अप. छोटे अस्पताल हैं, वो 3 अस्पताल बन के एक DNB का सिस्टम, सब रिफॉर्म करे जा रहे हैं, कोई बात उसकी नहीं होती. So please do that. And also an appeal was made that nursing colleges को खोलिए आप, जहाँ भी आपके 100 बेड हैं, नर्सिंग कॉलेज खोलिए. You are aware that nursing training has many weaknesses. We should do our part in the government sector by having quality nursing colleges. We're working on that. Lekin please have nursing colleges attached to your large hospital. Think it as a responsibility, not as a drain or तो बहुत ज़रूरी है. एंड सेकेंडली, nurses, we heard that nurses get government system. Very often the pays made are only 12,000 rupees to a nurse, even less perhaps. Your drivers get 22,000. Let this frank discussion be there. Should this not change? Think about it. Nursing, we need to go a lot more in terms of reaching the global standards. Help us do that. Therefore, every hospital with 100 beds or more, please think about having a nursing college, nursing school, specialty nursing, nurse practitioners eventually. इस भागीदारी में ये चीज़ें लानी होंगी, तभी HR हमारा. स्पेशलिस्ट में तो बिल्कुल ही आप आगे नहीं आएंगे. इंडिया विल मिस अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी. and our generation would be responsible for it. 6 लाख बेड से हम 7,000 8,000 हम पीजी की सीटें. And no increase. What is pathetic is actually it is decrease. I didn't want to say that. Minus 3% between 2021, 2.3% increase. So I think my pleas with you on this have really not been listened to. I'm sorry to say that because I come to this forum 3 times at least earlier on. I plead once again with you to have a plan कि हम अगले साल कलेक्टिव हमारा जो नेटवर्क है और टीयर 2 पे लेके जाइए. कितनी अच्छी इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी अगर टीयर 2 पे भी हम ट्रेनिंग करेंगे. उस एरियाज में हेल्थ केयर भी बढ़ेगी, आपका रेवेन्यू भी बढ़ेगा, क्वालिटी आएगी. तो बताइए कि अगले साल में आप मिलके क्या 15,000 सीट जंप कर सकते हैं 3 साल में, इससे ज़्यादा कर सकते हैं. इसको इन्फ्लेक्शन पॉइंट पे दिखाइए. सेक्युलर इंक्रीज शुड बिकम लाइक दिस, देन वी विल नो इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ अस. So please contribute toward HR. There will be other opportunities. Allied health professionals are also, that has picked up now that the bill has been operationalized, and there is an ad hoc committee which is working on it. So indeed, and the last one, I like to make a appeal, 2 appeals actually, in the space of Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, that there is a huge room for innovations, technology absorption. I encourage you to see Health and Wellness Center. Don't brush them aside that there's nothing happening. Sure, in some places maybe they are very weak, but you'll be also surprised that in some places screenings have been done. The mid-level provider goes and delivers, treatment for hypertension to the person at home. There are, free diagnostics, free drugs availability has improved. Telemedicine happens. That also is a reality. And let's see how better model we can create using 5G technology now with smart instruments, looking at otoscope and taking a consultation, whether it's a ruptured, drum or not. I mean, there is a push that's now possible with 5G, where primary care capabilities using that technology can even be maximized so that people don't have to go. Yes, people do need to be seeing the patient. Nobody denies. Technology alone doesn't deliver. Technology is an enabler, but technology gives you opportunities to change. And again, lastly, I would say again appeal to you that the package rates for PMJ have been revised. Transparent methodologies have been shared with you, have been developed with your participation. Would you please start, one more start to increase your participation? So many of your institutions are not a part. This is a journey that we all share. PMJ is there to stay. This will be the anchor around which other schemes will come. That's a given. That cannot be reversed. Help it to become better and better. And as I said, 70 crore people, if you add, already are on this platform. And other platforms will also get added. So this is there to stay. You have only 12,000, 10, 11,000 private hospitals out of perhaps another double this number not being a part is not really optimal. So with this frank talking and candid talk, please pardon my candidness, but I think post-COVID आगे बढ़ना है इकट्ठे होके. तो जो पॉइंट आपने यहाँ पे लाए उनके लिए मिल के करते हैं. And look forward to your participation, and it will be a great opportunity for me to welcome you. Come with schemes. Let's work and develop new schemes if they have to. Thank you very much. Namaste. Jai Hind.
Dr. Roy wanted to make a 30-second comment, and then I'm just going to hand it over to Mr. Khanna to close the session.
I think Dr. Paul has been a teacher and continues to be a teacher, rightly so. And we always listen to him with rapt attention whenever he speaks. So, sir, what I want to say that whatever government scheme we have said 200 crore in every district in 5-year expenditure, priority sector lending, viability gap funding, we will talk to our leadership with Gautam and all that. Come back and have a connect between the Niti Aayog and their schemes and with our stakeholders, build a bridge, see what we can do. And that's a promise to us, whatever we can do after having discussed with everybody. But we will do something about that. That's what I want to tell you about.
Excuse me, sir.
So thank you.
I am Jayakumar from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. I will be happy to receive a reply from government. We have written many letters to government. We are a trust hospital, 48-year-old DNB institute with a 7-8 specialty running. We want to start a medical college with the help of government under PPP model. We have given a recommendation when IMC changed to NMC, and most of the points were mentioned in that our letter has been implemented positively, but our proposal yet to get a reply, sir.
May I just,
I am Jay Kumar from KG Hospital, Coimbatore.
May I just say that this is not the session. Speak separately.
आप इसको आप ले आइए, अपना भेज दीजिए, जो भी हमें करना है उसको एग्जामिन करेंगे, we'll connect. Happy to facilitate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, thank you everyone for patiently listening to all of us. We've had a nice and energizing discussion. Great comments and suggestions from every panelist. And like Dr. Paul has mentioned, I have one or two things which I wanted to mention to Dr. Paul. Dr. Roy already mentioned about the schemes which we will do. The good thing, and you mentioned about the medical value travel and Heal by India, we already have a session. We are going to talk about that. You talked about the insurance, and I think we will convey your points and concerns to the insurance sector because they have a different viewpoint, and this is the delivery. So there's something which they need to hear from us, and we'll convey it formally to them. There is one thing I wanted to just clarify to you, and you said we never came back to you on the COVID loan guarantee scheme. Just not complaining, but what happened is by the time this came, this was already, we were in the first phase had ended. So whoever had to implement the changes in infrastructure had done it in the first phase. So many banks were not willing to go back and fund the previous thing. So that was one example. And second thing is there were many banks which were not so forthcoming. So I'll just leave it at, but still there has been some progress. Regarding the HR issue, sir, and I want to just mention this to you that the FICCI, and we've had suggestions and discussed with you and earlier your office and with the NBE regarding the combination and the grouping, and you mentioned that, but I think that is still to take fruition because there are hospitals who want to combine and launch a DNB, but I think there are some hurdles on the way. We just need to clarify that. And I think this thing about what you said, and I am completely with you, that this paying the DNB student or paying the nurse is not an expense. It is an investment because it's good patient care, and that is what we ultimately need. I think the thing which you also talked about is about, there was one suggestion, is that today the number of the DNB seats are limited, like one consultant can have only X number of students. So if there is a way of increasing that X to X plus Y within the care which we provide, I think without compromising on that, there will be a scope. And then there are some minor logistics issue which we have been discussing with NBE separately. The last thing which I wanted to just say is this opportunity you talked about in telemedicine. I think people have heard about it. The package rates, I think there have been discussions on various forums on the package rates, but like I think we had mentioned earlier, it is okay if everyone doesn't adopt it, because some people's cost may work in that, some may not work, but as long as the country adopts it as a whole, and there are some people willing to do it, I think we will work on that. But I can, the other thing which you mentioned about why private hospitals don't convert into medical college, I think that issue we have to examine in detail, that why it is not happening. So, but thank you so much, sir. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you.
Just one thing. You see, there are correctives to be done for, let's say, NB system. ये करेंगे, पॉलिश कर देते हैं, दो को कर, वो सब कर सकते हैं. लेकिन मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आज जो सिस्टम है क्या, उसको आप थोड़ा उसको एनर्जी तो डालिए ना. Don't link it to that little thing, because then when that is done, there will be another one. Today, from where we were 3 years ago, आज उसमें तो एक जितना बढ़ सकते हैं वो भी तो साथ करिए, इसी पे ख़त्म हो जाती है कि ये कर दी उसने। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि जो आज हो रहा है आप नज करके स्कोप देख के उसको भी तो आगे बढ़िए, वो करो, साथ में ये होता जाएगा। जैसे यू ऑलरेडी नो इट इज़ इन प्रिंसिपल डिसीजन कि एक सिटी में एक गायनिकोलॉजी सर्विस है, एक रेडियोलॉजी है, एक कुछ और है, तो जोड़ के आप कर सकते हैं। उनका प्रोसेस है, वो जीबी में पास हो गया, अब अगले में आ जाएगा। लेकिन क्या आज जो है जितना भी पैराडाइम है कि वो 7,000 8,000 पे ही ख़त्म हो जाता है। मैं कहता हूँ उसमें नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है। दिस डिस्कोर्स शुड बी कि ये भी साथ करते जाओ, बट व्हाट इज इट दैट वी आर डूइंग टू कन्वर्ट दैट 8,000 सीट्स into 12,000, 10,000 in 2 years? Where is that effort? I'm not even aware if an effort has been collectively made at the organization. इसी पे हो गया कि ये रह गया, ये भी करो, ये भी करो, वो चलता रहेगा। एफर्ट ये क्या हुआ कि हम इस साल हमारी वजह से 2,000 सीटें बढ़ेंगी, ये बात नहीं हुई। We'll take it up. So thank you, sir.
Well, with this, it's a close of the session, and I think everyone can break for lunch. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the distinguished. Thank you to for joining us today. We break for lunch now and request you all to join us back for the 2:30 session on Smart Health and Wellness Centers. Your personal bags which you had deposited in the cloakroom outside FICCI are now available at the reception on the ground floor. Please collect them before leaving. Also, the conference kits with the knowledge papers are available now at the registration counters inside the FICCI building. Ground floor, you can collect them while leaving in the evening. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and visible. Yeah, thank you.
Requesting everyone to please come inside the commission room. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated for the next session, panel discussion 1 on smart health and wellness centers, collaborate, operate and transform. I request all the speakers to kindly join us on the dais. Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, Mr. Karan Singh, Major General Atul Kotwal, Dr. Bulbul Sood, and Mr. Himanshu Sikka. We have the chair of the session joining us virtually, Ms. Roli Singh, the AS and MD, NHM of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. I request Dr. Lal to kindly introduce Ms. Roli Singh and also initiate the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this session of FICCI HEAL 2022, and the topic for our session is Smart Health HWCs or Health Wellness Centers, Collaborate, Operate and Transform. So the background is that under Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers HWC program, the government had announced the creation of 1.5 lakhs HWCs across India by 2022 in an endeavor to shift from selective primary care to comprehensive primary care, that is CPHC. While more than 1,20,000 HWCs have already been operationalized, most of these HWCs are still not in a position to provide what you'd call as the ideal ones. That is the full suite of expanded services which have been mentioned or envisioned in the scope of these HWCs. There's a strip between the cup and the lip there. As more than 70% of all outpatient health services are provided by the private health providers in India, it is imperative that the private sector contributes its experience and expertise in successful running of these HWCs. Completely in line with this, during the announcement of HWCs in the Union Budget of 2018, the government also sought the participation from the private sector to partner with these HWCs. In 2016, FICCI constituted its Swasth Bharat Task Force or Primary Health Task Force to work specifically on priority areas in public health and primary health, such as control of sickle cell disease, antimicrobial resistance, NCDs control, mental health control, COVID-19 and other infectious diseases, senior care, etc. Coming back to the HWCs as a platform for industry convergence, FICCI took the lead for an industry-wide movement and brought on board NAT Health and OMAG, which is Organized Medicine Academic Guild, and Dr. Sunila Garg is representing that. She's sitting right here, to partner FICCI and the government to transform these primary health facilities into smart HWCs. For the first time in the history of Indian healthcare, these three very prominent associations have joined hands through their 300 plus health sector member organizations to work with the Government of India and state governments to create demonstration models of smart HWCs in a true sense of collaborate, operate, and transform. Thus, in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration, members of the private healthcare sector are committed to contribute their expertise, experience, and financial resources in the form of CSR and philanthropic funds to act as a catalyst to bridge the gaps in the functioning of HWCs, thus dedicating
what we call blood, sweat, and tears from our side, or tan, man, or dhan, for this noble cause. For the government, this is an entirely new phase of the private health sector that has not come to, quote unquote, to earn revenue from a PPP, which is usually the case when the two come together. Some notable groundwork has already been done in Uttarakhand on the same model, the details of which I shall share during the panel discussion. Now we are in discussion with two states, that is UP and Chhattisgarh, for signing of MOUs for partnering 30 HWCs in UP and 10 HWCs in Chhattisgarh. And once the model is proven successful in UP and Chhattisgarh, like the success in Uttarakhand, this smart HWC project can be expanded in more states gradually. Earlier in June, the partners organized a seminar on transforming primary healthcare through smart HWCs, which was chaired by none other by then Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, the Secretary, Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. And today's session is a sequel where experts in primary health will further deliberate on the roadmap for future collaborations between the government and the private healthcare sector to successfully run these HWCs or smart HWCs. I am deeply honored and delighted to introduce this esteemed panel, comprising the session chair, Ms. Roli Singh, IAS, Additional Secretary and Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, who shall be joining us via a virtual platform as she was required for an urgent meeting with the Secretary of Health. Can we have Ms. Roli Singh, please? Then I would like to introduce our moderator, Mr. Karan Singh, the esteemed Mr. Karan Singh, Managing Partner and Healthcare Practice Leader of Bain & Company, India, and our expert panelists, namely Major General Professor Atul Kotwal, Executive Director, National Health System Resources Center, or NHSRC, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Dr. Bulbul Sood, Senior Strategic Advisor, JPIGO, and finally, Mr. Himanshu Sikka, Chief Strategy and Diversification Officer and Lead Health, Nutrition and WASH, IPE Global. Now I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Ms. Roli Singh for her opening remarks as the session chair. Ms. Roli Singh, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would really like to thank FICCI HEAL Conclave organizers for having me here in this session. And I'm really extremely sorry that I was not able to attend physically. There was a meeting that I'm supposed to be, it is a statutory requirement that I be there. But nevertheless, for whatever little time that I'm there, I'm glad that I can make it, because this is an extremely important topic that you are covering here, which is smart HWCs, collaborate, operate, and transform. I would like to thank the dais, Mr. Karan Singh, who's the managing partner, Bain Company India, Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, who just opened this session, Major General Professor Atul Kotwal, who's with us in NHSRC, Dr. Bulbul Sood, who's Strategic Advisor to JPIGO, Mr. Himanshu Sikka, who's from IP Global, Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, I've already mentioned his name. So thank you very much. So you've already touched upon some of the aspects which you feel would be covered and should be covered here, which is how the private sector can collaborate with the government on making HWCs viable and functional. I would just like to place certain things on the table here for you all to consider, that the government, both in the center and the state, has to deal with a huge mandate with regard to the public health imperatives that India is currently facing or has to overcome. Mainly, you must be aware that we are already dealing with various deadlines and various watershed years which are staring us in the face with regard to elimination of vector-borne diseases. You're all aware we are on the verge of reaching that milestone, and we have to kind of double our efforts to eliminate malaria by 2030 and Kala Azar in the next year or so, lymphatic filariasis, Japanese encephalitis. We are also dealing with the scourge of TB, which is to be eliminated by 2025. We are looking at 100% comprehensive routine immunization. We have a lot of ground to cover there because we know that there are a lot of children who are not able to avail that facility even till date. Linked to all this is reduction in IMR, MMR, under 5 mortality. Now we have on our plate the mental health issues that we're going to tackle through the newly launched telemental health program. Then we have taken on the sickle cell disease, which normally affects the tribal population of the country, and there's a huge belt which runs across the country, which has got this population afflicted by the sickle cell. So in this scenario, when the health and wellness centers were launched, the program of health and wellness centers in February 2018 with the ambitious target of having about 150,000 health and wellness centers. We were also looking at not only expanded service delivery, it came with a huge push for infrastructure improvement. We're all aware of the PM Abhim program, which looks at infrastructural upgradation of all these facilities, and that program is going on in right earnest. And we were also looking at expansion in the HR capability of this health and wellness centers. So the office, the human resource of the central, health officer, the community health officer was created, which has also been onboarded, and many states are already in the process of completing that task. Many are still starting out with the placement of HR. Then we had obviously with the expanded services that you have already mentioned, which included both communicable, non-communicable diseases, as well as care in pregnancy, childbirth, neonatal, infant health services. We also were looking at increasing emergency medical services, screening and basic management of mental health ailments, and we were also looking at elderly and palliative care. So with all this, naturally, the drugs and diagnostics provisioning has also gone up, and the budgetary provision, this has increased substantially. We have now 14 point of care lab tests in the health and wellness centers, 105 medicines at the sub-health centers, and 63 lab tests and 172 medicines at the primary health centers, which are upgraded into the health and wellness centers. So along with all this, we are all aware that the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which basically co-opts the private sector in providing curative services, which is hospitalization, has already been launched, and it is doing extremely well. It basically is to cover about 5 lakh families. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Kotwal is there. He would be having the numbers he can correct me. So about 5 lakh families are supposed to be covered under this very ambitious, 5 lakh rupees per family per year for secondary and tertiary care hospitalization. The number of families that are to be covered are about 10.74 crore families, which is about 50 crore beneficiaries, which covers about 40% of the population of the country. These are humongous initiatives that have been taken, and we are all aware that the investment, the government spending in health has also substantially gone up. As the National Health Estimates of 2018-19, which have been recently released, would tell you that as a percentage of the GDP, it has increased from 1.15 in 2013 and 14 to 1.28% in 2018-19. And as a share of the total health expenditure, which is private and government both, the government health expenditure has increased from 28.6% in 2013-14 to 40.6% in 2018-19. So that goes to show the commitment that the government is already putting into the sphere of health. And it is in this backdrop that we are aware that the National Health Policy that was formulated in 2017 basically aimed for a universal health coverage within which all these various interventions are fitting in. So having said that, since we have already, the convener has already introduced the subject of PPP, I would just like to say, since this discussion is going to go to be kind of, I think, uh, revolving around that area, I'm not aware of what interventions exactly have been done in Uttarakhand. I would be very keen to know what has been done in the sphere of PPP for hand-holding the health and wellness centers. But I would just like to say from my experience and from the generic understanding of public health, there are certain things which the government can do best, which is because our lens is slightly different from the private. We are not looking at profits, we're not looking at revenues, we are looking at services. So the public health imperative is demand that we remain in the preventive arena, which is what the government would do best. This is not an arena where we would expect the private to do much. We would obviously look at all the support that we're getting from our development partners. But that is an area where the government has to play a role, and whether the private would want to be in that space or not, the government has to be there. So all the elimination targets that we have for various diseases, the government will continue to play its role. But yes, definitely when it comes to health service provision at the level of the sub-centers or the PHCs or the upgraded health and wellness centers, there is definitely certain efficiencies that can be brought in by the private sector, which is what we should be really aiming for. And it is not about revenue. Again, I don't know what are the models that you're looking at here, but the aim of government would never be to get revenues out of that model. It would basically be to ensure that it is something that is viable for the private sector, because ultimately it has to be a win-win for both the parties. That's how I see PPP sustaining itself. If you don't do that, if you don't design a contract or a PPP which is not a win-win, I'm afraid, I can say very confidently it's not going to last. So whatever PPP model we design, it has to be very clearly, it has to be pragmatic, it has to be focused on outcomes, it has to be, the roles have to be very clearly defined as to what is it that the government would do, what is it that the private sector would do, and what are the outcomes, what is it that we are really seeking from the private sector. Is it some sort of an open maintain model? Is it some sort of service delivery model? Say, for example, if it is running of the labs. So obviously there is, the government is providing a lot of hardware, but there are models where the hardware and the reagents are brought in by the private, and even the HR is brought in by the private. So would that HR continue to deliver in a manner that the various programs, imperatives, or the outcomes that we expect out of those programs are not affected? How do we ensure that there are no, there has to be a disincentive for gaming of the system on both sides? And how do we design that kind of a system which ensures that gaming does not take place? There is the rent seeking that we are so, which we are so familiar with, does not creep into the system, that it's not exploited by both the players in a way that you are not actually delivering services, you're only playing with numbers. So we should not be looking at targets in a manner that we're just meeting the numbers, but we're not actually delivering those services. So all those kind of things need to be tied up in that contract. The monitoring has to be very robust. So the role of government will continue in terms of ensuring that those contracts are managed properly, and they are revised from time to time as we move along, because there will be changes required. No contract can be fixed in time. No, I mean, in perpetuity. It can be something which is relevant at that time, but you need to keep revisiting the various terms and conditions and see that what is it that is hampering progress, or it's coming in the way of actual service delivery or actual outcome, indicators. So that is my take on this issue of collaborate, operate, and transform. We need to look at what is really where and what is the context. So I'm sure what works in Uttarakhand will not work in Odisha. I'm just giving an example. What works in Tamil Nadu will not work in Madhya Pradesh, and so on and so forth. Because India is a huge country, the context differs hugely. And at the end of it all, I think what really makes or breaks a particular intervention would be the health system itself of that particular state. What is the governance like? How are the governance systems, really working in order to make that intervention successful or, fail? End of the day, it's all about your governance models that are in place. And I'm sure the panel would agree with me that the state has very different capacities when it comes to delivering its health services. And those capacities reflect in various ways. So, we again, I would not like to name states, but we all know that there are certain states which are already, have reached a certain level in operationalizing the health and wellness centers, and that's mainly because that the capacities are there. End of the day, it's about the human resource that is available, how technically sound it is, how well trained it is, and how how easily or quickly you're able to bring them on board to provide those services. Because as you all know, budget is not an issue. Provisioning of man and machinery and drugs and diagnostics is not an issue. Though there are delays even there because procurements take their own time when they happen in the government system, whereas the private can probably get in those those logistics in place much faster. So, we need to see where exactly that intervention is required. Is it the labs? Is it the human resource? Or is it the provisioning of certain facilities? Say if it is, it has to cater to handicapped persons. Is that infrastructure? Though we have standards now, we have public health standards for human resource. We have public health standards for the infrastructure. All those manuals are in place. But how many governments are able to translate that into actual practice? That's where the challenge lies. So with those words, I would say that I hope it is a useful discussion, and I would be listening. I will be in listening mode, and I would like to hear from the panelists as to what they really have to say about the models of PPP that they have been already, some have been mentioned here. But I think the solutions or the way forward would be to look at the challenges and where is it that we are, missing the point. What are the design challenges in having a contract in place where the services can be clearly defined, because it's not a simple nuts and bolts job. It's not like making a road. It's not like putting up a power plant, because there are those inputs and those things are very, very, there are some set standards there. Here you're dealing with human health, which in itself is a very, it's not a very simple, straightforward piece. And then you're dealing with communities. You are also kind of hampered by the fact that you are also you are located in a certain area and you have to operate within that ecosystem that prevails there. So there will be a lot of challenges. And I hope that this workshop and this conclave is able to throw up some solutions towards that end. And I would be keenly looking forward to the inputs that come from the other panelists and the audience. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Roli Singh. Appreciate your comments, your remarks, for setting the agenda, the priorities, and some of the concerns that from the side of the government. I think I'll call on Dr. Lal a little later to clarify, what the Uttarakhand experiments are. But this is purely supplemental. This is purely contributory. There is no PPP element here. But Dr. Lal, you can clarify that a little later. We have a great panel today. Really, you got folks on who are super deep in this topic, who are practitioners. So I will literally spend 2-3 minutes just setting the context, and then move on to some Q&A with the panelists. So first, overall, Tansi, if you can have the page up. I just wanted to just frame this in terms of what this meant for primary care. What are some of the key opportunities and challenges, building on what Roli Singh just mentioned, and some of the big questions we will deliberate on. First and foremost, I think we can all, I think we would all probably agree quite wholeheartedly that primary care is the cornerstone for effective health system. And an effective health system is really what this conference is all about. How can we unlock the true potential of the economy by keeping and by focusing on health versus and especially wellness. It is the first access for communities, and the big point really is about preventive, promotive, and then curative care, and that is why the power of primary care is so important in terms of really impacting affordable care, and that is really quite remarkable because of early intervention, because of non-costly interventions in terms of drugs, in terms of lifestyles, and that is the need of the hour. Why we need to be promoting and encouraging more primary care versus where the current health system is. It is a must that the point has already been made to address maternal child health, which is a key priority for all of us. Also the communicable diseases, but also very importantly the NCDs. So this is really something that can attack can address the needs across all three types, all three priorities. And then the last but not the least is in terms of the sustainable development goals, good health and well-being. This is absolutely key to making that come alive. If you look at the current situation today, the opportunity is quite amazing, and I think it's for us to seize the moment. Digital health, I think we would all agree, because of COVID, has had a massive fill-up. We are all seeing the adoption of digital health, whether it's telehealth, virtual health, and this is quite a remarkable change in terms of behavior, in terms of systems, in terms of how the government has moved. Digital India is a critical enabler which will go hand in hand. If you just dial out, you're talking about 1 billion people on the internet. If you think about the 5G rollout, if you think about smartphone users, we are prime position for digital adoption. And so when we talk about the role of technology, the role of digital to truly leapfrog and create a system which is quite sustainable and fit for purpose, I think this will play a key role, and we'll get into this in the discussion. Ayushman Bharat, I won't make the points. It's a great move by the government in terms of the vision. I think Dr. Kotwal will help us get much more granular in terms of the building blocks of the government's priorities and the progress that has been made here. But I think there is another huge opportunity for the rise of technology, the rise of entrepreneurship we're seeing in India. In the last 5 years, about 8 billion has come into this market when it comes to technology interventions. So how do we channel that into primary care, and how does that become a transformative part of addressing the challenges? The challenges are pretty well known. As the point made earlier today, we were chatting about this a few minutes back. We primarily go into secondary and tertiary care, and we do not pause at the early part of the care continuum. We are quite unorganized, so there's a huge imperative when it comes to protocols, when it comes to making sure basic quality standards are upheld. The access and affordability points are well known, where most of our country is out of pocket. The talent shortages are substantial. The tech backbone needs to be completely revisited and rethought in terms of standards, interoperability. And the culture has to change from being much more transactional, much more focused on curative, much more focused on fee-for-service, to much more thinking about proactive community outreach, which can change the paradigm. We will get into some of the performance of the health and wellness centers. Dr. Sood will talk about some of the research she's led in terms of assessment of the centers, and there is huge variation, as we would appreciate, but there's a huge opportunity to learn from some of the best practices here as well. The big question in our mind, as per the entire question of this panel, is how do we transform and how do we create a fit-for-purpose primary care system and a health system for us? This is really a system that we need to be thinking about all the different building blocks. This needs to be quite strategic. It needs to take into account technology. We need to be taking into account skilling, and quite rapid skilling, which is the need of the hour. And then a full change in terms of the culture of engagement of the society at large. I think there is a lot of innovation. We will bring out some of the points. Himanshu was talking about this at lunch today. There's a lot of very good innovation that's taking place in different parts. And it's for us to think about how do we accelerate the innovation, how do we encourage fail fast, and how do we think about partnerships with the private sector, not purely on a PPP lines, but more broad partnerships so we can contribute expertise and capabilities from the private sector to the health and wellness centers. So the big point really is about, with the innovation, how do we at the same point think about rapid, dramatic scalability at the same point. So with that, I just wanted to maybe start the discussion with the panelists. Again, we have a wonderful panelists, and most grateful for everyone to join us. Maybe I'll turn to Dr. Kotwal, Professor Kotwal. It's amazing that you have a bird's eye view of the entire health system, given your role today. And so maybe you can kick us off by talking about a little bit more on the vision for the vision by the government, some of the role of the central government. But then you have a good bird's eye view across 7-8 different parts of what you see. So if you can just bring that to life for this group, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Karan. And I must place on record my thanks to FICCI HEAL 22 for inviting me here. And we made a part of this excellent group here for discussion on this important topic. The overall, we all know that our country has been, forerunner in launching various disease control programs. But however, the challenges were in implementation always, generally. And NRHM was a game changer. For the first time, the things of, were thought of by the government of doing away with verticalities and have a horizontal approach. But of course, over the years, that kind of horizontality has not been achieved as yet. But we are on the way towards that. The other issue was funding. I think this is a unique time in our history of our country that funding is not an issue. I, being a public health specialist, I spent 36 years in the army. Of course, in between, I spent 2 years in Planning Commission, 3 years in AIMS and JNU, 3 years in Botswana. Funding was always an issue everywhere. So this is the first time when funding, and I will just, as the chair, ASNMD, Ms. Roli Singh is also flagged, the increase in funding of National Health Mission as such, 31,000 to 37,000 crores as per budget estimates for this year. It's there's 100,000 odd crore combined for 15th Finance Commission and Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, which is the largest infrastructure scheme ever launched by our country. Rather, any of the LMICs, rather, for that matter. And of course, the grants of the Emergency COVID Response Package 1 and 2. So if you combine, so one was actually spent more on drugs and diagnostics. If you look at 2 only, which also talked about infrastructure. So the huge amount of funding. Now the challenge is how we all can work together to ensure that this is utilized effectively and efficiently at the point where it is needed. So the NRHM, as we all know, I think most of us sitting here know how it progressed. The National Health Mission in 2013 with the merging of the National Urban Health Mission. But after that, incrementally efforts were made to reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure and ensure the services availability at the ground level. There's a free drugs service initiative, free diagnostics initiative in 2016. Of course, National Quality Assurance Program was also launched in 2013. And national policy, as we all know, talks about universal health coverage, which talks of the accessibility, affordability, availability, and also equity and quality. So addressing all these, the intent was always there. But 2018, when this Ayushman Bharat scheme was launched with 2 components of PMJ and Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. So PMJ, you all are well aware, and most of you are partners in that, is the Health and Wellness Centers, which again, it's the first time, when we looked at the entire health systems, the provision of comprehensive primary health care at the ground level by converting sub-centers and PHCs to the Health and Wellness Centers. As an undergraduate student in 1882-84 in FMC, and also later on as PG and faculty later in FMC, we have seen sub-centers, generally locked or generally working for 3 to 4 hours and with hardly anything available. But now if you go in majority of the sub-centers, you will find the staff there. One of the important changes is, one is infrastructure. There's a dedicated funds available for infrastructure, for new buildings, for conversion of old buildings into new ones. There's a human resources for health. There was only one A&M, one male and one female multipurpose worker, out of which, as it is, generally there were only one. Now, as per conditionality framework, there has to be a community health officer as a leadership position at sub-center level, which was never there earlier, who is an overall leader of the entire team at sub-center health and wellness center, of one A&M female and male, or two A&Ms, and 5 to 6 ashas depending on the population of that sub-center. So this is here again, the how to provide the services now. So this team is now being enabled. Capacity building is being done. Guidelines have been issued. COVID took some hit on this operationalization speed of this. Currently, 15% out of these 1,21,358, which are functional as on date, out of 1,50,000, which is the target of December 22, 15% are fully proficient in providing all the 12 packages of services. Our focus was till 2017, RMNCHA, reproductive, maternal, nutrition, and neonatal and child health services. And that has given us tremendous dividends by, if you see the MMR dropping to 103 by 2019, and IMR now 28 as per 2019 SRS. But now is the time to look at to address the epidemiological not shift. We are in epidemiological combination where we have communicable as well as non-communicable diseases too. So to add these 7 new packages and to ensure that these services are available at ground level with assured referral linkages to PHC, CHC and also district hospital level, and that's where the PMJ comes in, that whatever services are not available in the public health system, the patients are referred to the PMJ empaneled hospitals, and many of the district hospitals are also getting empaneled wherever the private facilities do not exist in the near vicinity. The financing I have already mentioned. There is a financing not only for the infrastructure. There is a financing dedicated for diagnostics. There is a huge amount of diagnostics. When we talk of health and wellness center, we must never forget about the urban health. Urban health has generally been neglected till now. Now is the time we all need to work together in urban health too, because that's where the new infrastructure which is now coming up is urban health and wellness centers, which was not there earlier. We had a primary health center and CHC. PHC had the 50,000 population. We have now come up with urban health and wellness centers, each one at 15,000-20,000 population. And here again, instead of CHO, we said for urban health population, let there be medical officers. There's a medical officer, there's a staff nurse, and another dedicated team to look after these. Combined with this is the communitization process, because comprehensive primary health care, when we talk of preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative and palliative, can't be delivered if the community is not fully involved. So that's why we have a communitization process both in the urban as well as rural areas. In rural, we have Village Health and Sanitation Nutrition Committee, where Asha is the member secretary of that. We have, instead of Rogi Kalyan Samitis, which is at CHC and above, this is a Jan Arogya Samiti, to look at the entire social accountability in process, so that the health staff is also now answerable to the community. Of course, we need to progress much more ahead to address the various power equations within the community, to empower them to be ably look after the health and wellness centers, for which the JAS is being there. At any given time, there are a large number of stakeholders which are there, and at the urban level, there is a Mahila Arogya Samiti, and the Urban Health and Sanitation Nutrition Committee is now being formed, but since it has not been approved, we have to go to MSG for that. But Mahila Arogya Samiti is already there, which we are strengthening now, and including RWAs into our fold. So this is in conjunction of all the NHM funds, the Abhim funds, Finance Commission funds, and also ECRP2 funds, where we are also linking up with the centers of excellence in pediatrics as well as adult. And I must, in fact, the last point is that how do we organize all this funding? So there's a PIP process, Program Implementation Plan. When NRHM was launched, we had 6,000 budget lines on PIP process. Over the years, the initiatives have increased, the funding has increased, but we were able to sit down with the states, and last year we reduced the lines to 300 only. So that's the kind of flexibility which is now being given to states. That flexibility which was inherent in NRHM has finally now been available to states, where they can shift from one pool to another because the budget lines have been merged. It's easy to manage for the program management units also at the state level, the district level, and block units also. And I must mention here, along with health and wellness centers, when talking of technology, the block public health units and the integrated district public health labs under the Finance Commission PM Abhim. That's another place. I think whenever we are thinking of smart health and wellness centers, you have to link them with the existing LMIS, which is now being created in addition in conjunction with the IDSP, subsuming that IDSP, and also working together of all the so-called testing. At district level, the TB lab was separate, HIV lab was separate, COVID led to another kind of RT-PCR labs, district lab was separate. Now all these are now being brought under one roof, and integrated district public health lab. At block level, there will be block public health unit, combining all the functions of public health, and also the surveillance part is now being initiated from the ground below. So coming back to PIP process, the states have a district plans, which then are coalesced at the state level. Then states send those plans to us. There's a review process, internal review process. Then we have meetings with the state teams in physical mode here in Delhi. And there's an NPCC which is chaired by AS and MD NHM, and that finally decides in a very collaborative manner about the funding under each head. And until last year, till 2021, we were looking more at inputs and that if the training has to be done, that how many will be trained and who will be trained, where will they be trained. Now from 22 onwards, we are not looking at how many, we are looking at, okay, that what will be the outcome? What are the knowledge and skills will be gained by how many people? What will be their contribution finally to the health system? That's the kind of, it's an output and outcome oriented PIP process which is there. It lead to dividends over a period of time, I think. And we did a 2-year PIP, where states don't have to come back to us again every year for the funding, but yes, with midterm reviews. So we have an excellent review panel, review system, as mentioned by Karan, that Dr. Bulbul will share with you one of the evaluation. That's one process where NHSRC was a technical partner, 18 states, we did an evaluation study. Another health and wellness center evaluation, we are in the process right now from NHSRC. And Niti Aayog has also discussed with us. They're also coming up with their tools for evaluation. And of course, we have regular supportive supervision visits, where we include development partners along with us, and state level, district level, block level, even the sub-center level, and the community. We started reaching community in all of our evaluations, whether informal or formal or third party or in-house evaluation, to get the actual picture on ground. I think I'll stop here.
It sounds like great progress, and thank you for the very full update. And again, feels extremely comprehensive in the way you're planning it out. Also, great to hear that funding is not an issue, which I think is a big concern for a lot of people, and the move to outcomes tracking. But Dr. Bulbul, if I can just, Dr. Sood, just turn to you. You've done this pretty authoritative and very, very impressive report that you published. Please help us, if you can bring to life some of the key findings and some of the gaps that you found.
Thank you very much. First, the organizers for giving me this opportunity to here with such a distinguished panel and talk about things which is happening under the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, and what are some of the solutions that we can all do together to have better health for millions of women and children and families in the country. Before I go on to some of the challenges which were found and the assessment which Dr. Kotwal also mentioned, as you know, that's the program was launched only in April 2018, and very quickly, and with the ambitious target of reaching 150,000 health and wellness centers converted by December of this year. And the formative research was carried out in 2020 to enable better understanding of what was happening, challenges, and how the program was being implemented on ground. And it was more to look at the processes and the input, and also then look at what could be further done to strengthen the program implementation as we move forward. We were also looking at how the expanded packages were being rolled out, and the first one which was rolled out was the non-communicable disease. And as you heard, we were primarily in the earlier stage of sub-center were mostly looking at RMNCH and a bit of adolescent health. But in the new packages, they had added the geriatric care and palliative care and eye and ENT and mental health and all those packages. So it was also to understand that what were some of the challenges which were being seen at the implementation stage, and how one could make the mid-course correction also. When we looked at, I would start with also some of the positive findings which we observed, was that the implementation of Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center scheme was on track on most of the states, and there was a real roadmap which was there to see that by December 2022 we could achieve the targets. Also, there was improvement in the equity and access of the care in the existing, despite the existing constraints in terms of poor availability of the health centers. There was also effective communication was noticed from the district to the PSC and sub-centers, and definitely there was a better client satisfaction with the service provided in the centers which were converted into health and wellness centers compared to the non-health and wellness centers. And the 4 parameters which we looked at was in the treatment, in the availability of medicines, in the diagnostics and cleanliness. Now, some of the critical gaps which were identified was, one, that most of the states failed to ensure full complementary staff which is required at the health and wellness centers. And the key deficiencies were found in the second health and second worker, which is supposed to be the ANM. And at the PSC level, it was mostly that the staff nurses were not present, or we also found that there was deficiency of pharmacists. The other deficiency which was noticed was that the community health officers, and this was a new cadre, where in most of the places there were BSc nursing or Ayush doctors who had gone through 6 months of training. So they were better to manage the clinical protocols and treatment, but when it came to the management, and they had to be the leader of a team of ANMs and ASHAs and community-based workers. So that management was a weak link, and we, in fact, based on this observation, Japaigo started a program with IHMR where now the community health officers are going through a management training, which has been found to be very useful. Other critical gaps which we found was the regular availability of the drugs and diagnostics. And, so for example, the pharmacists were hired on contractual basis and they were frequently changed, or the poor forecasting of the medicine demand which was being made by the, staff members. And I think that these are the areas where I feel that a very good public-private partnership can be ensured. That how do you ensure that some of these things can be taken care of? While there were few hub-and-spoke models for diagnostics available at that time, I think now is an opportunity, and especially post-COVID, we have seen, and during COVID, that hub-and-spoke models have become very successful. So I see that that's another opportunity that we have with the private sector to, work on hub-and-spoke model, which can be sustained also. The other observation was that the IT system, of course, was working and they had just started. But at that point in time, in 2020, for example, teleconsultation, there were some challenges, and there were malfunctioning, lack of training for the use, and some of those related issues were there. Also, there were multiple applications, and in fact, there was one meeting where we were talking about, and Dr. Kotwal was also present, that everybody comes up with different, apps and data entry, and then how can we integrate, all, so that, at the peripheral level, the healthcare worker life becomes easier and not too complicated. Some of the places, of course, because of floods and other things, there was challenges in organizing the program. And some of the wellness component that, Dr. Kotwal talked about, things like yoga classes or Zumba classes or holding, some health promotional activities, there was lack of space in the sub-center. But I must say that, this evaluation that I'm talking about was in 2020. If you go today, there is definitely much more improvement, and state after state have been, ensuring that the new health and wellness centers which are constructed have the space for holding some of these facilities, activities. And in some states, I personally, when I visited, I've seen that the PRIs, the community people, are really actively participating and, coming up with using their funds to either, develop a community kitchen, for example, or have space where yoga classes and other things could be conducted. Thank
Great. Dr. Lal, what has been your experience from Uttarakhand when we talk about, given the 10 health and wellness centers you've collaborated with? I think it could be maybe useful to take 2 minutes just to explain what you're doing in Uttarakhand.
So I think I'll go there because I have brought a few slides. And may I have the first slide, please?
I think Tansi can put it on.
So the philanthropic initiative, we had to try out these untested waters where the private people are going for the first time in collaboration. And this is a reverse PPP. I must emphasize this, that we are not there to, earn any money from the state government, but we are in the giving mode. So that is very important for everybody to understand. So this philanthropic initiative of ALVL or Arvind Lal Vandana Lal Foundation started the Smart HWCs project with the genesis that the scale required to provide primary health to 1.3 billion people across country can be achieved only by working with the government. Hence, we decided to channelize our efforts and resources towards supplementing the government's ongoing efforts, in the HWCs. Second slide, please. So we are working with the government in Uttarakhand for over 1.5 years now. And to work effectively with the government, we have signed 2 MOUs to partner and develop 10 smart HWCs in the Almora district of Almora of Uttarakhand. Simply put, smart HWCs are enhanced HWCs where technology and innovative solutions are used to enable HWCs to provide the full range of services listed in its scope. The model utilizes the existing government infrastructure, manpower and other resources allocated for the HWCs by the government, and the foundation implements targeted interventions to bridge the existing gaps, if any. These smart HWCs will act as demonstration models for replication across other districts and states. I would like to share some of the key challenges which we came across. May I have the slide? Next slide, please. Slide 3. So first was manpower. As Dr. Bulbul has also, told you, we noticed that up to about 50% of human resource positions at HWCs were still vacant. Shortages are more prominent at PHC HWC level, and the existing staff is overburdened with the already existing multiple programs under the NHM. The next is funding. Though on the face of it, as you've heard very adequately from Dr. Kotwal, General Kotwal, adequate funding is available now. But there are inordinate delays in disbursement of funds to the district authorities, and very little flexibility is provided at the district and HWC level to utilize these funds as per ground level needs. And the third is the services. The scope of HWCs included an expanded range of 12 services, which you've heard about. But on the ground, all the added services like mental health, eye, ENT, oral care, etc., were not present. Next slide, please. The next part is lab diagnostics. Only basic rapid diagnostic card tests or point of care tests were being done. Labs were partially operational in only 2 out of 10 HWCs, performing less than 20 out of the 63 tests listed in the National Essential Diagnostics List or NEDL. No structured referral system existed for advanced diagnostic tests that were to be performed at the district hospital lab.
The next is digital and IT services. Though several digital health solutions are being introduced at the national level, on-ground inadequate physical IT infrastructure and non-availability of high-speed broadband internet undermines the digital health mission. And the referral services now are non-existent for non-emergency cases. Only GP-level services are available at HWCs. Absence of proper referral mechanism for specialist care results in delayed treatment and poor treatment outcomes. Next slide, please. After a detailed assessment and discussion with state, district, and HWC health officials, 5 priority areas were identified where ALBL Foundation could contribute to uplift the existing HWCs to smart HWCs. The first one was provision of essential diagnostic services in line with the National Essential Diagnostics List published by the ICMR in 2019. And this was given to them by the WHO, by the way. Number 2, strengthening referral services via telemedicine for specialist consultation in 3 specialties: pediatrics, gynecology, and orthopedics. The next is developing community-driven health and wellness model to engage more actively with the community through the existing community health workers. And the fourth was capacity building of healthcare workforce on the new services being added in Smart HWC. For example, sample collection and phlebotomy services for diagnostics, using point-of-care devices, screening for NCDs, facilitating teleconsultations, and maintaining digital records. The fifth one is leveraging digital health technologies to make quality primary health services more efficient, accessible, and affordable. Next slide, please. The outcome of these interventions are already visible in the form of increase in overall utilization of these smart HWCs, increased number of people seeking health services other than maternal and child health services, expansion of service availability including specialist care. More than 20,000 tests were performed in the very first year, and mind you, it was a COVID year, nearly a 3-fold increase over the previous year, and reduction in individual out-of-pocket expenditure to the tune of 450 rupees per patient for diagnostics and 700 rupees per patient for specialist consultation. And last but not the least, enhanced motivation and confidence amongst the HWC staff and community health workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. I think Dr. Bulbul and you both called out multiple challenges here. Maybe Himanshu, with your rich experience of 15 years, on primary care on the ground from the private sector, maybe you can offer us some solutions. Lots of the points brought out was skilling, was management, was drugs, diagnostics, and would love to hear any solution themes and what can the private sector do here. And just to build on that, the other point that's coming out very loud and clear is about how do we think about IT. So your thoughts on, how should we be approaching the IT backbone? It's a pretty complex topic, but would love your thoughts.
Thanks, Karan, for that, and thanks, FICCI, for having us here. A lot has been said already on the panel in terms of how the Health and Wellness Center architecture overall has been working in the country, and how different pieces are coming together in one way or the other. The work that Dr. Lal has been doing in Uttarakhand has been very impressive in showcasing really that how health and wellness centers can work on the ground, can bring out results, whether it's in the improvement of provision of services or bringing down the out-of-pocket expenditure that the poor have to make. Having said all that, we have been working as IP Global in this space for close to 1.5 decades now. And we have always taken the approach of looking at primary healthcare from different levels and different lenses. If we look at it, and Dr. Kotwal also mentioned about it, the entire planning and the implementation process that the state follows. So the first and the key player is at the state level. Well, the national level has put in the NHM framework, but ultimately health being a state subject and primary healthcare being a state responsibility, at the state level one has to kind of first look at that what's the capacity and whether the skill sets are available and attuned to provide primary healthcare in a comprehensive manner that we intend to provide. So our work has always focused on that how we can build the capacities or work closely with the state governments to enable proper planning at that level. The second point comes the facility. Now, with the Health and Wellness Center program under Ayushman Bharat, 1,50,000 facilities are being planned. We have already reached close to 1,20,000, but just creating the infrastructure is not enough. Bulbul mentioned that around 15% are fully functional right now. Maybe the number has increased a bit more. But what is required now to make them functional further? And what we feel here is that this is the particular piece where the private sector can come in a very, very collaborative manner. What is required at the Health and Wellness Center HWC level is that you have the infrastructure in place, but you may or may not have the HR in place depending upon the state you are in. Or even if you have the HR, they may not have the right capacities and skill sets available with them or not. So how can private sector collaborate there? One is the way that Dr. Lal mentioned, come in as a gap filler, build in those capacities at those levels. But more so, can we use technology in ways that can enable the workforce to perform better? And we have been kind of trying to do bits and pieces in different states under this in forms of like, can we make decision support systems which are based on the past experience? You have AI-based decision support systems also available globally now. Can those be made available at the Health and Wellness Center level so that with limited capacities also the workforce there is able to provide the basic services? Similarly, can technology be used for different things like Dr. Bulbul mentioned about supply chain? It's a very, very basic thing, but if medicines are not available, then what are you going to do at the Health and Wellness Center? So can the private sector be engaged in a collaborative manner to fill that gap? And there are many examples from the country itself, from different parts where technology has been used very effectively. I will just take a few examples. In one of our programs supported by USAID, we brought the pulse oximeters. Now everybody today knows pulse oximeters because of COVID, but I'm talking 5 years back when pulse oximeters were not very well known even at the health center levels. Now the idea was that if a pulse oximeter can measure your respiratory rate also, and for a child, can that be used for pneumonia management? And pneumonia management remains a big pain point at the primary healthcare level because it leads to a lot of misdiagnosis, a lot of antibiotic use which is not required, and the results are also kind of lead to a lot of mortality as well. So we brought in this device which enables any health worker to quickly measure the SpO2 levels as well as the respiratory rates of a child, and with the built-in predictive analysis tell whether the child has symptoms of pneumonia or not. And that pilot was very, very successful and then scaled up in 6 states. Now those kind of technologies can be easily replicated across the country. Similarly, there are many other examples that are there now. AI-based cough pattern focused algorithms have come in which can tell you a lot about your respiratory disorders, be it COVID, be it TB and all. Now these are screening tools. Now if these are available at health and wellness centers, it can enable proper screening and help in better and comprehensive primary health care. So that's where private sector can come in very, very effectively. And the third level is, and which I think we often miss, is the community level. And because ultimately, unless the community has the right health-seeking behavior today, in today's scenario, in most of the across the country, you only go to a doctor when you fell ill. You never go for preventive healthcare checkups and all. And with the kind of burden we are seeing for NCDs rising in the country, it's going to be a big problem going ahead. So unless we are working with the communities to build the health-seeking behavior and that to preventive health-seeking behavior, it's going to be a challenge. And that's again where I think a lot of role can be played by the private sector, whether it's through their corporate CSR funding or other modes to enable. So broadly from our work, we feel that if at the state level, we can build on the innovation capacity and the management capacity of the state. At the facility level, we can bring in technology innovations to kind of enable the health workforce better. And at the community level, if we can build the health-seeking behavior, then possibly we can kind of see health and wellness centers becoming really, really smart. To Karan, your question in terms of the technology backbone see, it's an evolving space. if you were to ask us maybe 10 years back, the penetration of mobile phones or internet availability was very, very poor. Today we are talking about 5G being rolled in the country. So I think it's more about time, and with time those things will come in. But till that happens, we have to kind of work with whatever constraints we have right now, and make best use of the technology infrastructure to kind of move forward, and not make that as a challenge that okay, because we don't have full technology penetration or full IT bandwidth across the country, we cannot do it. Wherever it is, let's do it there. And by the time it becomes a success there, we will have better penetration in other places as well.
Aren't you very encouraging to hear about all the different experiments, innovations you talked about? Is there enough happening on the scaling part also? Because if this is happening on the innovative side, how do we take it to the 150?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. Another program that I happen to lead also, it's called Samrit Healthcare Blended Finance Facility. It's supported by USAID, and it's one of a kind partnership which brings together stakeholders at different levels, starting from National Health Authority to Niti Aayog to Atal Innovation Mission to a number of incubators across the country. And the focus of this facility per se is to scale up innovation. And we have seen that within the country, there are today possibly 7,000 plus healthcare enterprises innovating at different levels. But when it comes to scaling up those, they face a lot of challenges from 2 points. One is access to the markets, understanding of the market, because typically these innovators are coming from a technology background and all may not understand the market dynamics that well. So that's one piece. And second piece is affordable capital being available to them. And these are the two challenges that Samrid has been trying to work with over the last now 2 years, close to 2 years. And in this period, what we have seen is that we have kind of supported around 35 innovations, putting in roughly around, I would say, $10 million of grant capital, leveraging $100 million of commercial capital, and having a reach of around 25 million people. Now that is what if you plug in those two gaps of market access and of affordable capital, the private sector has the capability to reach to scale, along with the government, of course, because many of these solutions ultimately use government platforms to scale up their innovations. So scaling up is possible. The ingredients are there. It's just that how we bring or we combine or we bring the different partners together to work in that direction. And yeah,
makes a lot of sense. Dr. Kotwal, your thoughts on you've heard Dr. Lal on smart, his definition of smart health wellness centers, the role of technologies. What is the perspective from the government, and what can you do to enable this?
Actually, my team had gone to Almora to evaluate this, and with the due apologies, I would like to highlight few of the challenges which still exist. But before that, I think we must commend the ALVL Foundation for thinking about this and now trying to upscale also in UP as it is you have, and you have an excellent advisor also with you. What we found was that same. I would just like to digress a little bit that the PPP, NRHM was the one which first time formalized PPPs in the healthcare. But over the years, we have seen what I was discussing with you over lunch also. The outcomes of these PPPs have been mixed because of various challenges in the MOUs, the power equations, and also the information asymmetry, the lack of clarity of the roles of, again from the government as well as the private player, the ability of sharing the risks as well as the profits, and also the sustainability when we come to CSR funds and the changing requirements of the funders, and also the public health managers whom they employ. What are their viewpoints which may keep on changing again and again. I'm highlighting this all because when we have to move forward and moving forward, the only way is to work together. None of us, the government or the private, can work in isolation, and without working together, we can't achieve the universal health coverage which we are talking of. So when we look at PPP models, yours of course is beyond CSR actually. It's gratis without any kind of this thing. So but I'll come to that. So in PPP, I think we need to look at all our the MOUs. We have to revisit those. and clearly define the roles and responsibilities of each and every individual, the funding mechanisms, the monitoring and evaluation systems, the actions to be taken at and the various conditionalities also, and action to be taken in case of events. So that kind of modeling has to be done. Look into MOU. So none of the parties withdraws from the from during the process as such, where we have seen. We have seen in past PHCs we run by the private players, and suddenly one find that the building was totally abandoned. All the HR and all the equipment was totally removed. It has happened, and we've got the documentary evidence also for that. So we need to look at that. But anyway, I won't go into details of that. How we can strengthen further. I think we all are aware of that. But I think, sir, in the smart HWC, I just have one point that one important point first, that these are part of the guidelines as such, the CPHC framework, and also the Free Drugs and Diagnostic Initiative, and also the e-Sanjeevani, which is there now. So labeling something which is already existing there in the framework, I think needs to be again discussed, deliberated upon. Secondly, we discussed with states now with the funding available. All the low cost and high volume tests have to be done by in-house capacities. It's the low volume and high cost tests which should be done by the private players, definitely. Why should state be spending on CT and MRI machines up to the CHC or district hospital level? Why not the private players in that? And similarly, the number of tests, like 13 at the subcenter level and 63 at the 14 at subcenter level, 63 at the PHC level. Those are, and out of 14 at CH subcenter are all point of care tests, have to be done in-house. And out of 63, 29 are point of care tests at PHC level, again in-house. Similarly, at CHC and PHC level, the number of tests have already been identified, the funding is being provided. And what Dr. Bulbul also mentioned, the hub and spoke model. So it has a combination of in-house, the hub and spoke within the public health system, hub and spoke with the private players, depending on the type of the test and the volumes and the cost available for the initial equipment and the HR and the level of training of HR which is required. But again, when we come to district public health lab, for which funding is being given to states, and any of you who would like to visit must visit Raipur and Chhattisgarh and see that their district public health lab over there, and see the block public health unit 150 kilometers away, and see what all functions are available there. So that's the kind of funding which is there. It's just that I think where we need the private, everyone who needs to work with the government, is number one, the capacity building of the healthcare workers. That's number one. That I think in your project also, sir, some more effort towards that. It will definitely lead to dividends, because our team realized I couldn't go. 2 consultants from my team had gone. And I would just like to, highlight here, which I think, Karan, you mentioned in your initial statement, which slipped my mind. I have 8 divisions in NHSRC. So I have Public Health Administration Division, Community Process and Comprehensive Primary Healthcare Division, Human Resource for Health and Healthcare Integrated Planning Division, Knowledge Management Division looking at implementation research and knowledge management, Healthcare Financing Division, Healthcare Technology, and Quality and Patient Safety. And I have a branch in Guwahati, RRCNE. So I sent consultants from 2 divisions, knowledge management and comprehensive and community processes. So they one is this capacity building. The other is, sir, that whatever tests are under FDSI should be done by state. Thirdly, sir, the software which is being used by you. Of course, when you went in, there was nothing there. But now it is. I think if you could work with state. And there we are also ready to partner with the state, with you, and work with the state on that, to ensure that this becomes part of the LMIS, because currently the data is with you of the tests and all. So that data has to become part of the LMIS, which is now coming up as part of the PM Abhim District Public Health Lab, integrated with the IDSP. And again there were challenges, of course, because of hilly terrain in the transport of sample, the turnaround time. So those, of course, I think as it evolves further, will further improve. But again, very heartening to see that at the time when nothing was there, these things were put. But now my sitting where I am, and of course, and the looking at the funding which is available to state, if you all could help the state in spending that money efficiently and effectively where it is required, that I think would be a great help. Because we had recently concluded 6 workshops with the states, regional workshops all over the country. The main challenge is in the technical, which they already have, but they need someone to sit with them to prepare the DPRs, to ensure that supply chain management is another issue, where I think, sir, again, your team, instead of not only this, work with state for supply chain management, and all the private players already have an excellent supply chain management knowledge of their systems. So that's another weak area of the states where we could work with them to improve and ensure that these drugs and diagnostics are available at the point. And as Dr. Lal also shared, that the glucometer might be there, the strips are not there. So to make sure that the forecasting is done and the strips are also available of the same brand of which the glucometer is. So that, I think, that is where we all need to work together with the states and ensure that this funding is and then only we'll be able to make all of the HWCs as smart. Not only only looking at diagnostics and teleconsultations, but also this. And teleconsultations, sir, again, this thing is that it's time we all adopt e-Sanjeevani. We are giving now targets all to states, though I have a personal opinion about the targets, but I think sometimes we have to go in a mission mode to ensure something on ground. So it's currently we have asked them to do at least 1 teleconsultation per day at each health and wellness center sub-center and 2 at the PHC level. But now in a mission mode for next 2 months we are going 4 minimum per day at sub-center level and 5 at PHC level. And of course we have said that it will not be we will be doing an audit mechanism also. We will see that of course it is done only for those who need. And at sub-center level teleconsultation is required because the dispensing of drug by CHO is by prescription by the PHCMO only. So there's the e-Sanjeevani HWC. So how to use it and how to strengthen it further, there also I think if your team and other teams also could work on that, how to make sure that when equipment is already there, the healthcare workers use it properly. We already have an NCD app, and the NCD as such we are doing 5 screenings: hypertension, diabetes, and 3 common cancers: oral, cervical, and breast. So their continuum of care is another area where we can collaborate, all of us, because we are doing a large number of screening. Crores of screenings have been done. Yield, of course, is lesser because we are not going with the pre-test probability. We are saying everyone above 30. Gradually, as the system matures, we will talk of those issues and bring in the scientific terminologies and also look at who all to be screened. Currently, the CBAC form which is there, it is not actually a screening tool. It's just an enrollment tool right now. We will gradually make it into a screening tool so that we screen those who actually the post-test probability increase and positive predictive value of the test also increases. But then right now, whomsoever is being treated and labeled positive, whether falsely or in reality, their referral is being done, but then again the treatment where it is there and their referral back and closing the continuum of care loop, that is where I think we all need to work together, and that's where technology also, to leverage technology and more ideas are welcome in this, and I think we can work to strengthen this initiative, because this kind of funding, if we are unable to utilize it, I think it will be difficult to get this quantum if we don't strengthen our capabilities in-house and ensure that this kind of comprehensive primary health care is available with assured linkages to secondary and tertiary care. Thank you.
Lal, you want to respond or not?
Yeah, so no, thank you, General Kotwal. So it's actually a boon for people like us to have discovered a person like you and ma'am, in this kind of a environment. And out there we found ourselves to be pretty, you use the word lost, but it was the first time that people like us had gone into the interiors of, say, Uttarakhand, and that too in Almora. But anyway, I think, as they say, well begun is half done, and we promise that whatever we can be of help to you, we shall certainly, you are assured of that. And it also helps that General Kotwal and there now Dr. Alok Ahuja, who's also sitting here, they're from my college. They're my juniors. They're 10, 12 years juniors, but that is what is going to make the difference. Anyway, so under the FICCI Swasth Bharat Task Force this year, we decided to take a step further and partner with state governments to work at the grassroots levels and uplift existing HWCs as demonstration models. Again, our smart HWCs is only used for the simple reason that cities have become smart cities because something went into them. So HWCs which were existing, and God bless the government for that, our endeavor is that when we work together, we can turn or prefix the word smart. Nothing else is
attribute to that. So two states have been selected, again UP and Chhattisgarh, both of which are high focus states in terms of health. So the model to be followed is similar to what we have done in Uttarakhand. What makes it unique this time is that for the first time in history, and this you must understand, in the first time in the history of the Indian healthcare, the private sector has come together. Together means FICCI, Nat Health, OMAG, to work with the government on these HWCs, and more than 300 plus organizations who are members of FICCI, Nat Health and OMAG are committed to this thing. So let's give them a big hand. So this is the kind of, things which we can bring on the table. So the second is the dialogue has already started with both the states, and in principle they have agreed to implement the project. In UP, you would be happy to know that 30 HWCs across 3 districts, that is Lucknow, Gorakhpur and Varanasi, have been recommended by the State Health Ministry. An initial exercise for gap analysis and assessment of scope of upgradation has been concluded in these 3 districts, and we are expecting to sign the MOU. And now this time we will, keep you on board so that you tell us the nuances that this has to be written and this has not to be written in the next few weeks. Similarly, in Chhattisgarh, we shall be signing an MOU for 10 HWCs soon. If in these 40 smart HWCs, the private health sector partners will showcase innovative solutions to bridge the gaps and tackle the challenges faced in primary healthcare. We at no point wanted to take something out of our bucket in the private sector like lab information management system, but they was done available locally. And similarly, tomorrow you will come into a problem with the electronic health records, etc., etc. So we need to use the government facilities, and for this e-Sanjeevani, we are waiting to start it in our sector there. So in this project, the government is not expected to reimburse or pay the health sector partners for their contribution, which is usually the case in PPPs. Again, I would like to re-emphasize this. We are not, PPP automatically means that the private sector wants to make some money from the government. In this case, it is a reverse PPP. We'd like to help the government out into something which has never been attempted or done before and which is grossly lacking. So in fact, the private partners will pool in their CSR and philanthropic funds to bridge the gaps. And here also, Jan Kotwal, I'd like to mention that the CSR rules need to be slightly tweaked. Because Dr. V.K. Paul has told us many times that you bring me the proposal and we will recommend to the government to change certain rules. So this will go through the corporate Ministry of Corporate Affairs, where the CSR rules can be made more, patient-friendly. Out here, we can do this and we cannot do that, that kind of a thing. And these smart HWCs will feature seamless teleconsultations for GPs and specialists. I think you are all on board that telemedicine is the future for India as far as medicine is concerned. A hub-and-spoke diagnostics model with a digital backbone, digitally enabled dispensary, electronic health records, which we mentioned, continuous training in the primary of healthcare professionals and community health workers, and strong linkages with the community. The government has already earmarked funds, infrastructure, and physical and human resources for these HWCs. I must emphasize this again. It's all there. But on practically speaking, there are gaps. The project is planned in a manner where the private health sector will only come in as partners to help these convert into the smart HWCs and deliver comprehensive primary health care. Thus, these demonstration models of these HWCs can be used as templates for all future collaborations, and hence the project will become replicable and scalable in any part of the country. Of course, every state has its own challenges and something new, but then a template can be adapted. Therefore, today I take this opportunity of inviting all my colleagues who have assembled here from the private healthcare sector to join forces and participate in this path-breaking project to give a fillip to comprehensive primary healthcare in our country. Thank you very much.
That was like a closing, so I'm not sure I need to say.
No, you have to.
Yes, please. Do we have, how much time do we have for Q&A? None.
Yeah.
So please do come in.
Yeah. Can I? Hello. So Dr. Kotwal, it was, model. They went where they've done a lot of things. and their laudable efforts. And they were interested that we should come only as a IAPSM. I said Organized Medicine Academic Guild is a combination in professionals. Because we have increased the number of task forces, we need an ophthalmologist, an ENT, we need a person with the medicine background, emergency medicine, because we are dealing with non-communicable also. So that's where OMAC came into picture. And by virtue of being President IAPSM, it's a presidential model on which OMAC works. So that's how I said that, you partner with OMAC. And now the chair, earlier was Randeep Guleria, and now is the Executive Director of AIIMS Nagpur. But only thing what is very important is that we need to kind of support this initiative so that it becomes a kind of a model. And in this model it was little different. I said when we approach them, we need to do the gap analysis. So we involved 3 medical colleges, which was from AIIMS Gorakhpur. We involved also BHU in Varanasi and also KGMU. And let me tell you, the byproduct of this was medical colleges are even not aware of the whole thing. When they did the gap analysis of these 2, they said, and they personally called me up, that it was a very good exercise and a learning this thing for them. And subsequently in future, they're going to take over. Each medical college is supposed to visit also. I think somewhere we need to scale up the best practices also, and we need to complement this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Quick one. No, thank you. I'll just take this opportunity to mention why I brought out those issues need to be strengthened is because when I already mentioned, you must commend the foundation for doing this, to going to an area and doing something which is no one has thought of. As sitting in my position, it is just that whatever good is being done, we must look at it critically to strengthen it further, so that there is sustainability of that, and we gain more from that. Yeah. That was the aim of bringing it out. Thank you,
ma'am. Be pretty quick, please. I'm getting a lot of glares.
Thank
Daniel,
you so
I'll come
much.
to you next.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Seema Gupta. I come from the other side. I work with a not-for-profit organization called Center for Knowledge and Development, and we have been incubated by IP Global. So we do leverage a lot of experience, however, with a very community-focused, forward-thinking lens. So thank you, Karan, because you did mention about partnerships with not-for-profit organizations. And what I want to bring in over here is that in this entire model, the whole sort of community-seeking behaviors which Himanshu talked about community ownership of a particular, even something like a health and wellness center, the success really lies in how well it's being utilized by the communities, especially focusing on the vulnerable populations, which is the women and children. And here I would like to just mention one of the things that we did at our end, which was that we tried something in Angul district in Orissa with the government, with the collector, with the wellness centers on a very small thing like an HP testing. So, we know that we are grappling with really bad nutritional outcomes in this country. The NFHS 5 has pointed out that the nutrition status is going down, especially for women and girls in tribal areas. So a non-invasive HP testing equipment, which worked really well. And of course, with the capacity building and training of the healthcare professionals and the workers over there. And this was piloted, however, again, because of lack of resources, because lack of private partners coming in, these kind of pilot models really sort of go down. So I want to bring in here that there is a very important role that the philanthropies and the not-for-profit organizations can play in community mobilization, also scaling up and innovating on such models. So do please look at not-for-profit organizations when you innovate on the ground.
We need to look at the entire ecosystem. So it's a great point.
Yeah. So thank
Dr.
you.
Mahajan, the very last point, and then we'll close.
This is regarding to have everything that we do. Himanshu said that probably let's go ahead and do what little we can in bits and pieces and it'll come together. Actually, that doesn't happen. We will have to build, like you have eSanjeevani, and Dr. Lal said probably we need to migrate onto that. I think both the private as well as the public sector would ultimately need to be on one platform, whether made by the government or by the private sector. And it can be done. CoWIN is the most recent example, and it has worked seamlessly. coming from a radiology background, having been used to digital for nearly 3 decades, we realized that, every picture archival system where we store our images or the HIS, RIS systems, they're also diverse. Bringing them together never happens. So I think the line taken by NHRC is the correct one, that we need to have one system, and just as we leapfrogged, in telephony, similarly, I think this is a unique time when we can leapfrog in digital health as well.
I think it's very well said. We need a common backbone and clearly the interoperable standards, etc. Let me close. I just want to start by thanking Ms. Roli Singh. I want to thank the panelists. It's been extremely educational, very impressive to see all the progress that is happening, and I think I walk away extremely confident then that the intentions are here, try and change the system. It's been very, very positive, and I think it's great to hear about all the innovations, Dr. Bulbul, Himanshu, that you've talked about. Dr. Lal, what you've done on the ground is very aspirational, very impressive. Please continue, and it's great to see us take it to the next, to UP now. So lots of good work. Clearly, the point made earlier, this is a need for the private sector to come in, and the private sector, both in terms of PPP, CSR, NGOs, social enterprises, everyone needs to come together to try and transform the system. But it's extremely encouraging. I hope everyone walks away quite positive. And again, I would end by saying we need a mission mode approach here to really make a difference and really think transformatively. But thank you for joining. We are way over time, so apologies for that.
Thank you to all the esteemed panelists. I request you to please stand for a vote. Thank you, everyone. And we're sorry we're running out of time, so we will just cancel the tea break for now. We can have tea after the session. The next in our plenary session 1 is the evolving landscape of diagnostics, a glance into the future. So I would request all the panelists of this session to kindly come closer to the dais. We'll just make some dais arrangements here, and we'll start with the next session, please. Kant Sharma, Mr. Daniel Mason, Mr. Ame Faldesi, Mr. Hasmukh Rawal, and Mr. Suresh Sharma to kindly join us on the dais for the first panel of the diagnostic session, please. Requesting Dr. Harsh Mahajan, the co-chair of FICCI Health Services Committee and founder and chief radiologist of Mahajan Imaging, to kindly initiate the session, please.
Thank you very much. Sorry for, not letting you have tea and coffee. This was a decision which Shilpa has made, not mine. But I think we are in for an active session where not only those on the stage, on the dais, but even all of you are welcome to jump in. Just raise your hand. We'll come to you. And this is diagnostics and the evolving landscape of diagnostics. And what we'll attempt is to try to look into the future. Diagnostics, as you know, is where healthcare begins. And today, in the era of evidence-based medicine, it's not like the past, where, someone would feel your pulse, look at your tongue, and make a diagnosis, give you, medicine in colored bottles, which you trusted, you went home, and much of the time you got well. But still, considering that at independence, our life expectancy was below 36 years, and today we are at 70 years, so something has happened which was right. And a major part of the credit, I think, goes to diagnostics. Of course, to therapeutics, medicine, but we are entering, and we'll hear, the era of, genomics, of integrated diagnostics, of fantastic medtech companies, which we saw during the pandemic, did so very, very well. Rose to the occasion, as did the diagnostic providers. From a few hundred tests, RT-PCR tests for COVID that this country was capable of, today we can do more than 2.5 million a day. And that's saying something. RT-PCR kits, which were not manufactured in the country, today we are exporting them. So there was a lot of resilience, which the health tech sector in this country showed. And so absolutely appropriate that, they are the ones who will give us a peek into the future. What we've done in this session, which was a 2-hour session, now 1.5 hours, is that we've divided into 2 parts. We will have the medtech providers, medtech, the manufacturers speak first for the first half, and then we'll have the providers, the labs, the diagnostic centers come in. To set the ball rolling, I have the very eminent Dr. Ravikant Sharma, who's the Deputy Drugs Controller of India in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to set the ball rolling. It's ultimately his department that gives the permissions for any drug, any medical equipment, any of these reagents to be used for diagnostics. So, without much ado, may I request Dr. Ravikant Sharma to address us and tell us about his thoughts of the present, how the landscape is evolving, and what is his glance into the future. Please, sir.
Delegates at the dais, distinguished guests, representatives from the private companies, colleagues from the government sector, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank FICCI for inviting CDSU representative to talk about this wonderful topic, this evolving landscape of the diagnostics, a glance into the future. That is a very well selected and thoughtful subject which needs to be deliberated today's era. If you see the healthcare system, the Indian healthcare system is characterized by the disease burden. If you see the non-communicable diseases, the cardiovascular disease, the cancer, diabetes, and the pulmonary disease. 61% of deaths are attributed to the non-communicable diseases, 1 million cases of cancer detected every year, and India is the diabetes capital of the world. Now, how can we prevent such type of incidences? Until and unless we don't have the new technology, the new IVDs, the new diagnostic tools in place in our country. For faster diagnosis of such diseases and accuracy of results, we need to have advanced diagnostic equipment, in vitro diagnostic kits, and new innovative techniques such as point-of-care devices, imaging devices, artificial intelligence, biosensor-based diagnosis, nanotechnic-based devices. You know that currently we are dependent on import. 75% of the diagnostics and the high-tech care equipments are imported. Why we can't manufacture in India? That is a question of concern. The question arises why the market size of medical devices is only $11 billion. And out of $11 billion, $7 billion is for import and $4 billion for export. The export is very low. Why? We are exporting the drugs to more than 200 countries. Why can't we manufacture and export to the rest of the world? The question, if you think that the drugs we are regulating for the last so many years, but the problem is that medical devices is unregulated sector. Currently, we are regulating only 37 categories of medical devices. And there are more than 6,000 medical devices in market. To consider that view, the government of India has published the notification and they make out a roadmap that all the medical devices will be under regulation in phase-wise manner. Unlike drugs, the medical devices are classified into 4 categories: Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D. Class A and Class B are the lowest risk, and Class C and Class D are the highest risk. If we were importing the 37 categories of the medical devices during the COVID situation, like the oxygen concentrator, the pulse oximeter, these are unregulated items. Nobody knows how much quantity is imported. Nobody knows what is the safety concern. Nobody knows about the quality of the products. During the COVID, we suffered a lot, and COVID taught a lesson to us. During this COVID, we were not able to cater this COVID diagnostic kits to our population. But our manufacturers come forward with the help of the regulators. And now we are manufacturing all these products, not catering in Indian population, but we are exporting to other countries. So that is the caliber of our manufacturer. We have to support them to ease of doing business so that our export can increase. Briefly, I would like to touch 4 points during my talk. The first and foremost is the innovation. What I'm trying to say that medical devices and in vitro diagnostic kits, these are having a very short life cycle, not like drugs. If paracetamol was discovered 20 years back, now it is paracetamol. But in case of medical devices, ultrasound, you have the portable devices. as per the customer needs, the manufacturer has to manufacture. We have to support the startups. We have to create a regulatory framework, and what we have done. The Medical Device Rules 2017 have been drafted and published, and it is implemented from 1st of January 2018. So all the startups who have discovered the diagnostic kits or the tools, they should come forward and they should have an agreement, collaboration with the research institutions like IITs, DBTs, ICMR, and the public-private partnership, so that they can manufacture the new IVDs or new diagnostic tool as per the customer needs. So innovation is very, very important component. The second one is the regulation. As I told, the Class A and Class B, we have the federal system. Class A and Class Bs are looked after by the state licensing authority based on the conformity assessment by the notified bodies. Notified bodies are registered by CDSCO, and Class C and Class D are licensed based on the inspection by the medical device officers who are notified by the central government. We have very well drafted rules in place now. There is no overburden of the law, because the license is granted perpetual invalidity, and the timelines are defined in the law. So there should be ease of doing business, and our manufacturer or importer should not suffer. The third is the quality. The quality of the products, until and unless you don't have the laboratory in place. We have published in our website more than 30 laboratories where the IVDs can be tested. For critical diagnostic kits like HIV, HBsAg, and HCV, we have the national laboratories, that is National Institute of Biologicals, and these products can be tested at their laboratory to ensure the quality and to ensure the performance of the product. And the fourth one is the availability, the accessibility, and the affordability of the product. Because if a Nipah virus, this infection is in Kerala, then our product should be made available there, accessible there, and should be affordable. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I wish a great success of this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravikant, for showing us how cognizant your department is to the needs of the country, to the needs of our people, and also that there is a lot of focus on ease of doing business. Now, taking off from there, I would like to start with Mr. Hasmukh Rawal from my lab. And your company did wonderful work during COVID. I think yours was the first company which built an RT-PCR kit indigenously, which facilitated in the beginning, there was actually such a competition globally for getting the kits. And that's where you and other companies like yours came in. Can you tell us your story, and also what is your vision going forward? Where would you want to take your company, and where do you think others like you should go, and how you go about doing it?
Thank you very much, sir. And definitely the launch of product would not have been possible without very active regulators. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, sir, as well. Sir himself made sure that our plants are audited in time, our products are well tested in time with the right bodies, and when everything was right, they made sure that within a matter of a day, we get the license to make sure that the product comes. So that's a very active regulator in place, and we have not seen such a progressive and active regulators in place. Without that, companies like us would never be able to bring solutions to the world. So yes, COVID has given the opportunity to many of the manufacturers like us. Most of these capabilities inside India was invisible in daylight to most of the players in the world. And what COVID has taught is bringing everything to the world's sight. And this has not only given us, or manufacturers like us, a escape velocity to prove our cadre, but also most of the multinationals are now looking at companies like us to manufacture their products, not only at the R&D level, but also at the production and commercialization and regulatory documentation clearance level. So that's the strength, that's the opportunity what companies like us have received. Now, looking at what's next or what's the future, I think there are two areas where we are focusing. The first of the part is health outcome based diagnostic rather than diagnostic based health outcome. What do I mean by that is, most of the time the diagnostic solutions what we make, we expect that these are the tools on which the clinicians can take it forward and give the health outcome to the patient. But most of the time we miss what exactly this clinician might need. So what we are looking at as a doctor come or doctor first or patient first approach. What kind of details our doctors or patients would need to have to make sure that their treatment and medical care can happen in time. And always price is not the factor here. What we are closely seeing is there are many parameters they want to be multiplexed at a time rather than looking at one thing at a time. Most of the time it is access, availability of the report within shortest time, in terms of ease of use, digital interface, how they are reported, how they are presented, how quickly it is available to them, what kind of suggestions are made available. So it's not only building the technology but building a digital interface as well, making sure that they are available readily in a way the clinicians want it. So that's very critical aspect where we are focusing. Building point of care, decentralized solutions is very, very important, and I think we will be able to lead that as well for the country. The second aspect what we feel is projectizing the solutions or projectizing the product. Most of the time diagnostic companies make the product and expect that it will work on its own. What we think is if the solution really need to work, we have to work together with diagnostic leaders which are the experts in running the diagnostic tests. We have to work in conjunction with clinicians, hospitals, OPDs. We have to make sure that the government is getting the test done, the data reported in a way they want it. So we have to work together to really work the solution. A test like HPV just made by my lab will not make wonders until unless we make sure that it's not only not only able to do the test inside the lab, but we can go there, collect the sample effectively, do the processing at room temperature. Whatever the country needs, we have to think from country's angle and build a solution in-house. Company like us, and with the way the regulators have helped, with the way the clinical trials are fastened in the country like us, we are building platforms where many of the tests can be done very effectively. And what we think are two very, very important areas. If we solve that, it will make wonders. Number one, we have to remove the manual processing as much as possible. Even if there is a one step where you need expertise, that might cause multiple errors in the process when it is done multiple times. So remove the manual steps in the whole process, add automation to it, and remove manual interpretation as well. Add as much automation, as much interpretation where it is not subjective but it's more automation and machine learning driven is going to solve the problem. And luckily, if we are successful in a country like us, we can be successful anywhere else in the world, and not other way around, where we think that when the multinational bring the solution, it's not made for India, it's made for the world, and they're trying to sell that as it is. Most of the time you need those flexibility to build on the solution on the ground. And if we are able to be successful here by bringing the solution easily and decentralized way, we can be successful anywhere in the world. So that's a great opportunity for us, and we'll look forward in working with all of you together to make sure it works. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights, and also about telling us how you went about achieving what seemed impossible when COVID struck us. Now I have the good fortune of speaking to Mr. Daniel Maison, a dear friend, who's the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Philips India, not only responsible for healthcare, but the entire portfolio of Philips products. He's had a great experience in the field of healthcare in different geographies. He was here throughout with his family during the COVID pandemic, and actually went through it, helped so many of us in the radiology segment with tubes that needed to be changed overnight, and with the oxygen concentrators that Philips makes, and with so many other products. So he's an insider to India, as well as probably can look at it from outside. So Daniel, what are your opening thoughts, and what do you feel is happening in this country, and where do you think we should go, and where do you think we cannot?
Thank you so much, Dr. Maharsh. And I'm an insider, but not really, right? That's a little bit. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Thank you for the distinguished panelists for everything, and for all of you. It's a great opportunity to share. I think I've been here in India now for 5 years. I spent the past 20 years in healthcare, mainly running businesses in Latin America or in the U.S., and then the great fortune to be here in India for the last 5 years, including with the COVID. It's been an amazing experience. It's been touching, and we're very proud of the work we've done. I would say that when we look at especially 2021, I think 2020 was like let's learn a little bit. We all were learning how things were going to work, and our company, despite of being in the consumer space as well, we're mainly a health tech company. I don't know if some of you know, but Philips has become a health tech company in the last 10 years, diversifying, moving away from conglomerate in multiple industries to really focus in healthcare, and where we leverage the consumer aspect of healthcare along with the technical and clinical aspects with the diagnostic imaging and monitoring, etc. And what I saw happening in 2021 after we learned, because our success at the end of the day, it's entirely related to the success of our customers, right? Folks that we work with. We saw an amazing, it was a humanitarian crisis, which is extremely sad if you think about it. It's, probably one of the worst crises I've had to manage through my career because of the humanitarian part of it. But at the same time, we learned so much, and in Philips India and in the country itself, I'm very proud to say that I saw the fabric and what we are capable of as a country, as an organization, with the different individuals. And I think I will, build on, what was just said, because, oxygen concentrators, right? We didn't have those manufactured in India at the time, but in partnership with government officials, we were able to give you a sense, normally to clear customs would take, 3 to 4 days. It was taking 2 hours max, right? We did great partnerships with different airlines, and the entire manufacturing of the organization, our company, which had to be quadruple at the time, was going straight to India, and India only at that time, because the peak in 2021 was actually not the peak for many other countries. So we didn't have to fight a lot with other countries for the OCs, as an example. But we had monitors, we had ventilators, we had a series of other products. The X-ray tubes that the CAT scanners are required, which became a big diagnostic tool as well. So I said the following. I'll share with you what I a little bit said to our organization. Right, we're close to 10,000 employees, give it or take, and I saw an organization that moved faster than anything I've ever seen in any other part of the world during the COVID time. We wanted to continue that. I saw an organization that people trusting each other in their expertise and going along and moving on. In normal days, at least in our company, we kind of like to debate stuff a little too much. And I think when the water level started to rise, people really said, I need to trust you, we need to move fast, and we need to get the expertise. I saw an amazing resilience, and a huge heart and dedication that the organization put. But this is across the board. The partnerships, there was just really magic that was happening there, Dr. Harsh. So I would say, as I look into the future and what the lessons that, without getting into the specifics and how COVID has accelerated tremendously the digital space, right? Everything that we, at some point, before COVID, we talked about how to scale or how to get, certain applications or platforms to be used. We don't talk about that anymore. We're all talking about cybersecurity and really how we use data and the good use of data, right? So a lot of the discussions prior to COVID are no longer the same topics of today, and it's subtle. I mean, I drive around, you see signs from many companies that they are talking about, cybersecurity. Pay attention, you see. Many platforms now are just, they're talking about that, but not how they scale up or how they bring people on board. So a lot of things have changed for the good. And as I look into the future, and I just would add one thing to it, is that we believe that the best way to create affordability, to create, access, as we were discussing, availability of products, it has to do by leveraging technology, right? And especially when we look in our country here and we see what is available in the big tier 1 cities and metropolis versus tier 2, tier 3. And I heard the previous conversation panel, they were all talking about leverage technology and ensuring that you have the right type of technology in the right location for the right moment, which means also proactive healthcare, preventive type of healthcare, which is very important to start connecting the dots. And for us as an organization, I think connected care plays a huge role, and that's one area that we would like to continue investing in.
Thank you, Daniel. Just a quick follow-up question. Since Philips has in Bangalore a large R&D facility, I think more than 3,000 PhDs and engineers, how do you think they are going to play a role? They are already making a lot of software, a lot of new innovative stuff. Do you think they can help leverage the young startups, the small startups, as I know Philips does in Eindhoven? Would that be something? Because taking a cue from the previous session, we were talking of the digital backbone, and radiology companies like yours have forever been digital and being storing images, having those platforms. And what we need is something which can store data, which can store images, which can connect, which maybe can connect with a healthcare wellness center as well as a tertiary and quaternary care hospital. Are you thinking on those lines? Do you think that's necessary?
Dr. Asher, 100%. And that's something that the Philips Innovation Campus in Bangalore right now is hosting almost 5,000 amazing digital brains there that are exactly thinking day in, day out on how do we advance healthcare, how do we create this connectivity. And I think you just mentioned you need a common platform. I've seen, and regulation is critical as well. I think regulation is fundamental, right? It's actually, even the word regulation is more like enabler. They don't just regulate, they also enable things and allow protects the citizens of the country as well. And I've seen that growth happening take for instance, a couple countries that I work with in Latin America that perhaps were a little bit ahead of the curve. And I want to say, let's not assume that other countries have the best healthcare system or they have it right, because they don't. They actually do not. But there are lessons to be learned in some of those countries. And this common platform for digital health is essential. And I think at some point I used to think that government had to play a bigger role and be the one to make it happen. I have changed my mind a little bit over time. I think there is a space for modules and for perhaps different PPPs or partnerships to play that role, to start building that, but very open architecture and available for everybody so we can build in, and then it becomes a platform that others can create their own solutions and innovations. And we try to do that a lot in the PIC, both in cardiology, oncology, and different areas.
Yes, Dr. Avikant.
Yes. Okay. I'm audible? Yes. So
I would like to give one example of oxygen concentrator, and that is imported by Philips. That is the duty of the importer. I mean, there was some problem, and this was not under regulation at that time. They reported to the regulator that there is a disintegration of the polymer and it can cause harm to the patient. And the company recall all the products and they exchange all oxygen concentrator. That should be the spirit of the manufacturer and importer. Medical devices, these are made up of 3 items, 3 components. One is the ceramic, polymer and alloy, right? If there is a problem in implantable devices, if it is implanted like orthopedic implant, dental implant, cardiac stent, it lives in the body for the, up till the death of the person. But if there is a problem, what is the track and trace system? We should develop in the Indian manufacturer. They should have the SOPs, standard operating procedure. They should do the corrective and preventive action. These are the steps to be taken to minimize the error so that the good quality of the product should be made available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much for letting us know that multinationals are also very conscious of their responsibility, and that replacements happened without actually people even coming to know that something was wrong. Now, Ame Faldesai, again a good friend. He's the regional director North for GE Healthcare, and also a man on the ground. From Hasmukh, we came to know about how they went about kickstarting a revolution. From Daniel, we got a global view with an Indian focus. And now from Ame, let's hear about what have been your learnings and where do you think are the shortcomings? What does the future hold? What you've learned over the last few years. And also, I know you do go to tier 2, tier 3 rural areas. What do you think is the evolution that's required? What are the future needs, and any other thoughts that you may have?
Thank you, sir, and thanks, FICCI, for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this engaging. I completely agree with Daniel when he said that, what we talked pre-COVID, is not being talked anymore. So the entire landscape has changed. With this pandemic, there has been a full disruption of the way we look at healthcare. So obviously, one is, access, affordability, and the other side is scaling up. So when we talk about access, it means, how far can we reach and give quality healthcare to the people. But before that, today what's happening is, today we are talking about, how do we give more virtual care so that, people, even if they are remotely placed, can still get the same quality of care, which probably the privileged people in the metros get. At the same time, with this, what's happening is a lot of data is getting generated. So, and hence it becomes important for us to handle data. And like Daniel said, cybersecurity is, a key importance here. And I think we'll get there along the way. Also, what's happening is this has also allowed players like us to play with and explore possibilities, to see how, targeted therapies with artificial intelligence would work. How complex algorithms could, detect tumors and lesions at an early stage so that it can help better diagnosis. How predictive analytics can help decision making for the clinicians. Yeah, all of those things, when they come together, it improves access to healthcare for all. And then the scale up happens in terms of, if we talk about the public sector, there's a nice footprint like the PPP footprint, which the government has laid down for us. And we are also one of the major players in that space. So that with that, you get a scale to expand healthcare, because as we look at healthcare, one of, I think, Niti Aayog report says that 60% of the medical infrastructure is hovered around the metros. hovering around the metro. So with the PPP, it allows us to go, to the far ends of the far corners of the country, and also, the some distribution models that we have tried and experimented with, like GenWorks and all. I mean, all must be knowing. I mean, those help us to get reach in the private space for the small. So that's how the healthcare experience has been for me post, and I think for all of us post pandemic.
GE has also been known for manufacturing in India.
Yes.
And not only manufacturing in India, but actually, right from vision all the way to manufacturing, all done within the country. I remember from the mid-90s, the ultrasound machine that was made here. Then came the CT, PET CT. So what has been your experience? Where do you think GE and companies like yours are headed in the future? Because as you know, this government is very, very focused on make in India, manufacture in India. So what do you see as the scenario unfolds in the future?
We all know that India is one of the largest consumer of the devices market. It's among the top 20 in the world. One thing that the pandemic has clearly taught us is to reduce our dependency on imports and on other countries for making our own stuff, because there was so much of supply chain challenges and shortages of material that we were the end sufferers. So I think the overall initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat and this PLI scheme that the government has launched has been absolutely encouraging for people like us to start local innovation and manufacturing. Yes, we started manufacturing way back. I mean, PLI is just an additional incentive, but I think all our Wipro factories are registered under the export-oriented unit also in the past. And we started manufacturing ultrasounds, PET CTs, CTs, quite a few years on. But they were, these were the broad, I would say, incentive schemes by the government. I think PLI is a more targeted, on a segment-specific, initiative that the government has taken, or industry-specific, and is based on the needs of the industry as to be specific. So I think from that standpoint, we have rolled out our first Wipro GE medical devices manufacturing facility in Bangalore just early this year, and that has spread across about 35,000 square feet. We make today GE, of all the sales that we do in India, about a third of the sales is done with products which are manufactured or assembled in India. If you see, we make about 30 plus products in India and export to 70 countries and sell them outside. So the experience of manufacture in India has been amazing. And now with this MDM facility coming in, even the premium CT scanners, cath labs, our ultrasound scanners, ECG machines, ventilators, we have started manufacturing all of them within the country. So yes, and I think as we scale up, because of this entire momentum that the government has created around manufacturing in India, I think this is only going to get better, and the sector looks growth in the sector looks absolutely.
Hasmukh, do you think there is ease of doing business in this country? This will be a question for all three of you.
And definitely there is a ease of doing business. It's not only ease of doing business, it's ease of innovation as well. If we depend upon most of the world's product for innovation of a local problem, I think it may take years, because it depends upon multiple companies working together and thinking about local problems. So number one, we can innovate faster for a local problem. And looking at the business opportunity, there are not only the schemes to promote manufacturing, there are government preference of purchasing local made products. The fact that the global tender worth 100 crore and above are going to be preferred for Indian manufacturers if there is a player so giving the products. I think that's a big initiative from the government. It's a trust on the products made by the country, the trust on the regulators we are approving. Most of the times, the similar product, I think most of the pharma products, what we see, they will come at two costs when we are taking from a global opportunities. Same product coming out of this. So I think when the government knows that they can make the product, they need to depend upon whether it is a product, machines, the software, the AI, the data, the cloud. They don't need to look outside. Everything is in-housely available and can solve the major problem for the government. I think what best opportunity is this? Better than this.
That's very nice to hear. Daniel, in your 5 years, have things become better? Is the regulator more benevolent now?
No, I certainly think it has have lead, and I can't get into all details, but I'll tell you something. To business, yes, the schemes are important because there is an ecosystem that goes beyond the factory itself, making it, etc. We work together in the private sector to help develop that ecosystem of the suppliers and the parts that we need for the systems, right? But beyond that, I think what I love about the country is actually unlimited talent people find here that I don't think we have in any other part of the world. And I know my fellow colleagues where I come from, we don't have that kind of talent. And we have another facility in the Chakan area, and it's amazing every time I go over there to get with the folks that we hire. We attended just in half of the 1,000 off, right? To engineer folks that come to help us manufacture, MRI coils, a series of products that we are making. So unlimited, and then the other part is that I think it's great in the countries is that the protection of IP. I think that's something that speaks volumes of India, and we should not be shy to talk about it because there are other countries that are not necessarily the same. So I think that's fantastic.
Thank you. What do you think? Ease of doing business, regulator being, looking at you in a more favorable light. We do have a very nice one sitting right.
So if you see earlier when we manufactured we had to set up the entire ecosystem. Suppliers not have a steady supply. Had to get our own suppliers on board, and supplier ecosystem also did not develop because probably the suppliers themselves had to get registered in order to make that and supply to us. But I think even the single window approvals that we see today were probably not there earlier, and hence with the single window approvals and all coming in, things have become much more easier. Today even government is willing to listen to the challenges and address gaps and help us wherever possible. And with this entire ecosystem of government and the private sector players coming together and realizing the importance of manufacturing, I think things have only become.
That's great to know. So it seems there is a transformative change for the better with the single window clearances, ease of doing business. And, I can tell you that small startups, academic institutions, there's a huge amount of work that's going on in the field of artificial intelligence. There is a lot of work where academia collaborating with the, commercial manufacturers. And I think, of course, a lot more needs to be done. But the fact that 2,000 new engineers have been hired by Philips in Pune, and that they have 5,000 engineers and scientists sitting in their facility in Bangalore speaks volumes. So it does appear that we are headed on the right path with a regulator who's, encouraging, and, the young and energetic manpower that's available, playing its own role. So with that, any comment or questions from the audience? We have such a great panel here. Yes, Ravi. We have 5 minutes for this, and then we head into the next half of the panel.
They are now being used outside the medical area, probably used at home, at every home, and anybody. But I understand there are strong validating manufacturing processes or something. Don't allow them unless it's past that test. What happens beyond that? So if there is a pulse oximeter or a glucometer, in remote area, some 2% misbehave, wrong report, a lot of pressure. Should we have some kind of a quality assurance responsibility? The manufacturer also. There are some devices. This is all the devices who are selling. They should back to a lab or set where it is. Responsibility. Run a quality control program. At least some kind of a check is available. They are used in the non-medical area.
Very good questions, Dr. Saab. See, first and foremost, for the quality, the manufacturer is responsible. We have system in place that is called as metrovigilance program. If there is a problem or any adverse reaction or any failure of the device is observed, you can intimate to the metrovigilance center, that is Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. We have the expert panel there. It may be possible that due to the handling of the device, the adverse reaction may occur. It may be due to the quality of the product. It depends on the root cause of analysis. So we have expert panel. They analyze the report and they give the feedback to regulator. Regulator writes to manufacturer, you recall the product immediately. And whatever the product is the faulty product, you destroy it with the intimation to the DCGI office. Even then, if the quality failure is there, there is a provision of prosecution also in our act. Thank you. Yeah, awareness is very, very important, and government is conducting various programs on metrovigilance program.
Can I just add one thing? This experience that we discussed about, I think the responsibility. When we talk about manufacturing and we talk about suppliers and qualifications, I mean, there is a huge, there's a difference for us when we are, developing healthcare equipment versus our consumer products, right? But so the responsibility is huge, and one of the things that we did was not only work with our partners, distributors, everybody that was in contact with different patients, doctors that were recommending our products, that were using it to do the recall, call one by one, go after each one of those. In addition to that, use the media, publish in the news everywhere to make sure that we bring the awareness. So there was a huge effort to go after that and try to reach as many people as possible there.
Good evening,
Dr.
sir.
Lal.
I'm Dr. Arvind Lal, Chairman of Dr. Lal Path Lab. This probably is you're not the best person I should have been asking this question. Since we are talking about doing business, imports, etc., I've got a very, very regarding our import. The import duties, sir, you have to help us curbing them down. And the rupee now today has touched 83 rupees a dollar. The import duties in our field, that is agents and more, around 28%. And if you happen to import from America, USA, the duty is 50%. So we solicit your help in doing something about it, sir. That's all.
Sir, I'm from CDSCO, and we are responsible for the quality, safety, and efficacy of the product. But we can have a suggestion, and we can write to the concerned ministry, the Ministry of Commerce, so that if you have to approach them, that is not in my.
Little bit.
Yes.
Any help from your side, sir?
But I'm here to resolve your to address your clarification about, because like analyzer, instrument, software, now these were not under regulation. Let me apprise you, From 1st of October, we have granted more than 500 licenses. So if there is any problem, because you are the leading laboratory, if there is any problem, please report to us, because that is the learning lesson. We have to improve the quality of the product. That's request from my side.
As a consumer, 50% duty.
Yes, I agree, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, how many Indian manufacturing companies have entered into this manufacturing work during recent years? Is it satisfactory? And if not, then what you are doing to encourage these Indian companies to come into manufacturing field?
See, there was a mentality when there was no regulation. चलता है. एक रामायण में एक चौपाई है, भय भिन्न प्रीत ना हो. भय का मतलब डर होना चाहिए. डर होना चाहिए कि यदि हम गलत काम करेंगे, if we do some wrong things, we will be punished. If you are crossing the red light, you will be punished. Now the government has, drafted the rule. So manufacturer has to comply the rule. But having said that, we are having the hand holding with the manufacturers. We are calling them for workshops. We are helping like anything. We have established a public relation officer in our department and in our all zonal offices, so that manufacturers can come, they can get the knowledge how to upload their applications, what the documents are required. And for your knowledge, we have more than 1,500 manufacturers right now. We have granted the license. So in coming years, we will increase the export. We are optimistic. I would like to remind you the 5D formula of Honorable Prime Minister for Make in India. Give me 1 minute. Now, first is the discovery. Again, I am reiterating that because medical devices and IVDs are having very, very short life cycle, you have to come with the customer needs, which modification, updates at par with the international practices. The second one is deregulation. Deregulation means it should not be over-regulation. It should be very transparent, very clear, and across the country, in all the states. So, for that purpose, our regulation timelines are defined. Perpetual invalidity, we are issuing the license. Earlier, we used to issue 3 years validity. Now, we are issuing for 5 years validity. And if you are submitting the documents and you are not getting the renewed certificate, it deems to be valid. So retention fee has to submit after 5 years. But having said that, you have to report all adverse reaction and safety concern. No product is 100% safe. Let me tell you, there may be a problem, but reporting is very, very important. And third is the democracy. Democracy means sabka saath, sabka vikas or sabka vishwas. When we make the rule, it is very, very difficult. We take the, comments from academia, from hospitals, from other regulatory departments, everywhere. Then we make the enactment. So whatever the rule we have made, that is in accordance with the all association and the stakeholders. Fourth D is the demography. Demography means whatever the products we are manufacturing or importing, it should be made available to poorest of the poor. And the best example is the vaccination of the COVID. You should give a big round of applause to the government policy for this one. Everybody has got vaccinated for double dose. So when there is a problem in the east or south, India is a vast country, the good products should be made available to the poorest of the poor. And fifth one is the demand. The fifth D is demand. Means if you are producing the good quality of the product, your product is demanded not in India, but across the globe. So these are the 5D formula for the manufacturer, how you can go for doing business. And first D was discovery. Yes, innovation.
Thank you very much, sir, for that intervention. And I think we'll have to wrap up this part of the session. And I must say it's been really, we had a great panel, and it would appear that everyone is very positive. There's a question? Okay, final one, please.
Good evening to the panel and
I'm Sumit. I represent a US company, and we work in for diagnostic field, and we manufacture all the US FDA reagents back in US. We are in a segment of coagulation. So, and the people from diagnostic understand. So, what I'm saying, trying to understand that how easy for a US FDA manufacturer to come down to India, because we want to come down the pricing for that product for the country. But as the product is imported from US, it's always very costly. So how is the ease of doing and manufacturing here in India? My question is to Ravi sir.
So that is a government is giving the initiative. You should come to India and you should manufacture in India.
But when I'm talking to my board back in US, they are always concerned about the quality of manufacturing in India. What is their innovation?
No. Now things have gone. You have to believe and faith in the Indian government.
Yes.
But it will be your, subsidiary which will manufacture here.
Yes.
So the quality still rests in your hands.
Yes.
The government cannot improve or, spoil the quality. So.
No, I was talking about the innovation of the manufacturer back in US.
No, but now, these are all multinationals. GE is from the US.
GE, many other organizations, let me tell you, there's great quality in India. It's really about us as organizations, our processes, the talents, the people, the process, the training, everything else. But it's very much possible, and the quality can be superior than many other countries, even in the US. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
In case of GE, because they are a leading importer for the high-tech equipments, and let me tell you, during this COVID, their import and their manufacturing was little. That we work day night, and we have issued more than 250 licenses to GE during this 1 year, after reviewing all the technical dossiers and after validation of the products. We have issued the manufacturing license also to them to get the advantage of the PLI scheme. So you have to come forward, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should give a round of applause to this panel, very illustrious panel. Thank you very much. And do you need a quick picture? We'll now move on to the next segment.
Oh, you.
Sir, बाद में नहीं
Very nice.
गीता को जानते हो गीता को? आपका रेगुलर
So may I please invite Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, Mr. Anand from SRL Diagnostics, Dr. Alok Ahuja from Dr. Ahuja's Path and Imaging Center, Dehradun, and Mr. Tanmay Saxena, CEO of Tata 1MG, to join me on
me and Dr. Ravikant on the stage. We are in for a very exciting discussion from these stalwarts of the diagnostics industry. Hello. कुछ चल पड़ेगा होम नहीं है Thank you very much for joining. We have a very esteemed panel, very senior people, experienced in the field of healthcare delivery and diagnostics. And may I start with Dr. Arvind Lal? Sir, we've seen during COVID, labs like yours, like SRL, I mean, they, from what they were capable of to what they actually achieved, may have been even 100 times. That's how the scaling up happened, while maintaining quality, while maintaining turnaround times. How did you manage that, and what do you think is the future? Where are we going in the field of lab medicine and diagnostics?
So thank you, Dr. Mahajan. These were very difficult times, and I remember when I first got the phone call from Dr. Balram Bhargav inviting us, that is the private sector, and I had taken Anand's predecessor who was also there. And we had never done the COVID-19 testing, by the way. But a similar test which we were doing, which was for the RNA virus, was the swine flu virus. And so in literally no time, we had to get the expertise, get the reagents, which was not easy, and also get the test validated, because one of the conditions of doing this test was that we had to be NABL accredited, and the new people who were coming in had to get the accreditation by NABL almost overnight. And I must compliment the NABL also, that they rose to the occasion and hundreds of labs were done. So cutting a long story short, right now there are about 2,200 or 2,300 RT-PCR COVID testing labs, out of which I'm very happy to state that 60% of them are private. And the private people rose to the occasion. And I can just, I don't know about SRL, but in last 1 year alone, we did 3.5 million RT-PCR tests. So that is, the COVID story. And where it is going to go further, in India, our regulators also have to come in, which is, the lab regulators, because there are 300,000 or 3 lakh labs in India, and most of them are unregulated. They are not NABL accredited. I think only about 1,000, 1,200 labs. I don't know the correct number. But so what I'm trying to say is that if you want to, pathology testing is the backbone of modern medicine. It is evidence-based medicine. It is not, black magic. So more and more modern doctors, have to rely on quality pathology services, for which we need quality labs to be run. That's one part. The second part is the entry into the pathology field is, fairly easy. It is, as they say, very, very less obstacles, or anybody, anywhere, anytime can open up a lab. And I think on In my opinion, about 10 labs in India are opened every day. And they are run by, people who should not be running those labs. So my appeal to the government has been that there are two things which the government can do to bring in quality in pathology services. And the first one is to, enact the Consumer Protection Act, not consumer, the Clinical Establishment Act, in which it is very well defined who can run a laboratory, who can run a nursing home, who can run an IVF clinic, for example. So that will eliminate many labs. I don't know the number, but maybe 50% probably may not be a wrong number. And after those labs have been, a person is, the government said that, well, these are the people who can run the labs. And the government, by the way, has done this eminently well in the case of ultrasound. You ask Philips people, you ask anybody else, how government regulates, ultrasound. So the labs can be regulated by people who should run the labs, should only be allowed to run the labs. That's part one. And the part two comes in later when NABL steps in and say within a reasonable amount of time, within 5 or 6 years, all the labs in India can get accredited, like all the labs in America, all the labs in Europe, all labs in Australia have got a government accreditation. So I think this is the way forward. And also, this is not part of the question right now, but I was not supposed to be here. My managing director, Dr. Om Manchanda, was struck by COVID last night at 9:30 p.m. And therefore, you are seeing me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. A very eminent person we got to fill in Om's place. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. Anand, you joined SRL as the CEO right in the middle of all that was hell that was breaking loose. What are your experiences? And I know, just like me, you also think a lot of about genomics, about integrating various fields of diagnostics. Where do you think, from where you are you going to take SRL, and what does it hold as an example for others to also follow?
And great experience last pandemic. SRL, like all other big, had just 1 or 2 there, ended up with about 55 labs. Putting that aside, I think it is how do we actually look at what we really learned from this pandemic is that lab is a first responder. That putting the lab in the front has happened during this pandemic. We all realized that importance of laboratory. That focus has to remain, where we see that 70% of lab report, the very common thing here now. That's very true. And we also find that 70% of data that's available in any hospital, any healthcare system, or EHR system, 70% of the structured data is from the lab. With all this data and with all this information that's available, and how lab can actually be the first responder and influence clinical decision making, actually how do we engage and empower the clinicians to take the right decision? That's what we should focus on. And I think with these, there are 4 important aspects that I think the future will hold on to. Have to look at. One of the key things is the next generation diagnostics. By next generation diagnostics, I mean the omics story of genomics, proteomics, metabolomics, microbiomics, and those such new age technologies which are based on next generation sequencing and PCR based technologies. Since we have already got a lot of experience using PCR due to COVID as well, I think we need to build on this to further enhance our capability on this front. And that is going to be very important because personalized medicine is gaining good ground in general medicine, mainly in the field of oncology, in reproductive medicine, as well as in inherited disorders. So it's important that, for personalized medicine, what is important is precision diagnostics. And that comes through next generation diagnostic tests like next generation sequencing and all. The next important aspect is, the data, as we talked about, kind of data that we have. How can we help generate actionable insights for the clinicians using the data that we have? So how do we generate longitudinal reports, trends? How do we actually use the national population trends of healthcare, and how do we map it to the particular patient's healthcare information? And how do we give an actionable insight to the doctor? So these are using data, using artificial intelligence and machine learning procedures. How do we actually create a clinical insight for the doctors and the healthcare ecosystem is very important. And I think that that is going to be more helpful if we have a much more seamless integration of information, which I think with the government starting the ABDM, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and ABA numbers for everybody, so, and also registering medical and healthcare institutions into the Ayushman Bharat scheme. So this actually creates that seamlessness in terms of data transfer, in terms of access of data. That is the second important thing. The third important aspect is lab-developed assays. So that is another important aspect. What we find is during the COVID, when the companies were also struggling to get kits manufactured in India, labs like us were also looking at how we can develop our own COVID kits. So this is very much possible, and we already have, for example, in the case of monkeypox, we did develop a kit and keep it ready, but we were not able to use it much because the pandemic was not, it didn't really become a pandemic. Another thing is the government already had facilities to do that. So in case of lab-developed assays, in the case of US, almost 50% of the tests which are done in laboratories in the US are lab-developed assays. But in our case, as Dr. Lal pointed out, 85% of our kits are imported, and we spend a lot of money on import duty, and that actually increases our cost, because even we don't even get input tax credit, because GST, we pay GST on whatever we buy, but there is no GST on our services. So coming back to the lab-developed assays, in the US, apart from the FDA works through the route of CLIA approvals, Clinical Laboratory Improvement Agency approvals, by which each lab can develop their own testing mechanism, because many of the tests that needs to be developed in laboratories, it is not commercially viable for companies to get in and actually manufacture those tests. So it's important that labs be allowed to develop their own assays and create those local requirements are taken care of. So I think with Dr. Ravikant Sharma being with us is also another important aspect which we want the government to consider in terms of creating approvals for lab-developed assays that can be lab-specific and can be performed and validated in the particular environment. So I think these three are the very crucial aspects, and the fourth one is the change in patient behavior, which we all talked about. I think we all will elaborate further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anand. And taking it up from lab developed assays, especially in next-gen sequencing, where if you were to take that entire 90 or 100 gene test, that may be very expensive, whereas what you need is something focused, which you can develop in the lab yourself, and that may bring the cost down exponentially. How would the regulator look at this? If, of course, some kind of mechanism would need to be put in place to see that what we are actually claiming is reality. Would the regulator be willing to look at this? Because like Mr. Arand said, in the US, about 50% of the tests are lab-developed assays.
No, in this case, you see, when a lab has developed any assay, folks and disease, then lab should have the capability how they can manufacture the. I mean, just for your own use, if you are manufacturing, it has to be properly, clinical evaluation has to be carried out. I mean, how can a public ensure that your product is having the good sensitivity, specificity and performance? So you have to generate the data and you have to submit to the regulator. Now regulator has to analyze. Say for example, I am giving an example, if the COVID kit, if it gives the false positive, less specificity, then it will give the false positive result, and this is the torture to the patient. So what I am trying to say in the lab generated assays, first of all you have to make a plan, okay, what will be your capability and capacity. Point number 2, you have to generate the data and you have to prove the effectiveness and performance of the kit, right? I mean, our doors are open, you can apply to us, okay, you want a manufacturing license, we will visit your manufacturing site, but you have to create, you have to develop a faith about your product among the public. Second point, I would like to mention that about Dr. Lal Saab has mentioned that there should be a need of regulation of all diagnostic laboratories. That is urgently required, immediately required, because without diagnosis, treatment is blind. I will give you one example. All the imported diagnostic kits, critical, like HIV, HbA1c, HCV, blood grouping, sera, each and every lot is tested at National Institute of Biologicals to ensure the sensitivity and specificity. Say for example, if lab cleared the product and it is lying at the airport, because in India temperature shoot up to 45 degrees Celsius. The cold chain maintain and good distribution practices is very, very important. How this product from airport to the laboratory it is supplied. And even in laboratories, if your, this refrigerator, there is a load shedding and the temperature shoot up to 25 degree, then your diagnostic kit will not give the correct results. So with the manufacturing, the storage, good distribution practices is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Dr. Alok Ahuja, and then we'll go to Tanmay. Dr. Ahuja is a practicing pathologist. He has one of the finest labs in Dehradun, which is a comprehensive lab, both pathology as well as radiology. And what has been your experience? How do you see the future with the huge lab chains coming in? What is a single lab in a tier 2 city looking at from point of view of competition? And then, of course, we'll come to the aggregators after that.
Well, really, thank you, Harsh. And before I answer this question, I'd like to thank all the organizers for inviting me here. I'm a small-town pathologist, bundled in with corporate honchos today. So, but I'll start. I'll give you that answer.
I'm sure you can take on anyone.
I'll give you that answer and give you a different dimension to the audience here. From COVID, I was, my lab, we've heard so much about Make in India and Atmanirbhar in the previous few lectures. But there was another quote from our dear Prime Minister which said vocal for local. And I'll bring that dimension across because when COVID did happen, and I was the only lab, I was a small lab, pathologist run lab in Uttarakhand, and I was the only lab which was permitted to do COVID test for the whole of Uttarakhand. And for the first 6 months, I didn't even have the support of Dr. Lal or SRL because there were no vehicles moving. I mean, it was a total lockdown. So what really happened was I had the whole town, the whole city, I'd say the whole state looking at me and asking me, when are you going to start this test? So when the lockdown happened on 23rd and I in a periphery town. I had to find reagents. So I rang up my lab, and where is Hans Mokho's here? And he says, I've got kits, but they've all been bought by Dr. Lal. So I said, send me one at least. Yeah. So from there, I had to send an ambulance to Delhi. And I got one kit, right? Next week, he gave me 2 more. But he said, listen, I already got advance from Dr. Lal. How can I give you here? So that's what happened to me, right? But it was interesting. For the first 6 months, these guys were not there. I was so grateful when they arrived. But we had to do, the whole town was looking at us, yeah. And we were actually next door guys, filling in the big boots here. It was very interesting. It was an experience all the same. But I tell you, I understood what was the responsibility. You know, it was a big responsibility. You had to have broad shoulders, take it on, to let your family know that you're taking it on, and work in those circumstances where there were no logistics, there were no vehicles, there were no airports, there were nothing, no material moving in. And I really feel that that's where what you mentioned is, how do you feel with competition? I think it's very essential to have competition. And there are synergies between large labs and labs like ours. People like us who interact with patients, who stand there, patients talk to us. There is a trust which we've developed over 30 years. It doesn't go away. Just like you have a family physician, you have family pathologists. And these pathologists are people whom the doctors will call, patients will call, and I actually experienced it in 6 months, of single-handedly managing, 5 medical colleges, including AIIMS. Nobody was doing a COVID test. So you can imagine there was one ambulances moving and picking up some. It's a wonderful situation to be in, but you need broad shoulders. So it's not competition. I think what is essential that each person has to look at it. I need Dr. Lal and SRL as much as they need me, because we are handling patients to patients. They are handling a lot of sample to patients, B2B. So I guess there are synergies which you need to harness and eventually make it good and make a good experience for the customer and for the patient. That's the only thing that matters.
Thank you very much, Alok. It's a very interesting, outlook. And of course, the hand on the shoulder, pat on the back, counts for a lot. And Anand talked of personalized medicine using genomics and proteomics and all high-end imaging. But this also is the real personalized medicine, which unfortunately, is slowly getting lost because of sheer numbers, because of what we want to do and where we want to reach. But that's the reality of the situation. And there's another reality which labs have been faced with in the last few years, and that's of aggregators, people who are fronts and want to bring the patient tends to call them first when they need a test because of multiple reasons, which I'm sure Tanmay will enlighten us on, and also the fact that what started as just aggregation now is also, translating into brick and mortar as they come along. So Tanmay is the CEO of Tata 1mg, and take us through your experiences, both of starting this venture and of how it evolved during the pandemic, and where do you see it all go?
Thank you, Dr. Mahajan, for having me here and in this panel of esteemed industry colleagues. Since we are all sharing COVID stories, I'll get to mine as well. But you're right that we started as aggregators in the diagnostics business. In fact, if I tell you the story of Tata 1mg, it was conceived as an integrated healthcare company, which means that we thought about everything starting from medicines to diagnostics to consultation, using technology to improve access basically for patients. So the whole idea was that, and it's encaptured in our mission statement, which is to deliver healthcare, improve the understandability, affordability, and accessibility of healthcare. Those same principles we have applied in diagnostics as well. So of course we started with, and I was thinking like how to sort of talk about it, and I got inspired by Dr. Sharma's the Honorable Prime Minister's 5 Ds. I would want to talk about 2 Ds in our case, in diagnostics. First was the delivery model, and second is data. And I'll talk about the delivery model, right? And so we started with home collections way back, like almost 6 years ago. Now, of course, it was done in small catchment areas by all the larger labs. What we've been able to do in the last, 6 years almost, is really scale this model to the point where we have now the largest fleet of home collections, and with a simplicity that actually hides a lot of complexity underneath, that makes it run with high level of reliability, quality. And at the same time, the aggregator model has evolved into us now, almost now 95% of our entire diagnostics business is through our own labs. So by that definition, we are not aggregators anymore. And that is the evolution over the last 6 years. And for our philosophy was always that there has to be zero compromise on quality. In fact, if anything, we want to lead the industry in quality. And imagine this is not just now brick and mortar labs where we have to make sure that this quality is there. This is now the entire network of taking the sample from your home all the way to a network of stabilization centers, all the way to our lab. Today, I mean, we have metrics where we track everything, every leg of the journey. And when I said the complexity that's hidden under this seeming simplicity is a full layer of technology, which enables literally day-to-day thousands of order booking, allowing us to every day schedule with a 99% on-time accuracy to your home pickup of your samples, and full transparency in this reverse logistics supply chain where you can track the integrity of the samples. In fact, when we measure our pre-analytical errors, we've at least benchmarked it, and they're now one of the lowest in the industry. So all that effort, all that thing was put in over the last sort of at least 2-3 years. And COVID was a big sort of impetus to this. And this model, this delivery model, certainly really showed itself brightly when people were afraid to get out of their houses, to go in places, congregate, stand in queues, when people were still trying to understand what this disease was, which is where this model really showed itself. And I remember that we used to do close to, I mean, RT-PCR became a household term. It's at one point in time it was the purview of something which is highly technical. And today, literally my mom and dad also use RT-PCR as if it's like like they use any FMCG brand names like Uncle Chips or something like that, right? But that is the beauty of what COVID did, right? And from doing close to almost zero molecular tests, we set up equipment again, and this was the push towards being, controlling the entire supply chain to make sure that, we have more control in doing those tests and making sure that the, collection model happened. From close to zero, maybe in literally 2 months, we ramped up to doing more than 100,000 tests a month, right? And it took a lot of courage of the team and all, and it was a crisis situation. I'm sure we all went through it. But this was when people really felt that this service was absolutely great, where you could get somebody at your home and get your results like within 12 hours. When massive amount of queuing had happened in all the labs. Labs were struggling with sort of, increasing their capacity. This was all, wartime situation. And we were able to do that on the backbone of all the foundations of, collection technology, ability to track the phlebotomist from home to our labs and to our centers, which we were all setting up around that time, right? So it's almost, because I was thinking about the panel is the future of diagnostics, spoken to my friends who were in the US, who were in Europe, and for them, this was the future. All made in India, all set up in India, because they could not get either access to tests, they could not get results in like week, 2 weeks. That was really the status. And until very recently, I was on vacation and I wanted to come back. I wanted to get a test done in one of the European countries, Western European countries. And I paid €100 for each person. And I was wondering, like, if this is the economics and this is the price you have to pay for such a simple test in India, I can open up my app, I can order, a person can come to my home, collect my samples, and I'll get my report within a matter of like 3-4 hours. This is the future, in my mind. And we are very proud, and I'm sure we are all, within in India, we are going to do a lot more of this. And this is at least how our journey has been. And quickly want to touch on the second D, which is data. Now, given that we are in our DNA, we are set up as a technology platform, right? So we collect sort of data points for all these tests, which is what Anand was talking about, structured data, right? So almost on an average 21 parameters per person, and we have about 65 million data points. There is so much that can be done. We are already working on building smart AI ML models, and again, it's very important to understand that AI ML doesn't happen without a large volume of data, right? So you can't be like a smallish company and have like a few tests and say you're doing AI ML, because to be really honest, you need very, very large volumes of data and longitudinal data to actually even come up with something useful that could be actionable. And so what we are trying to do is now, using all those data points, we are trying to build a sort of disease progression history for at least for chronic patients, for them to understand over time how those parameters have been changing, because they test continuously on our platform. And in order to now, help clinicians make better decisions, and even for patients to make better decisions in terms of preventive actions that they can take depending on their disease progression, right? So these two, for us, are big focus points, and both the delivery model and the data aspects are clearly, we believe is the future, and we are investing heavily in it.
Thank you very much for your insights. I think that's something I think all the large labs have done, especially for chronic illnesses, to see, track. And when Tanmay says that maybe what is the future down west is already the present here, that's very heartening to hear. But that may be true. I mean, we do leapfrog, we do things. I mean, there's nothing like a CoWIN app. From the US, you get a written slip saying that, such and such person has been vaccinated. I mean, you look at that and you wonder. So, as the aggregators coming in, has that in any way changed the way you look at doing business? Has it helped? Is online booking or home collections, of course, fueled by the pandemic? Is that really the way the future is going to be? Would the number of collection centers go down when everyone is on an app ordering a test and wanting home collection? Where do you think radiology is going to be in this whole scheme of things? Dr. Lal first, and then Anand. Same question.
Let me answer the radiology part, which is the easier part. So, the radiology in India is actually synonymous with lab testing, and lab testing just to reiterate, when the government of India announced the COVID protocol or the strategy to fight COVID, what did it say? Test, track, and treat. So testing is number one. Now, radiology is whether the radiologists like us or not. I'm sure they do. But the fact is that we are wedded together. After every, I'm being slightly more, numerical now. After every 20 odd prescriptions of pathology, we get a chest X-ray. After every 30 or 35, we get also written there in our ultrasound of the abdomen. After every 50, the CT scan. So it's a whole conglomeration of diagnostics. Of course, the pathology is slightly higher, numerically and financially, etc., at the all India basis. But the fact is that you cannot live without radiology. And radiology and pathology at one point of time have to come together. The only problem is that people like me, I was the one who spoiled the pathology manufacturers by asking them to give us what is known as the Xerox model, that is reagent rental. So our spend on machines is very little, practically nil. We don't buy machines because the reagent manufacturer says that here's a machine, but you have to buy the reagent on it. And of course, they jack up the price of the reagent. They have to. And that is how the system works. Unfortunately, radiology is slightly behind in that. And I'm sure I've been talking to Daniel, and I don't want to spill our business secrets out, but well, that is the future. Imagine, that in a country like India, where non-communicable diseases and heart diseases are, so rampant, and youngsters of 27, 28 dying of heart disease, just see the potential if I were to do a 128 slice CT scan of the heart for a youngster. It is, you don't have to go to an angiography, and you can keep getting your lipid profiles done from me. And lipid profiles are always normal. But something which will always show the clogging up the artery is the CT scan. And why the CT scan is not available for the common man? It is so expensive. So that cost has to be, if you look at an integrated kind of a model, and imagine that we have 5,000 collection centers, and I don't know how many SRL has, maybe around the same number, maybe 3,500. Imagine that radiology was attached to each of these collection centers. So the diagnosis, would improve, multifold, and people would be really benefited. Same thing I would say is about, about mammography. Same thing is about stroke. An America-based Indian gentleman has actually, we are using it in our lab, and he has given us, an ultrasound-based, carotid ultrasound, in which we have to take the photographs and send it to him, and within 24 hours he sends back with a full, kind of risk analysis of the stroke. So in my mind, radiology has to, coexist, or pathology has to coexist with radiology, though it is slightly costlier, but then that is a, financial kind of a thing, and there are financial pundits. Thank you.
I'd like to add to this, really reciprocate what you say, Dr. Arvind. I've run my lab's called Dr. Ahuja's Pathology and Imaging Center. My wife is a radiologist, and we've run a radiology center for 25 years along with the pathology center. And that's one, I have that experience now that 25 years we've actually managed to give diagnosis to patients. We are not in the wellness space. I hardly do any wellness. We don't run these health program and health checks. Probably till March, till Tata 1mg arrived and woke me up, I didn't even have a protocol for health checks. So, but we were in the illness space. And in the illness space, we realized that with the FNAs we did, with the ultrasounds and the pathology happening together, we are 3 pathologists and 3 radiologists, and there was a discussion all the time on the patient's illness. There was discussion on how, and it's a fantastic fun game, because you spend the whole day not only doing pathology, but you're getting your feedback from your colleagues. You're actually diagnosing patients, which is really, ideal medicine to be done. But again, I would say where Dr. Arvind started off. I mean, he's my senior from AFMC, and he's blessed me many years, many times. I'm really grateful to him for so much of guidance that he's given me over the years. But on this front, I'd say that pathology must work in the illness space. And this diagnostic jugalbandi is in the illness space. It's absolutely mandatory to have it if you really want to give out good results.
Thank you, Alok. And Anand, now, and also maybe you take on the wellness space, which probably is low-hanging fruit for all of you now, that it's been opened up by the aggregators with all the advertising that they've done, something which most serious labs actually were not really into so much as maybe after the pandemic. Is that true? Are you scaling up the wellness side of things? Where does radiology, pathology, get together for you?
Radiology pathology interface has always been almost apart from the we have about 24 wellness centers. Regarding the commercial radiology now, pay-per-use models have come in. Way of happen. More than that, as Dr. Lal said, there is a spin-off. Radiology prescriptions come with pathology. Requirement for integrated diagnostic. What Dr. Ahuja also said. But coming to this thing of wellness, a very important aspect. Today, about 5 to 6% of revenues used to come from wellness, and currently about 8 to 10% of our revenues come from wellness. I think it is similar for most of large players. About 10% of our revenue come from. So I think there is an awareness. Post-pandemic, what we are also seeing is that there is a lot of healthcare awareness. And there is also awareness about accredited laboratories because NABL requirement was very much there when you talk about RT-PCR tests. So there is an awareness about accreditation, and people were not just going to some neighborhood laboratory for testing. So they were happy to go to anywhere and get tested, but now they look at accredited laboratories. That means there is a movement from the unorganized sector to the organized sector. So that is a good trend which is happening. So I think coupled with that, with the digital first companies like Tata 1mg and all playing their role in terms of fast tracking the digital transformation that's happening in the industry, which we are also getting into in a much bigger way than what we were earlier. So I think overall it has been good for the industry with more players coming in and the market expanding. That's how I see it.
Yeah, look. Yeah, I this integrated approach is very good, but the regulators need to wake up here, and it's Ravikant sir, just the way that you guys have regulated medicine. Dr. Arvind Lal has already mentioned the importance of it. There is too much of unregulated, unscientific laboratory permitted in this country. Clinical Establishment Act, sir, has been implemented in Uttarakhand for last 3 years. But what difference does it make unless the law is implemented? The law is there, but it's not implemented. So there is no dearth of unregulated laboratories. Everybody can put up a lab and run a business there. The game just carries on. The ghost pathologists, the activities which are unscrupulous, they just carry on. It's high time that our industry really organizations like FICCI really bring it up across to the government to clamp down, and we must have NABL at least minimum, if not cap.
Thank you very much. I think we are nearing the end of our time. But one thing is quite clear from what we've heard, that we need regulation. We need the
scrupulous and unregulated labs, running in nooks and corners to be done away with. We've all heard of the sync test, which is so cheap to do, you just don't do it. And all you need to do is give a written report. Radiology, on the other hand, at least you have to scan the patient and give images along with that. I, for one, am very, very passionate about integrated diagnostics, which is, as Alok said, you give a diagnosis, you just don't give test results. You ultimately put everything together and give a diagnosis. But as data volumes increase, and to your point, Tanmay, data harnessing, bringing it all together, even in an individual patient, probably we'll need AI at the back end to be able to digest the amount of data. You have from lab medicine to pathology, microbiology, radiology, nuclear medicine, genomics. It's impossible, really, for one clinician sitting in his OPD to look at so many things and make sense of it. Probably we'll have a new field of integrated diagnostics, a middle layer between the labs and the clinician, someone helped by AI again. And we, in our most recent lab, do everything from hemoglobin all the way up to next-gen sequencing, and from X-ray all the way to digital PET CT. And I think that's where we are headed. I'm glad to hear that digitization has been accelerated by the advent of aggregators, and that at least the large chains are looking at it as a positive development. They're coming in, and at the same time to learn that the aggregators are now becoming labs, and probably that we've learned from edutech and from fintech that you can only burn money for that long and not longer. The investor wants his money back with some multiples, and probably we've learned from them quicker, and so many of us will not have to close down because we burnt the money. I open it now for the next 5-7 minutes. Yes, sir. Can we have a mic there, please? Dr. Panigrahi.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to put something on the table, sorry, for the future. It's becoming too transactional. So if you look at it, I come to a lab for a test, or I could go for a test. But what I'm putting on the table is the antimicrobial stewardship that every lab, suppose your lab does the culture reports. They create diagram shared that community wise, and that should be shared. And as Dr. Lal brought up, and that labs must be also Clinical Establishment Act, because community wise you must have the data of the cultures. Based on that, the antibiotics to be antibiotics, because this is the elephant in the room that all of us are struggling, getting into trouble now, hearing about it. Unless we work as a community and get this, it's a difficult task, but this is something I think so. Services, part of the FICCI must take the lead and work with the community. Get it in.
I think the government has formed a task force on AMR, and we in our own little way are contributing to it. AMR is very, very important. There's no doubt. Yes.
Just one second, madam. And I would also like to inform you, Harsh, that in this first Primary Healthcare Committee of FICCI, which I am heading, this antimicrobial, resistance is a very, very big topic, and we've held seminars on it. And here, Mr. Ravikant can also help us. So the problem out here is that at the drop of a hat, you go with sore throat, you go to a chemist, because that's the first, port of call. And he says, "Hamara gala kharab hai, hame dawai de do," and he gives you a third generation antibiotic. And exactly. So we've all seen this. So I think the government, and I keep repeating this, the government is capable of regulating it because they have regulated the PNDT Act and so many other acts, So you can do it. And the will has to be there. I'm sure the political will is there now. And that's the first port of call. If the chemist keeps on dispensing, antibiotics like this, so what are we going to tell, people like Dr. Panigrahi? I mean, everything is resistant. And on things which are getting resistant, even TB, the government is charging you 50% duty.
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for the insightful session. I'm just having a query which I read a few days ago, that most of the non-communicable diseases are undiagnosed and the prevalence is high, but most of the sample population doesn't know that they are having, especially diabetes, or at least I think 53% of the female are anemic, and then they land up into complications. So the biannual checkup or the annual checkup, which even if I'm not well, I have to go and get a blood checkup done, is something that is not that much prevalent in our community. We generally go to a diagnostician only if we are unwell. So I wanted to know the thoughts of our expert panelists, that is it necessary, or is it like how to tackle this situation, how to reduce the hesitance, what can students or future managers can do like us?
Dr. Lal will answer.
Yeah. So the thing is that this NCD, the problem is not, it is like an iceberg. So it is 65% of our deaths in India are caused by NCDs, non-communicable diseases, diabetes, hypertension, cardiac, cancer, liver, kidney, lung, stroke, etc. Now, what has to happen, and where the youngsters can make a difference, is that at least start getting those people tested in which there is a family history. Mother and father, having diabetes or high blood pressure, or say mothers and mother sisters like Angelina Jolie's story, cancer of the breast, etc. So those people must be singled out and subjected to what we call testing in wellness, what we just heard about. So it is better to test in wellness than to test in illness. And we call it shift to the left. From illness, you bring it back to wellness. And this becomes, kind of a yearly ritual for you. If everything is fine, there's a strong family history of, say, cancer of the breast, and the lady has gone and given herself, and I think once in 3 years is enough for this kind of a thing. And coming to us for a lipid profile with people, whose parents have, or the fathers have died early. I belonging to a family where my wife, who's a vegetarian, etc., her entire family, her father and brother, they all suffer from hypercholesterolemia. And both father and my wife's brother, they already had heart attacks at the age of 40. So I'm just telling you, this is a very, very dangerous kind of a thing. And the awareness has to be created right from school age. So, of course, we can go on and on because NCD is a topic which cannot end. We can keep on discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We are a little over time, but I think we started late. I must say we've had a very interesting, insightful discussion amongst people who really know their art and craft and how to run diagnostics. And we've had, we've heard from Alok, who's come from not such a small city. Dehradun, after all, is the capital of Uttarakhand. We've heard from Tanmay, the new entrants, though he says they are not so new. They've been around at least 6 years, if not more, 7 years. I stand corrected. Dr. Ravikant, who's really been a very positive force, I think, in this whole discussion with his insights and with his pat on the back for those who do the right thing. For Anand, for sharing his insights on the way diagnostics is moving forward, especially precision medicine, predictive medicine, and Dr. Lal, of course, who's so passionate about NCDs, about primary healthcare, apart from being the great, chairman of
of the largest diagnostic company of India. I thank FICCI for giving us this opportunity, and thank all of you to still be here at the end of a long day. Thank you all very much. And over to you, Praveen.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's been a long day, I understand, but we're not ending it here. I would want you all our speakers and our delegates to join us at the FICCI Healthcare Excellence Awards at the Lalit Hotel. The minister will arrive at 7 p.m. in the evening, so I request you all to straight away proceed from here to the hotel. Tomorrow morning, we'll start with our session on strengthening the healthcare workforce at 9:30 a.m. And the chair for the session, Dr. Manohar Agnani, is confirmed, and he'll be there sharp at 9:30. So I request you all to be tomorrow morning here again in the same room, be on time. But prior to that, please do join us for the awards at 7 p.m. Lalit Hotel in the main Crystal. Thank you so much.